Manchester Major. They lost the first game. They lost the
Does
third game
Elevate
against
take
PSG
the
Talon,
match?
and
Sneaky
still
little
again,
dub.
they made it to grand finals. History repeats itself. They lose the first match.
Here's the problem with Elevate, right? Well, there's no problems with Elevate. Elevate's like a mid-ass team, right? Will they take the match? I think it honestly depends on CAG. Because I think CAG are a better team than Elevate. I think you put CAG and Elevate in the ring 100 times. I think CAG is going to win more often than they're going to lose. But CAG looked like fucking scared little chokers yesterday. They looked horrible in their match against FearX. I didn't watch Elevate yesterday, so I don't know how they looked, but they got 3 rounds against Furia. That honestly sounds pretty good to me. So it's a gamble either way. It is a gamble either way, and they're actually dragging Pengu on the timeline. That's insane.
Shaiko isn't a smart player. I don't get why people are upset. He's a mechanical god, but takes a ton of fights that are disadvantageous and outright stupid at times. But his mechanical skill saves him. He should be rated around that IMO. Not smart, but a monster. A hot take from...
My take with this is that Pengu just like fucking failed on English and that nobody understood what he was saying. My take on that is that the question was in-game IQ. And if you're an in-game IQ, like IQ is a measure that the median of that shit is 100, right? So Pengu said Shaiko has like a 35 IQ in-game. That's like brain dead level of IQ, right? That's like genuine mental deficiencies level of IQ. I think Pengu was just thinking of all pro players, Shaiko is like 35 out of 100. Like 100 would be the max. I don't think Pengu was properly understanding IQ scale. That's my take on the Pengu IQ tweet.
Well, his role of being an entry fragger, so...
And that's where I pull the Pengu piece is maybe to a fault. That's another conversation to go through. I'm sure we're going to have Pengu at some point to explain himself.
Like, I feel like people think that... I feel like people are saying that Pengu thinks Shaiko is like a dumbass, whereas Pengu, like, doesn't think that. He just thinks he's, like, not good enough to be an IGL, you know?
Because there's a certain Frenchman on this team that reminds me of another Frenchman, and he reminds me of another Frenchman that's standing right here, right now.
Most people are going off the American education scale, so 35 is a failing grade beyond compare. What is a 35 level IQ? Can I get, like, an IQ chart? Can I get, like, an IQ scale? Bro, look at this shit, okay? I don't know if this is real, but this is the first image on Google Images. 35 IQ is not even on the chart. That's literally brain dead levels. 35 IQ in game would be like you cannot use WASD. Okay? I think Pengu just wasn't aware of the IQ scale. Nobody said it was out of 100, did they? I don't think so. Would I say I'm higher than lower than 35? In game, I gotta be at least 36. I gotta be at least 36. What's up, Seth? It was out of 100. Okay, then whoever made that fucking question was stupid, and I think people just didn't realize that on Twitter. 35 is still low, even if it's out of 100, but like...
Yesterday.
And I will highlight that. I will highlight especially...
It can't be higher than 99. Okay, whoever asked that question then I think is stupid.
When I started in NA, we picked up Kanzan. We gave him his first tier 1 shot. I was part of the team that selected him in trials, and he's so talented. It's the kind of
You think my IRL intelligence is below 35, but my in-game intelligence is slightly higher than 35? I appreciate you thinking that highly of my in-game intelligence, Super. That means a lot to me. What's up, Whiskey Run? GG's. I realize now, after day 1 of Fantasy, that it doesn't really matter who you're matched up against, because the leaderboard is just by points. Is your GOAT Kansan going 2-0? Well, your GOAT Kansan is going against, like, the most consistently great team of our generation. So, yeah, I think he fucking dunks on him. NA on top, baby. I think Shaiko is shitting his pants in fear. The Shopify Rebellion aren't attending. Thank God for that. Thank God for that, because then Kansan wouldn't stand a chance. Okay, let me jump in a call with Parker and Interro Bang Makai. I think he's live, right?
I would pretty much say this sits in Falcons' favor without fully knowing how much Wildcard likes certain maps because it is a new roster.
Yeah, in general, you will see Falcons go to.
I'm gonna give him a call.
The most basic maps, they know they're the better team, so you want to get comfortable. You don't want to go into quote unquote flip coin maps
Where are we going? Clubhouse? Son of a bitch.
and played against.
Dude, just don't give me Chalet. I'm so tired of watching Chalet.
What do you want?
Hello, Parker and Interro Bang McKay.
Not McKay.
How are you this morning?
I am great. I was up 2 hours ago. I already wished my mother happy Mother's Day.
Oh my god, I should do that.
You probably should. It'd probably be good.
Okay, we went out for dinner though for Mother's Day like 2 days ago.
That's how do I tell you that that's not Mother's Day?
Okay, I will. Okay, you're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right.
Dude, if I stay on Ozempic long enough, I think I can look like Dev Marta.
Do you think then Pengu will take you back?
Pengu didn't ditch me. He ditched the time zone.
Goodbye, Super. Enjoy the games.
Nick's exact words, Jesse, were, if we casted EUL together, I'd be fine to stay as a duo. And I said, I am not casting EUL. And he said, okay. And then he tried to kill me.
Well, that might have been a little bit more than...
A lot of murder. A lot of murder involved.
That might have been a bit more than just...
A lot of moida. A lot of moida.
Okay. I'm gonna knock you up real quick here.
I hope Shaco makes like 110 IQ play for you, Pengu.
And if he goes 0-10, I'm gonna say a 35 IQ player, right? So, we'll see.
Someone's gonna win in this game, and I don't know if it's gonna be you, Pengu.
Well,
It might not be me.
Well, you know what, Nick, please, I will give you the floor to explain yourself and really carry us through in this game. Gentlemen, it is a...
I have specifically instructed my chatters to show up in droves.
Have you?
Yeah.
Have you now?
I specifically requested that my chatters speak more than your chatters today. So
Your chatters were honestly not pulling their weight yesterday. You had probably like
they were
double
at the
my
end of the stream. So
Okay,
like by
you're
the
right,
by
you're
the
right.
end of the stream, they were doing well. But
You had like double my views though, and my chatters were more populous in the chat than yours.
no, you had like 95 viewers and I had like 155. It's not double.
Okay, fair enough. I think by the end you had about 200 though.
Also, it's worth noting that because every single person on the planet is streaming, views are going to be down.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's not what Shaco does, and he doesn't need to be caliber player, and his skill set isn't
I showed some of my friends your mac and cheese video, and all of them agreed it's one of the worst things they've ever seen in their life.
What they should be focusing on is how I reacted to a difficult situation. Okay, that should be important. That should be highlighted more so than like the failure itself. I think that doesn't get enough credit.
You took a terrible situation, you made it infinitely worse.
Did you watch the dump video yet?
No, I don't want to. The first video made me angry enough.
You should watch the dump video.
I made sloppy joes last night.
What even is a sloppy Joe?
Sloppy joes are kind of like, it's like an onion, pepper, tomato sauce mix that's very liquidy that is mixed in with ground beef.
Oh. That's similar to what I had. I had a pulled pork sandwich.
Pulled pork and sloppy joes are nothing alike. I don't even know how to tell you.
Okay.
That's like saying that a taco and a hot dog are similar.
Well, I mean, they're not dissimilar. They're more similar than fucking ice cream.
I hate you.
I put Spiker on my
Rob is in
fantasy
your
team
chat
today.
and not mine, and I think that's really disrespectful.
I put Spiker on my fantasy team today. Do you think that was a good call?
I guess we're about to find out, aren't we?
We are. No, and Flynn's in my chat because Flynn's not a traitor. Flynn knows I'm a real one, a full timer.
And they were second place every single
Yeah.
These guys haven't won a 6 invitational. They haven't won a big event ever, really, aside from those EWCs.
The lower third, the lower third says 20 teams invited. All the superstars are here. And I just sent it to Super, and I said, "Hey man, sorry to break the news to you, but the results are in. You're not a superstar."
Absolutely owns. All right, I'm starting a prediction on who's going to win this game. Will it be Falcons or will Spiker carry them to get victory?
I mean, on paper, Falcons should fly away with this one.
You think 35 IQ Shaiko is going to be able to take down the Masterclass?
I don't know if Nick does this shit deliberately or if he's just completely oblivious to the reverberations caused by the things he says. But
all right, chat, put your votes in now.
Nick will just tweet things, and I'll read them and be like, "Why, man?"
My take on this, and I said this on stream before you joined, but my take on this is that I don't think Nick understood the scale properly, because like IQ is supposed to be 100 is like the median, right? But I feel like Nick answered the question as in IQ was like the max, and Twitter didn't understand that. Because a 35 IQ is literally like brain dead. Like it's like you're not a functioning human being if you have 35 IQ.
Okay, so IQ is not even a real thing.
Okay, it is. You can say it's not a good measurement, but like,
are chiropractors doctors?
I was thinking about going to the chiropractor the other day.
Chiropractors are nonsense, and you shouldn't go to them.
My neck was like hurting for like 5 days because I slept on it wrong.
Okay,
but then
so
it
go
just
to a
fixed
real
itself.
doctor and go to a physiotherapist.
No, it just fixed itself. Do you know what's crazy? My mom went to her doctor, like her like daily regular doctor.
You have a mom?
And like obviously she lives in like rural Alberta, so you know,
she's single.
You get the type of people you expect. And in her doctor's office there was a Bible quote from God about how there's only 2 genders.
Do you think? Oh, we got a rehost right off the rip. That's awesome. This is cool.
That's so sick.
Haven't even moved yet, and we've already got a rehost.
What does B-Stream look like? B-Stream is also on a tech pause. Bro, how do they do this every time?
Man, look. I think that when you have a new game, consistency and comfort are king, and having the game constantly crash is about as consistent and as comfortable for players as Rainbow Six can get. So
I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll link a geo yesterday. Whoever's pinning the geo link, make sure you're keeping it though, because yesterday we lost the geo link.
What team is playing on the other stream?
It's Cyclops and Elevate. It's not a match we want to watch.
Ah, El Clasico. Jesse, can you not post links in my chat, please? Thanks.
Did it ban me?
Super is in here with a hard-hitting question after I sent him the message saying he's not a superstar. Super has shown up in my chat and asked the question, do you agree it's a great look for the debut of a tournament for your new game to crash every round?
It keeps us familiar, as you said.
It keeps me on my toes. Baby Shark. Okay, don't take this the wrong way. But Baby Shark's facial features look like if he was born 1,500 years ago, they would have sculpted him in marble.
He's a good-looking guy.
Like they would have done statues of him. And that face card does not decline.
In the engraving below the statue, it would write. Don't you think?
I actually don't mind French people at all. I think France is one of the best countries in the world. And I think a lot of the things we enjoy in life are because of the French.
Like baguettes. This tournament has no invite implications at all. It is just for money and to show off the new game.
So, you know how it says all the superstars are here? Jesse, how does that make you feel that Spiker is a superstar and Troy Canadian is not?
Deserved. I mean, when
there you go.
When Troy Canadian achieves the feats that Spiker has achieved, he can call himself a superstar. But I mean, we're not in that universe, so...
Troy walked so Spiker could run.
And that's what people have been saying for a while now, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the people say.
Show off the rehost, okay. Can I speak a little French for Interro? Je m'appelle
Jesse averages more viewers than Spoit.
Je n'en français?
Je parle aussi peu français.
Oh, Elevate started.
You live in a part of the country where you cannot speak French without getting assassinated.
Damn right. As God intended.
It's called reload because they have to reload into the server every round.
Oh no. Alright, Anaton looks like me up there on the Maverick trying to open CC wall, so that's a bad start, bro.
Did you see Lucy Please Take Me's comment?
Troy wanted to go to the tournament, he should have gotten an...
If Troy wanted to go to the tournament, he should have gotten a neo-Nazi Orgon or two.
Jesus.
I mean, don't look too much into the politics of the people who own Shopify. They're not Nazis, but a lot of the Shopify guys do not like progressive politics. They tweet a lot about conservative politics, which, as business owners, should surprise nobody. In fact, it should surprise people the other way around. If you own a gigantic business and you are not a conservative, there is a glitch in the matrix.
So why aren't you a conservative?
Isn't that right,
Parker?
Super? What?
Why aren't you a conservative? You own.
I don't own. I guess technically I own my own business, but my own business is not very large.
Interrobang Enterprises is a big fucking business. Are you kidding?
I know how much we get paid, and let me tell you.
I've seen the international workers you exploit. Okay, let's not kid ourselves.
No, not Moist and Ludwig. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know Charlie's politics. I think Charlie's pretty like bang on center. Ludwig, from the things he tweets about, seems to be a progressive, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would say so.
But I was talking the people who own the company Shopify, not like the Shopify Rebellion esports org. Also, for what it's worth, I have no opposition to supporting conservatives. It's just like I mean, I won't support them based on their political beliefs, but like, if I go to a really great restaurant and the guy votes conservative, I don't really care if the food is good. That's all that matters.
That's why you vote.
I don't care, comma, if the food is good, I don't care. I crossed into Michigan illegally to vote for Trump. I've actually only ever been to Michigan twice. Once it was to go get my TSA pre-check / Nexus card. And the other time was to connect through the airport. What'd you say?
Elevate just sold so hard. They let BlackRay clutch a 1v2. We had no business winning, man. No business.
BlackRay on attack or defense?
Attack.
Attack? Is he playing Buck?
He was playing Habana. Elevate suck. Get them out of here. Better than Shopify.
No, Super. We can't get rid of them. All the superstars are here. You saw it. All of the superstars are here. We can't get rid of them, dude. That's not how it works. Why didn't BlackRay do this shit yesterday? There was an incredible thing I read like 3 days ago, and Jesse, you'll like this, where it's like, oh, the Leafs have figured out Sergei Bobrovsky. You just got to go high over his glove. And somebody's like, yeah, that's every goalie's weakness. It's like, you're playing in a beer league, and they're like, dude, he's weak glove side, like just below the crossbar. And it's like, yeah, brother, I fucking know that. If I could do that every single time I shot, I wouldn't be playing in a fucking beer league.
Bro, were you watching the Oilers game last night?
No, I didn't. I watched the UFC fights instead.
Oh my god. You know what happened?
Yeah, was it Riley Smith scored with like 0.4 seconds to go in the third period?
0.4 seconds, bro. I actually could not believe it.
That's Riley Smith's second tour of duty on the Golden Knights too.
My jaw just hit the floor. I had to turn off the TV. I was like, there's just nothing I can fucking say about that,
well, I mean, there wasn't much of the game left to play if there's only 0.4 seconds left.
No, I mean, they didn't play anything else.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Flynn thought it was very funny. If this doesn't start before I have to go to my Mother's Day brunch, I'm going to lose it. Just go to your Mother's Day brunch. Go be a good son. What are you doing?
Invite your mom over to watch Reload. What are you doing?
Get your mom on your co-stream.
Your mom's a huge Spiker fan. As we all are. The other game started, did it?
Super just sent me a picture of his feet.
That's nice.
Of course, we're playing Siege X. We are playing the new version of the game. It is so exciting because that means there's so much.
Your mom hates Siege. Big Overwatch player than I see.
We've had such a beautiful makeover of this game that we've been playing for 10 years now.
What am I doing for Mother's Day? I'm sitting here with all of you apes. We got a new sub though. Gakareki, is that how I pronounce your name? I'm gonna do some digital panhandling here while we load on in. This is the Interro charm. You are a brand new subscriber. That means this charm
I muted him, chat. No fucking pandering on my watch, all right? You want to hear the ads, you can go see it at twitch.tv/Interro. We're not fucking getting that shit here. No shot. God damn it, it got him more primes. Get out of there, Baby Shark. You're too important to die, Baby Shark. You're too important to die. Oh my god. Licky fact down.
Wildcard major champion himself back in the W7M days. Meanwhile, a great juggle from Kansan. Does take a little bit of damage with the drone hole from Brede. But as it stands, Falcons are looking a little
JJ Sween. Thank you for the brand new Prime sub. It gets you this. I don't know if you've seen this. This is my charm.
How is he still going? Oh my god. All right. 4-4.
Massive in value, and you've lost a lesion, right? Half of those Humans already on the ground. He's going to sit up on the bomb side, so I'm not surprised to see Wildcard being aggressive here. The question is, do they want to take that 1-for-1 trade and now fall back, or are they going to stick their ground on the roam and look for more?
You hear it, Jesse?
What?
You hear the analysis Nick just did? That's some hard-hitting stuff, dude. Maybe you could have been nominated for an esports award if you did that.
I did not hear what he said.
It was actually just super basic analysis.
Oh, is that why it was a funny joke?
Yeah, where are you at? I'm at 117, 116, 115, 114, 113.
We're good.
112.
We're good.
I am on Ozempic, so we're going to talk about Ozempic a lot today. This is the Ozempic League. Look at that. Solotov slimming down Wildcard's side as if he is the human Ozempic.
Did you get Ozempic because they sponsored the NHL?
No, I was actually at my endo, and she was talking about like high glucose, or high blood sugar spikes, and like things with tricky like carbs and my glucose levels getting too high, whatever, blah blah blah. And she's like, "Have you ever considered Ozempic?" And I was like, "Are you saying I'm fat?" That's great job, Spiker. Is that how many points do you get on your fantasy team for him just throwing the nitro cell at the Kiba barrier?
No, this is good. This is Spiker's chance to get a 4K because Baby Shark will fold. Spiker gets the last 4. This is huge for fantasy.
Baby Shark is marble, man, because he's made of marble because he looks like a Greek god.
All right, this is the potential. Spiker perfectly set up for the 1v4. They're actually all coming similar directions. He doesn't know the guys in the hall. Okay.
The human Ozempic, Solotov with 3 kills.
But they will not be bloodied. A single player to die, and a great opening start here for Falcons.
Was Shaiko even a factor there? Maybe if he had a higher game IQ, he would have done well. Oh yeah, pick it. Pick it. Get up there. Fuck.
Do you agree on the release player cards and the ratings? Wait, what's the context here?
I think they're talking about what Nick is talking about. They did player cards for all the players, and Shaiko's game sense is like super fucking low. And people were like, why is Shaiko's game IQ like 77? And Nick's like, because I gave him 35.
They've done this like a few times at different events because they've asked me in the past to rank. Like I rated Nesk a couple of times. I rated I think I rated Bolo at one event. Have I ever asked you to rate anybody, Parker?
I'm reasonably certain they have, but I don't usually do that stuff.
Because you're not a team player.
No, because I understand that it's a part of the broadcast, but I, as a play-by-play caster, I don't think we should be giving our thoughts on which teams will win and which teams are the best. Like, I don't want that to, like, color my casting. Like, I have seen in the past, when predictions have come out a few times, I'll predict that G2 wins or whatever, and then I'll cast, and then they'll be like, well, of course he's like glazing G2. He thinks they're gonna win. Didn't you see his prediction? And I'm like, you can't really get around that, but I'm just like, let the analysts do their predictions. Like, that's kind of part and parcel with their role. I'm a play-by-play caster. I really shouldn't be sharing my opinion. I should be as impartial as I can be, you know?
Ape's dumb. Troy only had an 88 in achievements. Did I have to rate Troy? Let me go look at the DMs, see if I rated Troy.
Vox Incognita says, when I told my mom I was watching 2 men talk about a video game called Rainbow Six, she thought it was some LGBTQ thing, and now I'm not invited to Mother's Day brunch. I didn't want to go anyways. That sounds great. So now you get to watch Rainbow Six, and you don't have to go to a Mother's Day brunch you didn't want to go to. You're welcome. Like, you made it sound super ungrateful, but in all reality, we did you a favor.
personal bandit there. It's Ken's on the Frost and the fire as well, tripling down.
No, the only players
the
I actually
animation
rated
on
were
the
Bolo and
animation
Mask.
for the exothermic charge is different. Did you see that?
No. I was looking up
So
to
when
see
the
if I rated
exothermic charge goes
anybody
off and
else.
you're indoors, it looks like it's burning a hole through the metal. It's actually really cool.
I feel like that's what they looked like in the very first like trailer, you know?
It really does seem like they're trying to recapture the magic of that Idris Elba ad.
And I think it'll go really well when you see Rick and Morty running around the server. I think the vibes will be the same. You gotta be joking, Brede. You're trying to be a world
did they give
champion. You're
Brede's
walking
IQ?
into a
That was a
default
Shaiko
fucking
play. That was a Shaiko play.
Oh, let's fucking go.
He's peeking outside of that CCTV breach, and it leaves
The default frost mat top of the stairs. These are the plays we come to expect from Amaranth's Rainbow Six team. Let's fucking go.
I just realized that we have to listen to 2 Brits and 3 Aussies, and that's like my 9/11.
Yeah.
If you think about it, the casting for the entire event is 2 British people and 3 Australians.
Yeah.
That's my poor ears. See, you're telling me this guy wouldn't be in a fucking museum now? Like,
I actually think like there's a good chance he might just be from a museum. Like France got a lot of those things. They might have just magically turned a statue into life. And then he named himself after the first thing he saw, which must have been Baby Shark after on an iPad.
yeah. Flynn says we're all stuck listening to you. Everyone suffers. Well, I think it's... Look, Flynn. I think it's really kind of you to spare everybody the suffering by deliberately torpedoing your career and making yourself unhireable so that nobody ever has to be subjected to it. It's a really selfless decision you did. Australia is just PvP Britain. True.
It's really good to see, of course,
Co-stream should be called a Canadian nerd and former politician watch Rainbow Six with a fresh coat of paint slapped on it.
I'm actually not a former politician. I could see why you would think that, though. So in this game, Parker, did you know that the Falcons initially challenged FearX for the second match of days, but then FearX used their card to chicken out, and so Falcons had to challenge Wildcard instead. That's the first chicken out card used of the whole tournament.
Chicken jockey!
That is correct.
Will be a very big focus point for this attack right now because the operator bends. Now the Maverick being brought out. And I think the general vibe right now is like the attack is spending a lot of time and resources early in the round to get the first step done, right? Breach the wall, get your drone set up, that's step 1 done. Whereas in a normal game of Clubhouse or a different game of Clubhouse, you can just instantly pop open those walls with a thatch or breach, whatever, and it's done in 5 seconds. So this means Falcons, they will have...
You hear that guy talking, Jesse?
Nick.
That's Pengu. I never missed a single event when I worked with him.
I never missed a single event when I worked with Laxing either. You'll see him on the next desk. He looks like Mario in a fucking sunshine shirt.
How many events did you work with Lax? Just 1? 2?
All of them. All of them when he was my duo.
That is not correct. He was also not your duo. Your duo was Jacob.
Laxing was a duo with me for a good chunk, for like a year there.
Is that why you talking about fucking Turkmenistan in the chat?
Huh?
You have to say hi to your viewers. Dankalot, nice to see you. Will the Camper, nice to see you. Maku, nice to see you. Cookie Kill, Hateful Dude, Titans Fly, Axu, Light Rose, Alan, Master Cheems, nice to see you.
Man, they're getting kind of rolled on this garage push consistently.
Here's the Amaranth buff.
I guess, bro.
Whoa!
My fucking King Kansan, let's go. That's beautiful.
You know, I heard that Kansan gets more viewers than Spoit.
Yep.
The question is Kansan wearing jeans?
I would be surprised. I'd be shocked if he wasn't. Although, look at that. They do have Wildcard branded sweatpants, it looks like.
Gets caught by the ADS. He swings out, gets another kill. This right here is the small.
Who the fuck killed Bride? It was self-inflicted after he realized his team had no chance. No, I think that animation shows up when they trade. Because that's what happened there is they killed each other and then the second one just didn't have a thing. So Bride is probably being just considered the last person who got a kill and is being filled in as the killer.
Now, of course, as we're 3 rounds deep, we have that third operator ban for each team. Falcons deciding to get rid of that bandit, and Wildcard decided to get rid of that.
I don't know. I mean, it's a little
They're thinking the same thing right
it's a little odd because if you remember, somebody ran through a Capkin trap yesterday and died to the Capkin trap, but it showed Capkin's gun and then just the person's name. So
yeah, that's a little weird too.
Yeah.
I said this yesterday, but I really like the new clubhouse bar floor. That's a big
they
win
must
in
have
my mind.
swapped out graphics cards because this clubhouse is not chugging as much as any of the clubhouses that we watched yesterday.
They said they were going to, right?
Yeah, they said in the group chat that they were going to be upgrading the PCs to handle the more graphically demanding game, but
Yeah, you can only use the cards like the chicken out card once. So now FearX cannot refuse any challenges going forward through the rest of the tournament.
okay, so what the explain these cards to me.
Okay, there's too many to explain all at once. Basically, every day a new card gets like introduced that can be used. The only ones that matter right now is basically the chicken out card, and only one team used it, and it was FearX. And then tomorrow is the only day that the 1v1 card can be used.
So how does that work? Do they rehost the lobby and then you just go into a map alone?
I don't know specifically. I just know they will 1v1. You can only attempt a 1v1 if you would otherwise be eliminated from the tournament. And if you win the 1v1, you are now not eliminated from the tournament. But you can only do it on Monday, tomorrow.
From Gulag to Rainbow Six.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, Solotov is the only person on Falcons who has shown up today.
The GOAT from Turkmenistan.
What's up, Frosty? Nice to see you. Definitely Memory. Nice to see you. Thunder Zera. Nice to see you. Athena. Nice to see you. You got to say hi to these people, Jesse. It's how you keep engagement up.
I do say hi to them.
If you acknowledge them, they will acknowledge you back.
But when
Like how many?
when we're talking about the GOAT from
Say hello
Turkmenistan,
to? None.
I say hi to everybody at the
to
start of
any
my
of you.
stream, motherfucker. But then
Caro
you come in, you're
Bandito.
yapping away out here. You know what? I talk to my chat when you do your.
Fucking name. Do you know who Caro Bonito is? The pop star.
I have no fucking idea.
You don't know anything. You don't know dick about shit. You don't know.
I know
fucking
many
thing about
actors
ball.
and actresses, and Rainbow Six players.
I watched some clips from Training Day last night. Who's the main actor in Training Day?
I didn't even know Train Day was a movie.
Training Day's a movie. The main actor won an Oscar for his performance. Can you tell me what his name is?
Nope.
That's great. His name's Denzel Washington. We talked about him yesterday.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Terry Crews.
I know
is
Terry Crews.
hilariously in Training Day, but he is not.
Terry
the
Crews
main
is in
actor.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Old Spice commercials. I know Terry Crews.
Genius play from Shaiko, and guess what? He's going to close the affair as well. The 1-2-3 from the GOAT himself.
Dev is trying too hard to like. Okay, not trying too hard, but Dev is like casting like normal. If I was working with Nick right now, I would be taking every opportunity to just needle him over the Shaiko thing, like nonstop. There have been a couple times where we've casted together, and he's made a comment about somebody hitting a nutty shot. I'm like, "Are you gonna ban them too?" He's like, "Don't do that, man. People on Twitter get really mad at me," and it's like half of the teams in the EU Pro League reported Shaiko when he was on BDS, but
Hello,
Nick is the only
Thunders.
person who gets any heat for it, and I think it's so funny.
Good to see you, Thunders.
Maybe Nick is just on like a mission from God to destroy Shaiko. First he tries to get him banned,
Dude.
and now he deliberately tries to tarnish his reputation by saying he has the intelligence of a brick.
It is crazy that it was Shaiko that like was the center of this controversy because the entire community thinks that Pengu hates Shaiko and wants Shaiko to die. He might actually say, he might actually be a Shaiko hater at this point.
Maybe
Maybe
I tried to
he's
get him
just
banned,
jealous.
Jesse. It's on the record. You know, Nick even came out and said,
Well, he did
"I
get him
and
banned.
Shaiko myself."
He did get him banned.
I know, isn't that crazy?
That's
legal
true.
Purposes,
Good morning.
Nick did not get him banned. Like 5 of the EU teams reported Shaiko. Just for some reason, Nick was the most vocal and visible, so everybody dogpiled on him. Even though over half of the teams in the league all submitted the same complaint to ESL, saying that they think that this guy cheats. I mean, I don't really want to get into the granular stuff here, but what I will say is that Shaiko was unbanned about 6 months early, and he went through what's called like the rehabilitation program with ESL. In order to get unbanned early through that program, 99.9% of the time, you basically need to admit to cheating, or, well, if you cheated, or admit to whatever wrongdoing you're being accused of, and then basically explain why you did it, why you won't do it, and how you've been reformed. From a comment that an ESL admin made, who had no knowledge of the Shaiko situation, because obviously that stuff is high level, his exact words were, "It would be the first time I have ever seen somebody get their ban cut short without acknowledging and admitting to doing what they are accused of." So Shaiko, if Shaiko basically just said, "Hey, so I didn't cheat, unban me early," and ESL was like, "Okay."
Chad, I'm starting to think that Spiker
ever that he's seen that
wasn't a good fantasy pick.
Were, yeah, you basically got to say, "I did it. I did. Here's why I did it. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Now, the rehabilitation thing that Shaiko did is like quite literally covered under confidentiality agreements, so nobody will ever talk about it. So it will never be made public. But in order for Shaiko to get unbanned 6 months early, conventional wisdom suggests he owned up to what he did and apologized for it, but nobody will ever know. So,
dude, you see
either
this?
way, I don't fucking care whether he cheated or not. Doesn't.
They're using the pipe to keep him out because he's in construction. He can't get back in through master.
If he did cheat and he made a mistake, at least he's improved and he's fine. Like, who cares? Let's move on.
He still gets the pick, but like,
likes to know this sausage
the pipe definitely saved him someday.
So I like to tell them things from time to time.
The pipe got them the plant down.
Why, James? Why did you give that to Nick? Why did you let Nick talk for 2 seconds? Bad. Bad pacing. Pass better, James. You hold on to it.
Dude.
Yes, it is a very pregnant post-plant. But you still follow through.
Bro, they literally had the fucking gas canister popped inside of the inside of construction, so they couldn't push back into site. That allowed them to get the plant down. So they actually used the map environment features. I think for the first time that I've seen. But then they just lose their fights in the post plant anyways. Average 35 IQ round loss. Dude, I think Spiker might have been a bad fantasy pick. What's up, Kimmix? What's happened so far today? Pretty much nothing. It's just the first game of the day.
Wow, you finally said hi to one of your chatters.
You know, I've decided I just need to start lowering your volume and talking to my chat when you're on your tirades.
I let you go on your tirades.
I don't go on tirades.
Well, maybe you should have more interesting things to talk about.
I do, but you just yap and yap and yap.
I did very little talking yesterday compared to you.
I don't think that's true.
That is absolutely true.
Okay.
I was hungover and my voice hurt and I felt like I was getting sick, so...
It means that Wildcard will have a little bit of the crowd support should they make it to the top 8. But Dash by far and away like the most.
All right, I'll turn him up.
If you look at the names, they're like, oh, I remember Kansas from a few years ago, but Dash, that's your big hitter. And I think you need a little bit of that.
You're very ungrateful for somebody who's leeching off my viewership.
Haven't played poorly. I don't want to throw shade. They thought they were on, for sure. But Dash that round, he was instrumental. His big 3K inside of a bathroom was what caused...
The red R logo does look like the Team Rocket logo. Yeah, I was thinking that yesterday, but I didn't want to say anything because Nintendo will sue over anything. Like, can you believe that Nintendo is suing Pal World?
I mean, yes.
Like, think about it. It's just a game that involves pocket-sized monsters that are caught with circular slash, throwable objects that then appear from that little home that have abilities and evolution and, certain types, and
No support for a brief moment for
you know, it's not the same game. It's a very different game. Because there's guns! There are guns in it, and that makes it a different game.
So you're saying Rainbow Six Siege should suit Power World? Because Rainbow Six Siege has guns.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do that.
Good.
Should contact Ubisoft.
I'll get in contact, yeah. You know what? I'll just start working on it, because it's not like you and I are doing anything else. Everybody else is at Reload, you and I can start the lawsuit.
You don't need to censor the word slavery. You can type slavery. It's a real word.
Dude, the TikTok
get in trouble
algorithm
for
has
saying slavery.
broken people's brains, because now nobody thinks they can do anything.
Dash just survived because of that destructible ingredient.
I don't know what to say,
able
chat.
to make that
I don't know what to
escape
say,
because of the
chat.
brief plume of smoke from the pipe on the wall. That's kind of wild.
That's great analysis, Parker and Interro.
All right, hold on a second. Let's go.
What do you
Let's
think?
go back. Let's go back to use this. Go back to use this.
Yeah, what do you think about Usis' current play right now? Can you give some analysis on that?
I think Usis was doing the running man, and I think that's really cool.
It's important to work out your legs in games like these, because otherwise your movement speed might start to drop.
I mean, hilariously, Kansan can still very easily win this. Smart use.
Kansan does win this.
He got siege timinged. Double
Kansan
push.
Chiari. Kansan Chiari. This is very similar to how Blackray got a clutch. On the B stream? What? In what world does he lose that? I pray we get that from that guy's POV.
I hate some good nights in the chat. If you are subscribed to me, can we
Nick.
see my GN? If you're subscribed to me, I'd like to see the GN in chat, please. I'm gonna need to see some more. Look, I'm gonna need to see some more chat interaction because Jesse's chat likes to talk a lot. So
Yeah, my chest shows the fuck up.
yeah, if you're subbed
Every
to me,
time.
I need to. I'm not subbed. You don't need to type that you're not subbed. I'd like to see the good night.
Ion died by a pipe on a shield with 100 HP. Dude, maybe we should be watching Elevate versus CAG Osaka.
Yeah, Dash, shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to talk. Yeah, Baby Shark, shut the fuck up. You're not allowed to talk. Only Uses is allowed to talk because it's his computer that imploded.
I'm gonna go over to the Elevate game.
Alright, that's a smart idea. Let's do it.
Line up to that first defense with a double catch in the Azami.
You can't go garage. If you're going to play the Montang,
Xenox.
going into a Jaeger Azami combo. I just genuinely would be surprised. And you got Wamai as well,
What?
as you said, with double catch.
I think we're gonna get 9 Clubhouse games today.
They have played
My
the same
prediction.
3 maps.
I get the impression they are going to try and
You can think they're going
9 Clubhouse, 1 Chalet. That's the schedule for today.
negate the
It's great that you're just letting it all hang out, dude.
best to completely ignore it.
Why is there a tech pause every 5 minutes? Because the game is not ready yet to be released, but they wanted this event to show it off.
You can get
assistance
the CC window, throw an ROU through the server racks and block off.
This Sens play was kind of cool. I think it was brought at SI for the first time, or maybe it was brought before that.
Surely.
But you can cut off the rafters guy once you throw the Sens wall through the breach.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you can also just cut off the other angle too, so you can make a little, what's it called, Valorant-style double wall to run an implant if you want to. CAG are actually winning today, though. That's nice to see.
The new ban system, though, we see some different.
They played really bad yesterday, but I don't know how well they have to play to beat a team like Elevate, but
work from Elevate on the main.
it's at least promising that they are winning the game.
Blackray has 11 kills, and Shureep is even, so...
Hasn't invested a lot of.
Yeah, again, they let Blackray get a fucking egregious clutch the very first round.
Since when does Elevate have a Brazilian team? Since Elevate wants to be in every region at every time, humanly possible. And they
Dude.
just keep cycling people in and out.
In my new YouTube video that you can watch at youtube.com/JessieJChick titled Every Siege X-Partner Team Explained in 48 Minutes, I go over every team Elevate has ever had. It is ridiculous how they've never managed to keep a roster for more than like a year.
This doesn't work. Oh, I mean, it works. If you
Oh,
just
they
walk
just
in
go
for
deep.
kills, yeah, Anderson was probably not
That's a
even-
cool-ass
Oh,
Sens play. There you go.
into the site and
Just
destroy
rush in
all
through
the
red,
way
you
out.
isolate the garage guy, then somebody walks in bottom garage to get the pick anyways. Beautifully done.
You see how short that round was? I've lasted longer than that.
Elevate would just like zerg
Wait, what do you mean?
go site, kill
Like in Siege?
That meme with the guy on the board where he's like connecting all the dots.
What'd you say?
What?
I didn't hear what you said.
Thank you, hateful dude, for adding the video. That's very true.
We don't know, but I mean, I think CAG just caught probably sleeping. I think even from CAG's perspective,
I was a little surprised to see players on Twitter really praising the ban system. I know Pambazoo was hyping it up. He said he really, really liked it. Somebody else did as well. Might have been Benja.
Came last night. Came to hang out on my Discord after he was done casting, and he asked what our opinion was on the ban system, and I said I don't particularly love it. I always think simplicity is best, and I think that this system is a little overly complicated for what could be just, you know, straightforward, like, hey, you get 3 bans. There you go. Congratulations. But anyway, Jake was saying that, like, everybody at the event likes it. So,
no, this is food.
Hey, man, look.
This is beans. Someone.
I think everybody is free
thank
to
you
have
for
their
the
own
10
opinion. I don't think
months.
there's an objective, like,
Drops
right
are
or
on.
wrong about this ban system. Sometimes complicated stuff is good. Sometimes it's not. A lot of teams liked 6th pick. I thought it was needlessly complicated, and I did not like it. And now they've moved to the whole operator repick, and I think that's great. And a lot of teams didn't like it. That's fine. Sometimes simple is good. Sometimes simple is bad. But I'm just...
That is not a helpful Goyo canister.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like anything that slows the game down. Like, I don't think there should... Like, the pauses between are too long sometimes. You know?
Yeah, I think I can see we've just had the same ban format for so many years. I can see people just being like, anything that gets us change is gonna make the game feel fresher and better. I feel like that's kind of the take people are having with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're making a new game, which, you know, CJX is ostensibly a new game. There should be things that are different. You know, we discussed this yesterday with, like, Overwatch 2. It's obviously huge changes. CJX doesn't really feel like a different game. It feels just kind of like a tune-up, which is good. Because I think, like, the foundation of Rainbow Six is strong.
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
introducing stuff like a new ban mechanic is fine, because they can always walk it back. So
I feel like the thing that's supposed to differentiate as a new game is, like, the new game mode, which obviously, like, doesn't affect competitive Siege at all. But, like, who knows? Maybe it'll be popular for the casual community.
Oh,
damn, nice play by Shiri. What are those fire environmental things supposed to actually be called? Those, like, fire pipes. They're basically Goyo canisters.
So I don't know what they're called, but Ubisoft was very, very firm in the wording when I worked the showcase in Atlanta. They were like, we want to call them destructible ingredients. And I just said, like, how married to this are you? Because in my opinion, I think that's a very clunky term.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a good one. And they said, well, the reason why we call it destructible ingredients is because there is a recipe for Siege. And with recipes, you need multiple ingredients. And these destructible ingredients are a part of it. And I was like, I get what you're saying, and I think it's kind of cute, but I'm never going to call them that. So I'm just going to be like, you know, like destructible elements. And I actually noticed that it's very funny because Blast has been running like a lower third that mentions all of the new stuff.
Yeah.
And they call them like destructible or destructive elements. And I was like, even Blast was like, ingredients? No.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay, Semper. Semper's kind of
in Australian
around,
it's
right?
Sempa.
Where was he playing before this? I think it was like Keed Stars or something?
Vivo Keed, or yeah, he was one of those lower teams.
Oh, close for Anaton.
Or Miners GG or whatever the hell it was.
Psycho, head to the fucking retirement home. What was that attempted clutch looking like, bro? Where's he looking?
Love Squish, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Here you go. This is the Interro charm. You get it in game. Jesse doesn't have a charm. If you're watching Jesse's stream and you're thinking, man, it'd be really nice to have a streamer charm.
Chad, if you're watching my stream, you don't have to listen to the fucking ad reads on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Interro. That's the Jesse J Chick difference. I hope that you can enjoy just listening to the quiet calms of Dev Mata.
But good groundwork there from...
That's not Dev Mata.
And who's been under the spotlight or under the microscope, perhaps for all the wrong reasons. Sharif there at the opening portion of that round, smoke on main was a big difference maker.
Well, he shouldn't have been alive at the end there.
Absolutely not. Should have been immediately traded.
Yeah, strange old round. 13 and 5 for Blackray. Anderton
Imagine being named after punctuation. I chose the name.
Chibitsu and Arcalia.
No, that was your parents.
Obviously, really going negative.
You think my parents chose the name Interro?
Yeah. Well, no, Interro Bang. I guess you probably chose to you probably chose the shortened form.
Okay.
Because like usually the parents wouldn't choose like the nickname. Maybe like a childhood friend shortened it to Interro. I don't know, but.
We mentioned it in the very short pre-show that we had.
It is a close PO1, so
yeah,
I'll answer the question myself.
Don't you run more normal ads than Interro? I do, and for that reason, a subscription to my stream is more valuable than a subscription to Parker's.
The real question is, would the old Elevate roster beaten CAG?
So if Elevate lose this, they go down to 3 bullets, which means they probably won't get eliminated tomorrow, which means they probably won't play a 1v1. If CAG lose, they go down to 2 bullets, which means they might 1v1 tomorrow.
Pretty even for the most part. Like, you can have 7-4s that are pretty even. I think Elevate will, again, they'll just look back rounds 2 and 3 and think that's...
Should be 6-6.
Yeah.
It should be an OT.
I'm very worried we get a legitimate situation where no teams actually end up 1v1ing.
5-6.
And the whole, like, hyped up gimmick of the tournament doesn't even happen. Because they made it so limited. Yes! Imagine the 1v1 tournament doesn't have any 1v1s. That's a huge problem.
So, I love how you're like, I'm gonna take you all for all you can get by running an endless amount of ads. Also sub to me to give me more money.
Damn right.
So anyway, I'm gonna start running ads after these games.
Smart.
The reason why I started running ads is because it gets rid of pre-roll and mid-roll ads.
Yeah, it does.
Like, I went years without never running an ad. And the only reason why I started was because Twitch started forcing them, which meant that no matter what, my viewers were going to be seeing ads. So I was like, you know what? If I can kind of like, I can sequester them to like the top of the hour like a lot of other streamers do, then perfect. Like, here's an ad, and then you get 40 minutes of uninterrupted, you know, content. Like, that's excellent. You run ads every 6 minutes? Oh my fucking god. Elevate is getting sent back to Brazil.
I don't run ads every 6 minutes. Don't believe everything you read in chat.
Yeah, Snoopy. Like, I despise ads, obviously. Like, run an ad blocker. Like, I will not be troubled if you run an ad blocker. I encourage it.
I don't think the calls are terrible. It's just Cyclops are so tuned in and able to deny it.
Well, this is going to be it. Naka's going to fall in 1v4, and with that, CAG...
Psycho really should retire. Like, he has not been good in like 4 years.
I feel like he was just picked up as like a, look, we have somebody that people recognize pickup.
Well, he is a huge presence, and I mean, Elevate as an org... I have a lot of thoughts about Elevate as an org that I choose not to say publicly. But, let's just say it does not surprise me in the slightest that they would pick him up. So Stream A is on a commercial. That is not good.
Do you want to play a Geo? I could play a Geo.
You can play a GeoGuessr. I am going to run to make another coffee and go to the bathroom. So.
Dude, what the hell happens to my pinned messages? I lost my pinned message again.
Did you really?
I did. Dude, how does this keep happening? Okay, I still have the tab open, so we can still play GeoGuessr. I don't know how many of you got to play, but I can still play it. It's still there. I don't know why I can't see it on my dashboard. I wonder if Twitch changed something. It's still pinned stupid. Okay. Okay, well, in any case, I'll lock in real quick. I'm just going to keep the A stream on as like a background noise. So
that Volkswagen van is so cool, man.
Parker, how many?
I was so excited for the new. I was so excited for them to like make a new one, the ID4 or ID8 or whatever the hell it's called. And then I saw it, and it like it's just a normal van. All the cool parts of the old like Beetle bus are gone, and it's just like a normal electric van now. And I'm like, that sucks.
Parker, how many countries do I have to get right on this GeoGuessr?
I
There's the van chat.
I don't know.
There it is. You're not helpful at all. All right, chat. We're going to get 4 countries right on this GeoGuessr. Guaranteed, locked in. You can put that in the bank. Here we go. And I think this should just be Thailand. Tropical black and white poles. Could be, I guess, Sri Lanka, too. But I don't know. I don't really get Sri Lanka vibes. I feel like Sri Lanka is far more developed because they don't have a lot of land, so they kind of got to build everywhere.
Sri Lanka is not terribly developed.
Far more than this. I'm going Thailand. That was Malaysia? Okay. Well, I'm glad it wasn't Sri Lanka. And then I would have looked really silly. Vida vas Libreki Kraj. Sounds European.
Creator dashboard? I forget where I go to run ads.
Are you trying to run ads now? Are you trying to force your viewers to see the advertisements?
Yeah.
That's fucked
That's
up.
absolutely correct.
Oh, this is kind of fun. They got a little castle on the hill, and they got a little picture of it. Like, this is definitely that castle. Okay, I don't know where the fuck we are.
I'm running an ad right now, so if you're subbed to me, you won't see it.
We're gonna go check you. Based on language.
Are you subbed to me?
Nasty with
Is there
it.
a reason why I'm not working the event? Yeah, it's a smaller event. It's not a real event, so they wanted to bring a different group of casters. And because it's not like a real like sanctioned circuit event and shit like.
All right, sorry, I gotta lock the fuck in, chat. We got a nice little playground here. We got a little soccer net. We got a little horsey. We got some cars. I'm not seeing an EU sticker on that car, which is a little concerning. Are these flags? Fuck, that could be a Danish flag, to be honest. There's an EU sticker. I think that's the flag of Denmark, to be honest. I think the road lines would make sense then, too. I'm going to go Copenhagen Island and just pray. How does he do it? How does he do it so consistently? Nailing that shit, dude. The vibes are immaculate. The thing about Denmark is they put their flags fucking everywhere. It's even more than like the US. All right, sounds like we are coming back here. I don't know where this could be, though. Maybe it's obviously like Europe. I don't think it's Russia, is it? Could it be Ukraine? It could be Ukraine. I'm gonna go like Ukraine, Russia. They're actually starting the game here. I'm gonna go Eastern Russia, Ukraine, Romania. Yeah, okay. I'll speed run this because we gotta get to the game. Cha Yao Co Limited. Sounds like Taiwan to me, dog. Thank you. Not bad. Did I beat chat? Get smoked, chat. All right. Are you here or did you go get coffee? He went and got coffee. Okay. Hello, Parker's chat. You missed a crazy good game of GeoGuessr. I can't lie to you. Is Denmark the country that uses their flags during birthday parties? Probably. I don't think any country in the world spams their flag as much as Denmark. Like, the US does it a ton. If you go to America, there are American flags everywhere. But I actually think Denmark might have them beat. There are so many Danish flags in Denmark. Am I going to Rio? Yes. Yeah. Not this year, not today. But, you know, in a few decades, I'll probably head over there. I think it'd be nice to see the big old statue, you know. But I am not going for this Rainbow Six Siege event. No, that's why I'm here co-streaming with Parker and Terrabang McKay. Denmark Greater. I didn't like my time in Denmark, but that's not really a reflection of Denmark. That's more a reflection of my time in Denmark. Denmark is like an objectively wonderful country that I personally did not enjoy and did not have a good experience with. But I accept and understand that that was a me problem, you know. It's interesting, dude. These like environmental aspects are having like a they're being used quite a lot, at least on Clubhouse. I feel like we haven't seen it as much on other maps, but it's cool that they're getting some usage out of there. It's weird that Liquefact was playing that spot with like a Kiba or something behind him. Because Spoit plays that spot. If you watch my Spoit video, you'll know that. Spoit plays that spot, but he plays it with a zombie. And so he's got a Kiba behind him, so he can't get shot from the... He can't get shot from the gym window. Okay, and Uses is actually just asleep. Oh, he got DC'd! Oh, that's actually so unfortunate. It looked like he had no reaction time at all, but he just got disconnected because... Oh, that's sad. Xenox cast! What's up, Xenox? We were watching your game because this game was on a tech pause for a long time, so we were watching your CAG Osaka. Big win over Elevate. Xenox, maybe you can answer this question. What is the official name from, like, the fire things that you shoot and they turn into, like, Goyo canisters? Because obviously, like, the fire extinguishers create smoke. But what are the fire ones called? Because I keep wanting to refer to them, because they actually get, like, used decently often. But I don't know what to call them, other than just, like, fire pipes, you know? Gas pipes? I could see gas pipes. That would make sense. Gas lines. Okay, something to do with gas.
Why is Xenox in your chat and not mine?
Because Xenox is the motherfucking GOAT.
No.
Xenox knows that if he comes to twitch.tv/JessieJChick, he'll get the prime viewing experience where he can watch
top
tier
gas canister, by the way, because that's
GeoGuessr gameplay.
You can't call it a gas canister because that's what Smoke's stuff is called. So
gas pipe doesn't. I don't mind
fart
though.
Pipes, yeah, I think that's a great one. That's called
pipes. Oh my god,
very limited
dude.
IQ, but look at his mechanics. My god.
That's the type of play you only make at 35 IQ.
35 IQ.
That's the type of play you only get at 35 IQ.
Yeah, yeah. His decision making is so shit, but he bails himself out with mechanics.
If Nick had balls after that play, he would go like, and that's the dumbass Shiko coming out here, 35 IQ, ape strong, fucking brute, go shoot, shoot, shoot. Can't fucking strat his way out of a solution, so he's got to come up with the gunfights instead.
Jesus
fucking
Christ.
Dumbass Shiko.
Have you got the Rayquaza EX from the event, by the way?
Yeah, because I've played the last thing, like, I've beaten it like 15 times or something at this point.
Yeah. Just keep doing it because you get stuff for it.
Yeah, I usually get the 20 wins and then stop. I'm playing kind of a fun deck right now. I'm using Decidueye, which is like the grass.
Decidueye?
Sure.
How the fuck did you just pronounce it?
Decidueye?
It's named like after a deciduous tree.
Listen, I don't fucking... These Pokemon are past my generation, alright? I don't know how to pronounce them.
Jesus Christ, dude.
But I'm playing Decidueye, I'm playing Frost Rotom, and I'm playing...
It's not called.
I was playing Manaphy, but basically I'm playing the Grass Starter in a full water deck. Which means I can't use his normal attack, I can just use his fucking 2 neutral energy that hits
Jesse,
anybody
we
for
played a
100.
single round and now we're back to a tech pause.
Yeah, that's why I'm yapping about my Decidueye deck. It's really fun.
Decidueye, dude.
Decidueye.
Kimix, you are welcome to come on over to my channel. I will never shame you nor mispronounce things that way.
What do you mean, Kimix? Deciduous
Do
like a
casters get bored
forest.
during tech pauses? Yeah, of course we do. Like, unequivocally. We want to cast. We don't want to just stand around and ramble about stuff because there's tech issues.
Lucy, you don't have ads playing because you're literally subscribed to me. There's literally fake news going on in my fucking chat. That's insane.
No, it's if it's a Twitch Prime, sub, you still see ads, dickhead.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
You do not see ads with a Twitch Prime sub.
You do?
Chat, someone back me up on this. You do not see ads with Twitch Prime. Because before I had Twitch Turbo, I would literally Prime sub to not see ads.
They changed it.
When?
So they originally changed it. So that, like, if you were subbed, you don't see ads. But then apparently they changed it so that if you had Twitch Prime and you subbed with a Prime sub, you still saw ads.
Do people with Twitch Prime
people lost their minds.
ads?
And then they're like, well, if you don't like that, you should buy Twitch Turbo.
see what he can do.
They will not see
Longest tech
ads.
pause you've ever casted? I like honestly, we don't languish that long.
Parker,
I usually
Google
start calling for a
doesn't
break
agree
right
with
away.
you.
What?
Google doesn't agree with you.
I mean, maybe they changed it back. I just remember. I remember when they first rolled it out and everybody lost their minds.
I'm trusting AI. Damn right. To be fair, I am reading further to see if there's anything that does support what Parker's saying. I'm not seeing it personally.
I don't know about you. I mean, well, you're an actual good player. I'm not. Used to be.
Test it, sub to Interro with Prime. Okay, Parker, next time you're about to run ads, let me know and I'll sub to you. Well, no, but I have Turbo, so I won't see ads anyways. Nomus says he would never sub to me with real money and he doesn't have ads. Yeah, I'm 99.9% sure people with Twitch Prime don't see ads. Yeah, obviously if you just have Prime, but obviously we're talking if you use your Prime sub. A Prime sub is the exact same as a normal sub. It's just free.
I'm finding very conflicting information now as well.
But sometimes the best thing is to do nothing because you have to wait for your opponent.
Yeah, I remember when they instituted this, but like again, I think streamers are also able to control it.
Because they know if
I have ads as turned off as humanly possible.
Falcons are going to convert any event.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And when you play in your ranked games, like sometimes that's not
We're back in another tech pause.
Oh, buddy.
Hey, thank you so much for the brand new subscription. This is the Interro charm. It's on your screen. Have you ever seen this before? Have you ever seen a charm? Have you ever seen a charm quite this beautiful? You can have this charm if you so choose.
We really should go back to solo streaming, shouldn't we?
On Twitch, and then
we should really go back to solo streaming, shouldn't we?
In your account. It also gets you access to my emotes and stuff like that.
I don't know why I thought it was a good idea. Not only do we get in fucking stream ads, but we also have to deal with misinformation on Twitch Prime. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. See, my stream may have slightly more ads, but at least I don't fucking badger my viewers with in-stream ads.
Yeah.
No, this is food. This is
TARDIS, thank you for the 29 months. This is a rehost stream, yes. This is the whole point of the tournament. They just wanted to get the 20 most star-studded teams in the world to sit in booths and look at each other. It was kind of the idea behind this event. And then somebody along the way said maybe they should play Siege 2, and they said, yeah, you know, if the game works.
Of course, I have ads off. He's in the elite billionaire class with Shopify owners. You have it backwards. People that are billionaires would be running ads no matter
this
what.
Is food. This is beans. Someone put beans inside the computer.
Will, thank you for the 100 bits. Interro Bang, Interro Pound, Interro Sex. Are these real emotes? And if not, why not, Parker?
Those are not real emotes.
Why not?
And one of the most genius plays that I have ever seen.
Check the group.
WhatsApp.
Check the group.
What's the play? It was the guy.
I don't know what that could be referring to. I'm going to show chat.
Handy? Yeah, I think it might have been handy. It was definitely a resilient player. It was a FaZe Furia or
Whatever you do, by the way, do not ever open WhatsApp on a browser on your stream because it can show phone numbers.
So it was a 1 versus 1. It was
I don't even have
Kix did that
WhatsApp on
once.
my browser on my stream.
Kix did that once. Kix used to use WhatsApp on PC, and then one day he like alt-tabbed over, and he was just screen capturing, and somebody who I'd never met before texted me on WhatsApp and was like, hey, so the only reason why I have your number is because Kix is streaming, and he just opened WhatsApp on stream, and if you pause the stream, you can see everybody's phone number. And I was like, oh, that's fucking sick. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
It was FaZe versus BDS. Yeah, exactly. It was Usus maybe.
I think Usus or Breed A maybe.
It's no Discord, I'll tell you that.
I don't even blame them because that was just such a smart.
It's the negative thing because the defenders thinking.
That is the worst thing about working international events, is you get there and the Europeans have already set up like a WhatsApp group. And now all fucking Rainbow Six talent chatter is in WhatsApp.
I can't plan. There's no chance I can win this round. I have to just gamble.
I'm a day one WhatsApp hater, and I'll continue being a day one WhatsApp hater.
Yeah, it was. I'm trying to look for the round found on my phone right now.
Oh my God.
Indeed.
Paws are so wet again. Can you just drink your water like a normal cat?
We can go and have a look at that off stream. At the moment, we're gonna go and have a look at the IGL summit. We got 5 of the best.
Oh my God, they're actually flipping to a video. I'm gonna play another GeoGuessr.
Have a look at that, and we'll be back before long with the rest of Falcons versus Wildcard.
Chicken jockey, chicken jockey, chicken jockey.
Do you
I'm
want
not
to play?
trying to be rude, but like, if you're gonna say 5 of the best IGLs in the game, and then you've got Packer sitting there who's played like what, like 1 event as an IGL, like I understand what they're going for, and again, like I'm not disagreeing with it, but I'm just like,
He's played 2 events as an IGL. Give him some fucking credit.
Packer's a nice guy. I have no bad things to say about him. It's just like, I think they just wanted like an NA IGL because like Nafe is there, but technically Nafe is from Europe. So
I don't
it's
know.
Like you've got 3
I told them
Europeans
to
and
get.
Brazilian.
They asked for suggestions in the Discord. I told them to get hot and cold. I don't know why they didn't.
I heard that they asked for Troy Canadian and then realized that whoops.
I don't know where this is. I think it's Czechia. Just based on
how are you?
language. Romania. Fuck.
I like WhatsApp. All my friends in real life use WhatsApp as well. So
That's
it's like-
actually insane to me because I have never met anybody in North America who has WhatsApp installed. Like
literally
genuinely
all of my closest
on
friends use WhatsApp.
God, I have never met anybody in North America who uses WhatsApp.
Well, so WhatsApp is really common in places that aren't North America
In
and
elite Toronto suburbs.
I was going to say in Alberta.
Skyscrapers.
In Alberta, they don't take kindly to those type of people around there. So
Hey, I'll have you know,
Whereas-
my high school had 1 kid from Mexico and 1 kid from Japan.
I was a visible minority as a white guy at the schools that I went to in Toronto.
What about me? I feel like if we lose, I'm mainly the reason why we lose. You know, because I'm making the decision in game and.
Are these
I'm
birch
doing the
trees?
and everything.
Feels Finland to me. Feels Finland to me, like southern Finland, because we're quite warm. We're quite happy. Northern Finland is not happy. Estonia.
A surprising and concerning amount of
I should have
number of
known because that
Canadians
is the
use
most
WhatsApp.
southern
Isn't
Finland you
WhatsApp
can
still
get.
technically encrypted, or did Facebook walk that back and that's why everybody moved to Signal
Please drive
or
silly.
Telegram or whatever the hell it is?
Ugbur. Please drive silly Ugbur. I feel like this is like Scotland or something, you know? I feel like I've gotten this
Where I
round
grew up
before.
in North York, it was very heavy like Chinese, Japanese, and Korean populations.
I know that's not Scotland.
So it's like
Fuck.
if you actually look at like my graduating count, like the whatever it is, the
That is
picture, et
Thai.
cetera,
That's definitely Thai.
just the amount of students whose last name is Lee, Lee, is like almost 2 full rows of photos.
If this is not Thailand, I will end my stream.
They're
This
sick.
has
I
to
loved
be
it.
Thai.
Like, I know people have asked before. They're like, well, you know, how many white people were at your
Thank you.
school? And I'm like,
Thank
I don't
you.
fucking know, and I don't really care. Like, what does it matter?
That was not a great game.
I got exposed to different music, different food, different cultures, different religions at a very, very young age. And it was great.
I'm glad Parker had a very... Oh, I didn't mean to play again. What's our... Bro, they're back to just showing fucking clips. Oh, dude. Is that why I became a racist? I don't control who's in my grad class, okay? Give me a break here. Dude, I think Indian food is the best food on the planet. Top 1 cuisine. I love like lamb. I love the spices. I love the white people Indian food, but I like, you know, regular Indian food too. Authentic, I guess is the proper term.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a top 3 for me. But like, Japanese and Italian are up there as well.
Italian's a classic. Nobody can hate Italian.
Yeah.
Japanese is good. I like sushi, but... And obviously Japanese is more
I
than
don't
just
know how to
sushi.
tell you that there's a lot more to Japanese
I
cuisine
know
than
this.
sushi, you idiot.
But sushi's like, I feel like the main thing I have from Japanese cuisine. And it's good. It's not blowing socks
Mexican's
off, but it's
also
good.
excellent. Mexican food is incredible.
Okay, I can't lie, we don't have great Mexican food in Alberta. And I feel like bad Mexican food is quite bad.
Toronto's like Mexican food scene is getting a lot better.
Where the fuck
Thai
are
food
we?
is also incredible.
Maybe Russia?
Not huge on Korean food.
Maybe the Earls? You don't like
It's okay, but
kimchi?
it's not. What?
I got the country. You don't like kimchi?
So when you hear Korean food, you think of fermented cabbage. That's the first thing that jumps to mind.
Yeah?
All right, man.
I like kimchi.
Kimchi is good.
This has to be Scotland, dude. This has to be Scotland.
Donair is not Mexican food. Why are you? What?
What?
I have been to Pi, yeah.
Wait, who said donairs are Mexican food?
Vox Incognita says you're saying that like donairs don't exist and Edmonton isn't the capital of them.
Oh, donairs are amazing, and Edmonton does donairs better than anybody else. But yes, that's not Mexican at all.
Halifax does the best donair, but that's
just
fine.
because you're the original doesn't mean you're the best.
They are indisputably the best.
You've never had an Edmonton donair. You wouldn't
know.
know.
But I've had Calgary and other Alberta.
Bro, there's
donair, and
no
I'm
shot
assuming
you're
they're
talking
similar
about
enough.
Calgary donairs in this stream, bro. Please stop. You're out of your element here, little bro.
Calgary has more higher ranked restaurants than Edmonton does.
Not fucking donair shops, bro. You go to Queen Donair, Jasper Avenue, my god, you'll have the best fucking meal of your life. I promise you that.
In a major? I mean, I could. I don't think it would be good. I don't like gimmicks, and this is a gimmicky event. And I mean, it's done deliberately because that's what they wanted.
This is a hard fucking round of GeoGuessr chat. Can we acknowledge this for a second? This is actually going to be the new format for SI going forward.
I'd quit.
No, you wouldn't. That was a hard
Probably
fucking
wouldn't,
round.
but I'd be very unhappy.
Every round is a chance to grow your bullet count or watch it
Donor and donair are different.
Yeah.
They are very, very similar. They are both like a style of like shaved meat. But donair uses like a garlic sauce.
I don't
with
think
onions and tomatoes.
I don't think they really have donair outside of Canada. I could be wrong on that, but I don't think.
Yeah, donair is a Canadian thing.
Iceland. That was a hard fucking game, dude. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a new one to link.
That's just Riot's logo. That's literally just
Good
Riot's
luck.
logo.
Lost the match and you're out of bullets? This card gives you the chance.
Chat, can we get somebody to pin that, please? Why Canada always think they are so special cuisine-wise? I don't even know what you mean by that.
We don't.
It's just cheese, chips, and
Canadian-
gravy, brother.
I was gonna say Canadian cuisine is like not like there aren't a lot of like uniquely Canadian dishes unless you go into like indigenous culture. Like most of our dishes are just like French and English shit that's just been like spun off.
I feel like we have a lot of stuff that's like imported too. Like in Edmonton, a big like Edmonton cuisine is green onion cakes, which is just like a Chinese dish, but it's still considered like an Edmonton staple brought in by Chinese immigrants.
Yeah, no,
There's the same link.
I'm not arguing.
Okay,
I'm not arguing against our food scene. I think I can't speak to Edmonton, obviously, but Toronto has some of the best food of any city I've ever been to. Like we have basically every single type of cuisine here, and they are all very good. Like very good. Like you could just choose a random country and find a place probably within 10 minutes of you to get it.
Yeah, I feel like that is true of pretty much every big international city.
No, I very much disagree.
What
Like,
city
LA
is
a great
bigger
food-
than-
LA is a great food scene, but it's like it's dominated by like Mexican food, which is excellent.
I feel
But
like if
it's
you
like-
look hard enough in LA, you could get good food of any kind.
Okay, but that's the whole thing. You shouldn't have to look hard enough. The beautiful thing about Toronto is how immediately accessible all of it is.
Okay.
New York has a terrific food scene. London's got a great food scene. Like, but I mean, LA is. I don't see anything spectacular about LA's food scene. New York is the king. Montreal's food scene's good too, but not as good as Toronto. Montreal doesn't have the same like ethnic diversity with food that we do. Do you think that
Yves
Unlimited
Saint
OT should be
Blanchette said
used?
no.
What?
Yves Saint Blanchette said absolutely no international food in Montreal.
Dude, they're drinking beers again. I would like to see in any playoff match, I would like to see unlimited OT, but I think it is not realistic. I think it would be for the best, but
I think if
diabetic beer, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back.
I think unlimited OT becomes a lot more realistic if we just have better schedules that don't put 4 BO3s on a single day.
Yeah, and what money are you going to? Where are you going to find that money?
Listen, I understand it costs more money. I make this argument on my stream all the time because people say exactly this, so I know what you're saying. But I do think, say, SI, for example, one extra day of groups would solve, or one extra day of live stage would solve so many problems. And
Yes,
like
and one extra
day
arena with
would
tickets
solve
and shit like that
so
is like
many
hundreds
problems.
of thousands of dollars, dude.
For sure. And maybe shit got to be moved around in the budget, but like I think it's probably worth it. I don't know the budget. I don't know exactly, what would need to get cut for that. But like, man, I hope it's at least been strongly considered.
We've had an extended break since then. I don't think Wildcard have any excuse for still being down in the dumps about that. At the moment, like all the players have their headsets off and they're just vibing because we've still getting
The arena opens 9 a.m. on Friday. Yeah, like it's ridiculous how long the days end up being.
Like losing that like 4v2 is an easy problem to solve, first of all, and secondly, it's a great problem to have as an inexperienced roster.
How is this game not finished? There have been 14 tech pauses.
Dude, our B-Stream game might start soon. What is the B-Stream game? It's Fnatic Scarz. Fucking kill me, dude. Please, Shaiko, fix your PC. He would listen. Shaiko's game would be working if he had a higher IQ. Okay.
It's not Shaiko. It's Usus.
Doesn't matter. It's Shaiko's low IQ that's causing the problems here. We need to get it fixed ASAP.
You feel like Las Vegas is an underrated food city? Okay, so here's what I will say about Vegas, and I will go to bat about Vegas. Las Vegas, the Strip in particular, has the largest accumulation and concentration of Michelin-starred restaurants in the world. But outside of that, Las Vegas is literally a terrible suburban city with zero culture except for maybe like Fremont area. And the rest of the city just falls off. Yes, you get incredible chefs from around the world who open these stunningly beautiful, expensive, extravagant restaurants in giant hotels that offer you a culinary masterpiece or a culinary experience because, they're just, the restaurants are masterpieces. But beyond that, there's nothing. And Las Vegas is an affront to God and man. If you go outside of the Strip and you try to go around Las Vegas, it is literally just a nondescript desert town that is miserable and full of suffering.
It's kind of wild, like watching the NHL playoffs.
Las Vegas.
I watched the Oilers first round. They play against LA, right? And LA is by no means a hockey town. But you watch the Oilers game when they're playing in LA, and it's full of LA jerseys. There's clearly a lot of LA hockey fans there. There's a huge, hockey culture, even though it doesn't define the city. You go to Vegas, and, half of the fucking fans in the audience are either not wearing jerseys, aren't cheering, or are straight up just Oilers fans. It's crazy how little people, actually are there to support Las Vegas.
I'm actually gonna turn the tables on you here and say that when the Las Vegas Golden Knights were when they expanded, they were the only professional team in Vegas, and Vegas went insane about that team. And just the few times I've been to Vegas, the amount of Golden Knight hats and stickers on vehicles and jerseys you see is crazy. But part of the idea behind moving professional sports to the Strip is that they want to get a ton of tourists to go to the games.
Of course.
The problem is that when playoffs roll around, you get all these tourists who come in with lots of money and they buy up the tickets and they price out the local fans.
I feel like a lot of the local Vegas market, though, got excited with the Vegas for a while. They did really well. They won a cup. Everybody was like, oh my God, Vegas. And now a lot of those OG Vegas fans are kind of over it and moved on. I don't feel like there's really that much passion in the Vegas fan base. And I think that shows when they don't show up to their own playoff games, And it's obviously it's going to be smaller in interest in a Canadian market. But even comparing it to Los Angeles, it's crazy the difference in I don't know, just how many people are there seemingly with no support for the actual game. I don't know, it's wild.
No, I mean all the times I've been in Vegas, that team is very well loved.
Maybe.
But I mean obviously they're getting a baseball team. They just got an NFL team. Rumors that they're going to get a basketball team at some point as well. The most recent rumor I heard was that they're going to expand to Vegas, and then Portland might even get a team too. But then it's how do you balance it with the East? So I have no idea. But to Prodigioso's point, Scarborough, Mississauga, Etobicoke, and Vaughan. Yeah, you also miss Markham. Markham is probably the best food outside of Toronto in the GTA. So People don't realize that like Toronto is a city of 3 million people, but then it's surrounded by cities that comprise an additional 5 million people. Like within a 2-hour drive of Toronto, there's almost 10 million people.
I have an interesting question for you, Parker. And it's
That's
about
more than
Toronto.
your entire stupid province, by the way.
Okay. Where do you define Toronto beginning and ending? Like, what do you think is the boundaries of Toronto, like, culturally?
I mean,
I'm not talking like
Toronto. I consider Toronto to be the mega city, which is that it's capped at Steeles in the north, it's capped at the Humber River in the west, capped at the Rouge River or Rouge Park in the east.
Do you count Mississauga?
Before it hits Pickering, and then what?
Do you count Mississauga?
No, Mississauga is a bedroom community. It's not part of Toronto.
Okay.
Mississauga and Etobicoke border each other. I would say that there are parts of Etobicoke that don't feel like Toronto. Same with parts of Scarborough, but I think like the Yorks, like East York, York, and North York are Toronto enough, and I think that obviously Old Toronto is enough, and most of Scarborough and Etobicoke are too. But like,
what about like Richmond Hill? I'm just looking at the map.
No, that's not part of Toronto. But if you're from like Richmond Hill, if you're from like Ajax, if you're from like Brampton, most of the time you're just gonna be like, yeah, I'm from Toronto.
Right.
Technically, it is considered part of the GTA, which stands for the Greater Toronto Area. It used to be called the GTR, and then they changed it. I don't know why. It used to be the Greater Toronto Region.
Probably jumping on the hype train for Rockstar when they heard GTA 6 was coming out
20 years ago, so I doubt
well,
that.
GTA 6 has been in production for a long time, Parker.
Canada's Wonderland is technically in a city called Vaughan, which is a large Italian-dominated city that's about 20 to 30 minutes north of Toronto. It's got about 350,000 people, and to be specific, Canada's Wonderland is in a part of Vaughan called Maple. What the hell is Hateful Dude even saying? Hey, 2-0s, how are ya?
He's a hateful
just
dude.
Unhygienic and makes you look disgusting. Extra, that statement had only one loser, and that was you, dumbass. Who the fuck are you talking? Oh, you're talking to Extra. I was like,
Extra is the prime degen in my chat. He's an Idaho potato farmer who thinks that watching cricket is a better sport than watching NHL hockey, which just means he's a little slower than the rest of us. But it's okay, you know. We still accept him anyways.
To watch.
Yeah, Extra will get banned in a couple of minutes here. I like.
This is really quite something, isn't it?
This is ridiculous. I like soccer as a concept, but I think soccer has so many stupid fucking rules that get defended by Europeans and South Americans for no reason.
I think soccer is either the most boring sport in the world or tremendously exciting, and there's no in between. And I feel like basketball is in the same boat.
I think the most egregious rule that soccer has is their whole stop clock. Like, I understand soccer was invented 100 million years ago when they didn't have stopwatches, but we have them now. Why don't you fucking use them? You can stop a clock.
We're just gonna add like 3 minutes, but then it ends up being like 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and you're like, okay.
Literally.
Like, we feel like the match should end now.
It's like vibes-based timing. It's like, okay, dude, let's modernize this sport a little bit, please.
Yeah. Speaking of.
You can't interrupt. If the play is interrupted anyways, just stop the clock. What do you mean you can't interrupt the run of play? You could. You actually could, Fluke. Every other sport on the planet has figured out solutions to this problem. But people like soccer fans just don't want to hear it. They think their sport is like special, and it's like it has to have all these archaic fucking rules from the 1300s. It's like, no.
7-minute break. What's going on the other stream?
Is Xenox still in chat? Can somebody tell us what's going on? Can we get an inside scoop?
Next stream goes live in 1 minute, and I think that's Xenox casting. So
he's probably not in our chat, is what you're saying.
I don't think he's in our chat.
All right, well, get ready to watch fucking Scarz. We dropped our best player up against Fnatic. We've got an Italian crazy guy not named Robbie. I did add Starks to my fantasy team because I thought he played nasty yesterday.
It's crazy, like, how dense Rio is. Like, you look at that, and then the only real transit they have in that area are buses.
Are you telling me Rio is not a well-designed city, Parker?
No, it's seemingly like decently designed. It's just that there's not enough transit infrastructure.
Vox Incognita, how did you get it in your mind that I was the ex-pro curler, okay? I am an active pro curler. I haven't played in maybe a decade, but that's a standard length of time for a pro curler to not curl a rock, you know? You can't just add X onto my name. It's like in Siege, you never really retire. Like, I'll be fucking back. I'll hit the rinks one more time. I was a sweeper. I was a sweeping god. And the thing about sweeping, it's not about how hard you sweep. It's about sweeping just right. Do you do much curling, Parker?
I watch curling passively, but I don't. Like, I know the rules, but I don't.
Did you have to play in, like, school and shit?
Sorry?
Did you play in, like, did you have to play in school?
No, I don't even know where the nearest curling rink in Toronto is. I know there's one in Whitby. That's like the Canadian Curling Club or something like that. But I don't know if there's one like in Toronto.
Usually like any big indoor hockey rink will have a curling section that most people don't even know about. Like it's just tucked away somewhere.
Curling is very, very challenging, I've heard. Like very, very tough.
Like physically? I feel like it's not that tough. I feel like it takes a lot of skill, especially if you're the person, like, throwing the rock, basically.
Jesse, respectfully, I have seen you bowl. I don't think you have...
Bowling and curling are very different skills. Bowling and curling are very different skills.
Bowls, his body becomes linguini.
Let's not forget who won bowling when we played at SI that one time, okay? I'm pretty sure that was fucking me.
On 5-pin bowling.
Damn right.
Freak abomination.
Because that's what I grew up with.
I also grew up with it, but then I grew out of it and became a 10-pin bowler like a normal human being.
Yeah, I have not fucking engaged in much bowling in my 20s, okay? I will admit that to you freely, okay? But my fucking skills are still sharp as ever from bowling in high school, okay? Sharp as ever.
When we went to Banff and we went to High Rollers, and I got the video of you bowling, it is objectively one of the funniest videos of you that exists.
I'm not denying this, okay? I'm focusing the conversation back onto the better form of bowling. I think most people would agree, where the ball's really small and the pins are not that many. That's where I thrive. That's my environment. I don't have big hands, Parker. I don't have big hands. Fnatic has been European for over a year, Cookie Kill. I hate to tell you this.
Yeah, Leon Gids was on the team.
Especially in Japan, then they go to events and it's like there's always a little bit of expectation and they just always fall flat.
Yeah, yesterday was pretty flat indeed. Only able to capture the one round against Wildcard on Chalet, and most notably not winning a single.
I feel like it's so odd that Fnatic have been in Rainbow Six Siege for over 7 years, because they have not been relevant in at least 4 of those years. I feel like a lot of non-European Siege fans just don't realize that Fnatic's even in this game.
Do you know who Dallas Green is?
Nope.
So Dallas Green is the guitarist / backup vocalist of Alexis on Fire, and also is the main guy behind the band City and Color. Because Dallas, City, Green, Color. Anyway, I was driving down the street in Toronto yesterday, and he pulled up next to me.
Skyscraper. Parker,
Nobody
nobody fucking knows who that guy is.
What?
Nobody knows who that guy is. That's like, I ran into my buddy Frederick the other day. It's like, okay.
Same thing, dude.
Same thing.
Everybody should know your friend Frederick.
No, the point is nobody knows my friend Frederick, and nobody knows your friend Dallas Green.
Dallas Green is not my friend. He's a famous musician. I just thought it was cool to see him.
Let's rein in the term famous a little bit, please.
You should go check how many monthly listeners Alexis on Fire and City and Color have on Spotify.
I don't care. All right, Skyscraper, a game is finally fucking starting. God save us all. There was one map of this yesterday, but you were fucking asleep in bed, snoozing and schmoozing.
I was
like the part-time streamer you are.
First game was played yesterday.
And yet you don't know that Skyscraper was played once. Interesting. Curious.
Anyway, for those that are curious, Dallas Green drives a fucking Mercedes G-Wagon. So obviously he's doing well. He's doing well enough for himself.
Getting called part-timer by Jesse. It's a rare fucking occurrence. It's rare, but I do get it sometimes, and this is one of those times. All right, Parker, give me your score prediction for this game.
It's cool. Kiwi Mad Dog switched to my channel because of your city and color slander. Look, you've just lost a viewer. Congratulations.
I have no hate towards Dallas Green. I have no thoughts on Dallas Green, as nobody should.
Dallas Green's fame level was the equivalent of your friend Frederick.
Exactly. That's not hating. That's facts. I got nothing against the guy. I got nothing against my buddy Frederick either.
Monthly Spotify listeners?
I don't care how many millions of monthly Spotify followers he has. Okay, it doesn't make him relevant. This is a dope fucking mirror window. This was used by FaZe Clan at the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, this is good.
It goes hallway into the fucking bomb site. This is super unique and new tech.
Yeah. How long have I been growing out my hair? I have not had like short hair since Byrek.
I think this will be a 7-1 for Fnatic. I actually hate Scarz so much.
Fnatic are here to demolish Scarz. It's an early peak.
And they get Sky D.
The last time I had like short hair was fall 2022. Yeah, so I'm meeting with the person who might become the new host of 6 on 6 with me later today.
Spoit? Hoppin' Games, if you show me a pro match from before the 6th Invitational that has that mirror window, I won't ban you in 10 minutes. Good luck.
6th Invitational was 3 months ago, so that is not new.
Limited play time that we have seen thus far. Utility dump here from Fishlake.
Dallas Green? No, I actually sat. Did you hear my Dallas Green story? Or is
Tier 3 does not count.
Unimpactful.
I sat next to Dallas Green at a stoplight yesterday in my car, and he was in his G-Wagon. And I looked over and I was like, oh, it's Dallas Green.
90 seconds left, 5v3. You don't have the capital anymore, so the dislodge potential in terms of on-site.
How you doing, Karos? Nice to see you. Hoppin', nice to see you as well. Master Cheems. Dallas Green is not the new co-host. No.
All right, Hoppin', you're fine.
For those of you that have not heard here, a relatively large, like quite large gaming podcast network reached out to us.
Go into a match with that mindset that you mentioned from talking to Safers, where we want a
What were you thinking there, Wishoy? Like, what the fuck was that?
I'm telling you, 7-1, and that's generous. Generous.
Dude, you know Deepak is on backstairs. He killed another person from that exact same spot. That's exactly where an SAS is going to play. They're going to sit on those stairs with a shotgun and the SMG. Whether it's a smoke or a mute, it doesn't really fucking matter. It's usually a smoke, but who cares? You don't drone in. You take 5 years to smash a barricade because you miss it half the time, and then you just blindly rappel in bottom of black stairs.
It's just one round, but you can only play what's in front of you. And you can
anyway, for those that are interested, Troy won't be able to commit to 6 on 6 with any regularity because of his schedule on Shopify Rebellion. So I have been, with his permission obviously, been looking for a new permanent co-host. If Troy can join us, then he will come on as a third. There are a couple other people that I've debated bringing on as a third just for funsies for a couple like episodes. I think the idea of it bringing on a new guest every single week is gone. But there is somebody that I've got in mind. I put down a couple names, and this is you know, this is something where I'm pretty confident in the person that I've selected, and Troy is as well.
Text me who it is. I want to know. I won't leak. Well,
it's, Jinxie.
If someone links for 10 subs, if someone gifts 10 subs, I leak.
It's actually, I'm gonna have Jinxie on it.
You're a bitch. You know that? I just want you to know that you're a bitch.
Receiving end of the scoreline in day one. That's 7-1. We didn't see a 7-0 yesterday. So there's every world in which we could potentially see.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I thought about it being Jesse, but Jesse's not a player or somebody involved in like the playing aspect. So
Wildcard look good.
it's important that the other host be like a player or somebody involved with the comp, be it like a coach or an analyst.
I'm gonna make my own podcast. I'm gonna call it 7 on 7. It's gonna be me and it's gonna be Jigsy, and we're gonna talk about all the comp news and moves and insights that you need. So come check it out. Starting up next week, 7 on 7 to wherever you get your podcasts.
If we go through with the agreement that's been put before us, yes, it would be a new episode every single week. It would be about an hour and a half to 2 hours. It would not be streamed live. It would be pre-recorded and edited, and then it would go up on like all social media and podcast platforms. But I mean, there would be contractual obligations here. So it wouldn't just be like, yeah, we're going to do it. And then we do like a week. And then Troy's like, hey, so I'm not free the next 3 weeks. And I'm like, well, I'm not free like 2 weeks after that. And it's like, okay, well, the next episode's going to be in 6 weeks. And then we just forget about it. This would literally be us like signing a contract. We'd be getting paid. There'd be like a producer for the show, like that sort of thing. So
I did see
on an episode. I mean, I don't have a problem with you coming on an episode.
Yeah, not really any fault.
It just depends on the focus and scope of what we're talking about. What'd you say, dude? Scarz honestly look like they've never played this game in their lives.
I'm so happy I got Sarks on my fantasy team, bro.
Yeah, High Bear's great. I like High Bear.
I love High Bear. I saw his Siege Center in my recommendations this morning. I think that was his first episode ever. He was with Happy. I don't know if Happy is going to be a permanent guest for High Bear or not, but it was basically a recap show of the thing. I've thought a lot about like doing podcasts and recap shows and stuff like that, but I think it's very hard to make them popular. Like a lot of people, a lot of Siege talent have tried to do podcasts and or are trying to do podcasts, and I think they found limited success with them, and I don't think I could do it any better, frankly. Because I just don't know that there's a huge appetite for stuff like that.
I mean, there is. I mean, like, when we were regularly doing stuff, we were averaging,
you guys
like,
were a
well
successful
over,
podcast, for sure.
I was going to say, yeah, like, we were getting well over 10K an episode.
But
like, with
everybody else who's ever tried it has not really found anywhere near that level of success.
Like, honestly, a lot of the podcasts I see that go up get, like, 1,000 views, maybe 2,000 views tops. And it's like, not that there's anything wrong with that. Like, that's still a tremendous amount of people, but like, it's hard to justify all that time and effort for you to effectively get nothing out of it, right?
B-Leaguers was good too. When I was like a fucking painter, would listen to B-Leaguers every day on my way to like the fucking job site to go paint some industrial factory. I did love B-Leaguers. I don't know how popular it was though. I think it was more popular than the podcast today.
It was only on like Spotify, right? Was it on YouTube?
I don't think it was on. I listened to it on Spotify. I don't know if it was on YouTube.
There was no visual component. Like,
certainly not. No,
cams, right?
No, I did really like B-Leaguers back in the day, though.
The Logic Bomb podcast, and then whatever they changed names, right? Or whatever, Hot Breach and then Logic Bomb.
Yeah.
With like originally like Rogue 9, Get Flanked, and Pete. I really liked that one, and then obviously Get Flanked had the Pro and the Potato, and I thought the Pro and the Potato was really good too. Obviously the fallout between Rogue 9 and like Pete and Flanked, and then obviously Flanked took like a ton of heat for that.
Falcons game is on.
Just like now he works for Ubisoft. So
guys, we don't have to watch Fish Like. I repeat, we do not need to watch Fish Like. Alert. Good point from Chad as well. Fet's podcast, the 1v1 podcast, has done very well as well. I mean, Fet's a very good content creator who's brought a lot of new ideas to the space. And
I also didn't even know Fet had a podcast, to be honest. Super's one was good too. Is the Super Says whatever?
Yeah.
If Super says it, but he doesn't really have time anymore.
Yeah, Super's not very consistent with it at all.
Well, he can't be. Got other things on the go. And honestly, that was the bigger issue that I had too. Like like during COVID, it was perfect. I could do it whenever Troy wanted. Like we basically just did it around his schedule. But now it's like, I have a life. I'm working like just a part-time job just to get me out of the house while we're in between. And then when I'm casting, I don't really want to be recording content that regularly, especially on like the only days Troy could ever do were Saturdays. And it's like, I don't really want to do like something that takes up the middle of my Saturday. That is so bad. Look at that. Like that should just not be allowed. That should be illegal.
Spiker. No, honestly,
I don't think the hatred towards flanked was anywhere near warranted, by the way.
I
don't
never
have any intimate
really
knowledge of
read
the
into
Rogue 9 flanked situation, but I am friends with both men, and I have, you know, very little interest in wading into that. It's a situation where I don't know any details that are, you know, that aren't public. And it's like, I think with these types of situations,
please
the
find
Licky
Licky
Fac. And
please don't die to Licky Fac.
I like Rogue 9. And I like
good
Flank.
drone.
No problem with either of them, and I don't really feel the need to wade into that stuff.
Licky Fac could have been so deadly there, but that was a great drone to find him. It was a heads-up drone play.
What was Pete's actual handle, by the way? I always forget. He basically quit all social media.
They have 2 nitros for this Monty, though. And they have him on a yokai cam. I mean, that's good. That's good. Kanzen Yankari.
No, that's you. Dude, Kanzen's nuts.
I love that guy. Dragging a wildcard through this game. Dude, that was a very long rehost, and we've kept all of our stat lines except for uses. I guess they just didn't have to rehost. It's a good sign, though. This is insane that they're winning this round. Kanzen just flipped it entirely on its head. Yeah, they had Raptors control, but otherwise, I mean, they were literally being stared at by that yokai for over, like, a full minute. There was 2 nitros to stop a Monty plant. The yokai doesn't even matter. Like, there's still 30 seconds. Yokai's still up, surprisingly, but...
You just cast him now, or...?
No, I'm just talking about the game. Dude, where is Kanzen and Baby Shark?
Why are we just watching Leaky Fac? Why are the cams wrong?
Wait, in Rainbow Six Siege, the players' cams are wrong? Jesus, that's a great clutch by Brede.
That was just Brede doing Brede.
I wish the fucking Monty played closer with his teammates, though. Like, Kanzen was really far back on that.
Yeah, there's some question marks in chat, everybody.
Yeah. But still fucking hype from Brede.
Get Flanked works for Ubisoft. I don't know how many of you know that. But, like, Get Flanked is, like, legit a Ubi employee. Like, that's a big part of why he doesn't do content anymore, is because he got, like, just a regular job. I don't think people know that. So he's at, like, every event. He's just much lower profile because he doesn't want to do content creation. He just wants to, like, spend time with his family and work, which, you know, is, like, that's the dream. Well, less work. Spending time with the family is the dream. Working enough so you can spend time with the family that's the dream.
How long do you think, Parker, it'll be till you get a real job?
Jesse, we work a real job.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like a 9 to 5.
Hopefully never.
Okay.
Early rounds are very, very, very good. Keep that up.
Be careful of the first picks.
Yeah.
Kind of hyped for Justin, his first time being a head coach on LAN.
What does the HTX stand for on their jersey?
Whose jersey?
There's like an HTX on the Wildcard jersey, and part of me makes me think that it's like hat tricks or something like that because the logo is like a jester's hat. Apparently it stands for Houston, Texas.
Oh, yeah.
So fucking stupid. Why would you put that on your jersey?
When Amaranth bought it, they rebranded to be like a Houston-based org. They kind of added that into their identity.
Okay.
So obviously we listen to Wildcard for most of it. They're the ones that are disadvantaged. They have a lot of work to do. Let's not forget as well that round.
And Tara, I'm sure you've thought of this, but have you thought about trying to get into the esports industry as a commentator? Yeah, you know, I have. Actually, I have thought about that.
I have a buddy who took that route. He was like a TF2 caster / low levels like tier 2 CS caster. He went into casting baseball. He currently casts for the Victoria Harbor Cats or whatever they're called, which is like the Canadian tier 2 league or whatever for baseball.
Didn't even know we had that.
Yeah, I didn't either. It's not a particularly crazy good gig, but I mean, he's still working like in sports as commentator.
I mean, fuck, like Jonah does like low-level
Yeah.
like, college stuff and all that jazz, and he makes a living off of it. Like Jays Wills.
Yeah, Jays Wills
He
does.
like pickleball and spike ball and stuff like that. and,
Yup.
I mean, it pays the bills. Like.
Yeah, he casts pickleball, spike ball, and then he does like replays or something for like a real sport, for like baseball or something.
Jonas sounds like every courtside NBA reporter.
He's got a great sports commentating voice.
Yes, he does. You can't teach that.
Dude, Dash just got absolutely shit on.
Yeah, you should have been better.
Old Monty
Cams
doesn't
are
lose
wrong. Casting the WWE would be great. I honestly have heard people tell me before that one of the closest casters to me is Michael Cole. When people try to compare like a person's casting to another like prominent caster, I have received the Michael Cole from WWE comparison from enough different people that I start to think there might be some truth to it. You see a bit of Joe Rogan in me? Don't ever say that again. Also, yeah, shields got like weakened, remember? Like shields are
No, I know, that's
strong.
what I said. Shields are still strong, but they're not as strong as they were. I think we're still in a shield meta.
Our shared chat is saying that apparently it's that my politics and Joe Rogan's politics align, which, you know, well.
Well, you always talk about how, like, vaccines are something you should be skeptical of. Like, you do talk about that, like, a lot.
Let me do some DMT and eat deer meat and then not take vaccines. No, I've gotten the Michael Cole comparison where it's like apparently when I cast and Michael Cole casts like WWE and stuff, apparently we sound similar, which I think Michael Cole's great at his job, so I take that to be, you know, a compliment. So it's good, Ben, that you said I'm not a complete idiot. I think it's very important that you say I'm not a complete idiot.
Ben's always keeping it at 100.
Ben keeps it 100.
Okay, I fear this might be the end of Spiker's time against Team Falcons. I fear there's 20 seconds and there's a million toxic babes and Goyo canisters and fucking gas pipes that are somewhat stuffing this push, you could say.
I'm a terrible actor, but thank you.
Dude, get your exit frags though, Spiker. Pop off. Okay, well.
Game on the line. Bye-bye. All right, back to Scarz.
Back to fish-like, baby. I'll pay out channel points, too.
It's 4-0 Fnatic.
Dude, I'm telling you, 7-1 was generous.
Dude, in 4 rounds, Scarz has 5 kills.
A lot of the talk was, is the team that can do well enough in EU, qualify for events, is this team at that point? And so
I would never go on Fox News. I did go on the Canadian equivalent of Fox News, which was called Sun News, which is based off of The Sun, which Brits will obviously know about. I went on it to talk about progressive issues. I was on like their evening show back when I was still in politics, but it wasn't to agree with them.
I'm going to be right back, Parker. I leave you with fish-like.
God, thank you, man.
And it's looking likely that 6-0 half could.
You think we need to have a conversation about APAC?
But at the end of the day,
APAC is tricky for a number of reasons. So APAC's geographical isolation is going to hurt them. In games like Overwatch or PUBG Mobile or League, etc., there are more than enough players to sustain the ecosystem without needing to involve other regions. In a game like Rainbow Six Siege and a lot of tactical shooters, you don't have that same player base, right? Like the amount of people in like Japan, China, Korea, etc. that play like Call of Duty or like CS is quite low. Like CS obviously is a different beast. It's played everywhere. But like Rainbow Six only ever really took off in Japan. Rainbow Six was not popular outside of Japan. Now, if it expands to China, I could see this game doing decently well in China, not just because it's popular, but because China just obviously has 1 billion people. But by and large, there just aren't enough teams and players to maintain a healthy and thriving community over there, and that's, you know, very evident when they do like open quals in Korea and like literally 3 teams sign up. It's brutal. It's very, very brutal. So if you're an APAC team, the only way that you are going to excel outside of just sheer luck and hard work is to literally go and play in other regions. The problem is that this becomes a bit of like a feedback loop where it's like APAC is bad, so big orgs don't come in, so there's no money, so there's no money to boot camp, and now APAC is bad. And then it just keeps going around in a big circle. So when APAC has smaller orgs with lower budgets, and some of the players like have to work part-time jobs because they can't afford to just dedicate their time to Siege, you're never going to have them be on the same level as the other regions. And if the game isn't well adopted in those countries, they just will not have the player base to sustain it. And it's just like, it's bad. And Ubisoft has tried multiple times to drum up interest in APAC. You know, creating an APAC super region that was supposed to be on LAN. I don't know how much of this is public, by the way, but I guess I can talk about it now because it was so long ago. I don't know if this was public. Basically, they wanted to have a LAN league in Japan where they brought like 2 teams from Southeast Asia, 2 teams from Australia, 2 teams from Japan, and like 2 teams from Korea. And they had like a big super region league. That might be public, I don't know. COVID happened and it wasn't possible to do that, so everything kind of imploded. Which is, again, goes back to what I said yesterday when I said, like, you know, COVID disproportionately hurt Rainbow Six compared to other esports because, like, literally 2020 was supposed to be the year our esport broke open, and then the whole world shut down for like 2 to 3 years.
Personally, I think this is FearX's year.
But no, so there was supposed to be like a LAN league in Japan that was like all of like the top teams were going to be there, and it was going to be like on LAN. Obviously didn't happen, and then COVID made it really, really difficult, and APAC kind of languished, and the only real good team during COVID was Damwon Kia. But beyond that, APAC has been an also-ran region since like Fnatic and Nora Rengo, you know, were finishing towards the top of, you know, SI 2019. So it sucks, and now there's just like there's not a lot of interest. Like Rainbow Six Siege is not played very well in Asia, and people have moved on, and it's like Ubisoft continues to throw money at APAC to try and like help it, but it just doesn't work. So
no catch, and so
I'm not breaking an NDA because that was like 5 fucking years ago, and that was under a completely different TO. So there's no NDA for me to break there. I guess I can just talk about that. But
maybe look to spearhead things a little bit here with the Shield.
Should mention, by the way, Falcons did end up winning on the A stream.
I feel like people are somewhat overhyping China. Like, it could be good and it could be a scene, but like I think I would be surprised if China ended up being like competitive at any point in time.
Didn't they do like didn't they do a show match where they had 2 Chinese players and they were incredible? How many flawless rounds are we gonna see, by the way? This will be what, 3, 4?
I don't fucking know, man. They had Diffuse Kit too. This is unwinnable. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, there's like, you know, you do have some Chinese talent like Reaps and like Mentalist. And I'm sure there are good Chinese players, but like at the end of the day, I don't know if Siege is gonna get popular enough.
Mentalist from China or from Hong Kong?
He's from China. He's from Xi'an.
Okay.
I think Jackson gets another here.
Pretty sure he played most of his career in like Singapore or Malaysia or something else. But
in Singapore, yeah, he moved to Singapore.
Yeah.
He's on that old Airwolf team.
Yeah, but he's from China mainland.
6-0, what a flawless half from Fnatic.
But the job's not done, right?
Job is not done.
We'll see, though. I do appreciate, like, Mentalist's team specifically, even when they were playing under Joel, just, like, they're very much trying to pull in the Chinese support, Chinese viewership, Chinese fan base. Like, Mentalist during SI was doing all of his bootcamp streams on Weibo. He was streaming, like, in Mandarin. Now, obviously, they got picked up by Weibo. The esports org, not the streaming platform.
If you want, you could. If you feel
the I was gonna say,
and also, do you ban?
It obviously bodes well that a giant Chinese org is coming in to pick up a team.
For sure. And I mean, JDG picked up a team too. Now they didn't pick up a team that is actually going to play in any tournament, so I don't know why they picked up that team. But
what else do you get rid of?
Genji is not a Chinese org.
So no
Right, they're Korean.
They're a Korean org, yeah. It might be a Chinese org, but like all their teams are Korean. I don't know what like the.
If you 7-0, an extra 2 bullets, sorry.
I'm pretty sure they're co-owned American Korean.
They have a huge presence in America now.
I feel like isn't Gen G like, because obviously their logo is like kind of two parts, like white and gold or something. I thought that was always supposed to represent like Korea and America. I might be making this up.
I wonder what kind of implications.
I thought it was like co-owned by like a Korean guy and American guy or some shit.
No idea.
Avoiding potentially.
They play any other FPS games in China than Crossfire? Yes, China plays like every FPS game.
Yeah, they're really good at like PUBG. They
PUBG is great.
Really good at
I mean,
Valorant.
like, they've had a couple top tier CS teams. They're
I
really
don't
big in Valorant.
Have their CS teams ever been good? I feel like they're like the equivalent of like APAC and Siege.
Tyloo was a top 10 team for a number of years, but
Okay.
I don't think they ever won any tournaments.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
So maybe similar to like Norarengo-ish in Siege.
It doesn't matter if it's 7-0 or if it's 7-5.
Sure.
A win is a win, but in this instance, you get more.
If Fnatic wins 7-0, they get 2 extra bullets. Yes. If Fnatic wins
Yeah, Jake just
7-0,
said that on stream. Yeah.
they go up to 8 bullets, which would put them first in the tournament.
For a 6-0 into a potential 7-0. I feel like we're doing the SI Grand Final again.
Korea is pretty goated at Minecraft Hunger Games. That's where the top talent in Korea goes. All the would-be Siege players end up playing Minecraft Hunger Games. I'm sure you understand.
This is going to be, I fear, a long day, by the way.
Yeah, the tech pauses on A-Stream really fucking boned us. And we're only at the very start, so there could absolutely be more.
Some big impact there for Scarz to maybe find a pick, throw that out through a window, get someone. Scarz have really just got to get this first kill.
Scarz have really got any game, Jake. Like, they just got to get anything. They got to get more than 5-6 kills.
That is insane. They
7 kills.
barely have enough kills to win one round if they all happened in the same round.
Ruby and Jaxu have been able to manipulate themselves.
Beloved, thank you for the brand new Twitch Prime sub. This is my charm. Since you are a new subscriber, this charm will appear in your inventory. Isn't that super cool? I know it's very cool. Don't worry, chat. I'm covering up gameplay that is so awful.
Wait, Scarz are winning! Scarz are winning!
Just makes things a little more difficult for Fnatic seeking that.
Scarz are winning! Oh my god, they're gonna get around. It's actually really bad for Fnatic, because they do lose those bullets.
Dreadful. Oh, they bottled the ace Selma charge shit, so I mean...
Yeah, that makes it really fucking hard.
That was Fnatic being like, yeah, we got these bozos, they suck. And then realizing that it's still skyscraper defense, boys. Like...
Yep. This should not be throwable.
Otherwise, it's really going to peter out this
from
time.
Scarz.
I'm going to continue to hype it up. 60 seconds.
Although this guy wants to
Lucy
swing.
just said, I'm so glad we get to watch Fish-like instead of Troy or Spoit. Yeah, man. Thank you very much, by the way, beloved. Letro, how are you? Nice to see you. Welcome on in. EpiPen, nice to see you. Definitely Memory, nice to see you as well.
They don't get 8, but 6. Yeah, they'll still get up to 6. They could have gotten 8.
By the way.
There's no fucking way. This should not be winnable. If Scarz played this well, this should not have been winnable. Like, you actually just have to trade anything. They had better positioning, good crossfires, and Sarks is 1 HP.
It's literally just this fight. If Deepak dies here, it's over.
Dude, I'm actually gonna lose it, bro. Are you joking, Scarz? Tyopia to be 007 and lose this game. This is fucking embarrassing. Dude, I have no fucking words. Get Scarz out of here, dude. I'm so done with this team. I don't think Scarz will ever make an international event again. I'm so annoyed with this team.
That's honestly, I'm not even exaggerating. That's one of the worst games of Siege I have seen at a top level
Dude,
in years.
Don't forget,
years.
Right before this tournament, they dropped the best player APAC has seen in like 5 years. They literally had the statistically best APAC player in years, and they dropped him right before this event. They just said, nah, Nino, we don't fucking need you. Ridiculous, dude.
So
ridiculous.
I will say, whenever I see something like that, I never think it's about performance. It's always something goes on behind the scenes that makes them drop
but like, dude, figure it out, man. Like, he is the only saving grace of your team. if I'm Scarz management, drop the other 4. Like, I don't care. Nina was the only person doing anything for this team.
You're having problems, etc. Like, you got to get rid of them. It sucks, but like that's just the way it goes.
I don't fucking know, man. And then the fact that they replaced him with a guy who has literally been retired for 2 years and is only coming back now is even more egregious.
No, I think that's great.
Their tactical timeout was unimpactful, and they weren't able to correct on what they saw in the first.
Nina was a baiter, though. Bro, it doesn't matter, dude. Stats like that is like you work around the baiter. You figure it out. I will drink, though.
It looks like they put Jake on a box. The height discrepancy is
Yeah,
not as noticeable.
they probably did.
They definitely put him on like a small box.
Yep.
Look what we can do when we're in sync. This is a team, of course, with 2 new players.
Really high IQ. Really high IQ.
All right, well,
But, you know, if you look at these things,
might do a little Geo here.
Could you imagine if we had to endure a 30 to 40 minute tech pause for that?
Holy.
Yeah, would you enjoyed that?
Yeah, you know, I don't know if I would have. Okay,
Yeah,
what?
I can't believe they turned around a 5v2 on the most defensive map with no wall control either. They had to vault in. Like, that's crazy.
Dude, it's actually embarrassing. Their positioning was so good, too.
That round made me have a stroke.
Like, sometimes you're in a 2v5, but, like, the 5 players are, like, not in that good position, so, like, there is an opening there for the 2 players to, like, group up and make something happen. No. Dude, they literally had all the positioning in the world on Scarz. They had players black stairs. They had players below. They had players fucking inside the site. They had players to watch the geisha jump in. Doesn't matter. All of them failed.
Dude, Nomus is being such a fucking hater.
What's Nomus saying?
Nomus is hating, dude.
Terra just wants to disagree. You do.
Not true. Interro, are you happy that you don't have to be the face of CJX at this event? I was already the face of CJX, actually, when I did the CJX showcase. And for a brief window of time, I was the most viewed face on Twitch.television. Sorry, Twitch.
So the next games will be BDS Furia. Which...
Hold on a second. It must be cold in there. Look at Jack's nipple.
Bro.
Remember when I said it was too hot in there? I bet you they backed up an AC truck. And now Jack could cut diamonds with that.
It'll be BDS Furia and then Loud Secret on the B stream.
Loud Secret might be an entertaining game.
Yeah, I agree.
What did you say the other one was? BDS what?
BDS Furia. That one could be good too.
Furia should dummy them.
They should. BDS played well yesterday though. They got 5 rounds against FaZe.
I was actually looking at Jack's shirt, and his hard nipple was so distracting that I had no choice but to make a comment on it. Gaston's lost all this weight, and he hasn't even used Ozempic. Very proud of him.
Gaston's a grinder.
Dude, he is not sponsored by Ozempic.
Nope. If he was the host of the NHL, he would be.
Is Ron McLean on Hockey Night in Canada ever talk about Ozempic?
I don't know if he specifically ever talks about it, but there's ads around him.
Scarz is here because they are one of the partnered teams, because every region has to have some level of, if not outright parity, then as close to parity as you're going to get. I actually don't know how many APAC teams have R6 tier spots. 4?
Five. Thank you for the Prime.
Fives_5. Thank you for subscribing to Jesse with Prime Gaming. Welcome to the chicks.
Welcome to the chicks. 5.
Welcome to the chicks. Ives_5.
Now with that new Prime subscription, you won't have to watch the ads. Isn't that fantastic? I think so.
I'm gonna run an ad.
Wow. There's no surviving that as a roster. I fear that Scarz might just end up being a friend team that stick together. But this is the best thing that's happened to Cyclops Athlete Gaming in decades. So
apparently I cannot run an ad.
Get owned. Australia doesn't have a team? Yeah. They gave 2. So they had the APAC partner spots. There was 5. They gave 2 to Japan, 2 to Korea, and 1 to Brazil. The 3 pillars of APAC. The 3 pillars that hold up APAC: Japan, Korea, Brazil.
And Fnatic beat Scarz 7-0.
Here's a philosophical question for you, Parker.
Okay.
Do you consider Elevate to be an APAC team?
I mean, the org itself is from all over.
Yep.
It plays in APAC, but all the players are Brazilian.
Yep.
I mean, technically they are an APAC team because they're playing in APAC, so that should just settle the debate.
Okay.
But like, that's just like that would be like a technicality. Like,
Right.
oh, they you know, like that's what they are. In terms of like actual like theory and vibes, like no, they're not an APAC team at all.
I agree. I would say that they are not they are not an APAC team, but obviously they play in APAC, and if you want to talk about the best team in the APAC league, you could talk about them, but I would not consider them to be an APAC team.
Somebody said that the game was so fucking bad that the highlight was me doing my ad read for the charm.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. You mean this charm, the Interro charm that is available for the low price of just a single subscription? You mean that one? Yo, Blacklight follows me on Twitter. Do you think I should DM them and try to get a free chair?
You already got a free chair from Razer.
Yes, but the other chair that I have is a Herman Miller, and I actually don't like it.
You don't like your Herman Miller chair? Everybody glazes that chair.
So the lumbar support is too far down, and I feel like because of the way that the Embodies like platform under your legs is designed, it like slopes forward, and it honestly always feels like I'm falling off my chair. I hate it.
I'm just a humble common folk, so I've never tried the Herman Miller. I'm not a Toronto rich elite, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. I've tried the Aeron, and I liked it better, but I mean, like, I'm not gonna go out and spend like $1,000 on it if they'll just send me a free gaming chair. Like,
how do y'all afford living in Canada? I just live in Edmonton. I just live in one of the cities that is not ridiculously expensive. It's getting worse, but it's nowhere near like Toronto, Vancouver.
I mean, we are in late stage capitalism. This is where the everyday people end up with less purchasing power because all the money flows upwards. This is quite literally capitalism doing what capitalism is designed to do. And if you don't put guardrails or regulations on it, it will continue to worsen. So, what happened in the last game? Fnatic played T-Hunt for about 25 minutes.
No, this is food. This is beans. Someone put beans inside the computer.
Dude, why was that notification so late?
I'm exploiting capitalism by running my own business. My
That's
own business
a
is literally just
4-minute
me.
late notification.
I am my own business. There's a single employee who works for my business, and that is me. Are you doing anything to entertain the chat? Because I have to use the bathroom.
I can, yeah. Edmonton's too expensive. You stayed in a hotel in Fort Saskatchewan. You visited the city. I don't know if I've ever actually been to Fort Saskatchewan. I know it's right there, but like, I don't really go north of the city very often, let alone northeast. But I'm pretty sure it's just like a very industrial city, right? Yeah, I can't say I've ever even driven through Fort Sask. I don't know. Edmonton's a big city, so like obviously it will be somewhat expensive, but
I'm an entrepreneur.
It's all relative. The best part of watching on youtube.com/JesseJake is that you don't need to subscribe to not get ads while getting the Jesse Jake experience. And Sly, that's so true. That's so true. I'm going to paste your message into chat because Nightbot clapped you for posting that link. So I'm just going to paste it for you. How's the YouTube stream doing? YouTube stream peaked at 29 viewers. After the game ended, it's gone down a little bit. Shout out to everybody watching on the YouTube stream. I'm sorry I never interact with your chat. But, you know, this is the experience on YouTube. Chatters go to Twitch. Lurkers can stay on YouTube. FearX beats G2, yeah. FearX G2 is going to be a fun fucking game, man. That's going to be a fun game. I don't think it's coming up next, right? Because it's an A-stream game and A-stream's behind. Oh, no, it is a B-stream game. Oh, my mistake. No, that should be very fun. Because obviously, BNK FearX eliminated G2 from the Copenhagen Major early last year. Probably the greatest embarrassment of G2's entire time in Siege. if we're being real. So should be good. And BNK FearX, since beating G2 9 months ago in Copenhagen, have not beaten a single other non-APAC team, with the one exception is I think they beat an Argentinian team in Montreal. So that's not technically a true stat, but Argentina is basically APAC. Does anyone know what BNK is? Not a clue. Do I think Shopify will take time to click? I don't think they'll take too much time because they're not making a big change. Like, they're just adding one player. They're just adding Spoit. The other 4 guys were all playing together for a while before this. And Spoit's already, like, in Toronto doing boot camps and stuff with them. Like, maybe they will take some time to click and to get into drive, but, like, Spoit has been practicing with that team for, like, I don't know, how long? Like, a month or something? And then, like, they don't even have to play in their first official game for, like, a whole another month. So they have a lot of time to work through any rough patches. So I think Shopify will come into the gates pretty strong. Please elaborate on Argentina being an APAC. I mean, nothing deeper than just that they're bad at Rainbow Six Siege. That's all. Scarz have not tweeted yet. Really? Fabian tweeted, Scarz are so bad. Dude, they are.
Did you see Shaiko's most recent tweet?
No, what did Shaiko tweet?
So Shaiko tweeted somebody tweeted something about like Shaiko having like a 30 IQ play, and Shaiko did like this slobbering guy putting the square peg in the circular hole.
What I do see that.
It's so funny.
I'll show chat.
It's incredible.
That's awesome. So what do the standings look like then? Who's in danger of getting... I guess Scarz are down to 2 bullets. Scarz might be the only team to end up 1v1ing tomorrow. But they could also just only gamble 1 and guarantee that they stay alive. But they do get first pick of opponents, I suppose. So maybe they would gamble too. Gunnar tweeting that Fnatic paid Scarz. Bro, I don't think you have to pay Scarz to play like that, man. Who would Scarz pick to try to win? Dude, they should pick CAG Osaka. Deadass. Like, they have a fucking half-decade of history of beating Cyclops. That's like the one thing they do well, historically, is winning in Japan. They need to just pick their Japanese rivals and try to get the dub. Because did they choose their opponent last time? I think they did, right?
No idea.
Is there a way to find? I don't know. So Fnatic are up to 8. So they're actually not in first because they lost their first game.
Welcome back, everybody, to Reload in Rio.
No, Fnatic. Wait.
Just move on with that name.
Yeah, Scarz literally got first choice yesterday, and they chose Fnatic, and they lost. They got 7-0'd. Jesus.
And it happens not far away from where we are in Rio de Janeiro.
We sit and play video games all day.
Honestly.
What do you think I do?
Chat, tell us.
That is tough to get 7-0'd when you literally had your choice of any of the 19 teams to play against.
All right, chat. While they're doing their death segment, I'm going to throw on an ad for 1 minute, and then I'm going to go try to make a coffee and come back. So,
if you don't want to watch the ad,
Marty, nice to see you. Radical Riley, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back. I will be back in just a moment.
If you don't want to watch the ad, you come to twitch.tv/JustAJChick and we'll play some GeoGuessr. Welcome. You'll join Interro stream to watch the ad. All right, you know what? Do whatever makes you happy. I'm going to play some GeoGuessr real quick here. This is the GeoGuessr game that chat already played. All of Twitter's raging at Scarz. Yeah. Chat, I asked you a channel point prediction. Do I beat chat? I'm going to give you 60 seconds to gamble your channel points. Do you think I will have the #1 score in GeoGuessr after I play this game?
then you take so much advance on the other team. That extra 2 could be the difference between
Go ahead, gamble on the GeoGuessr performance. It's score-based, so its closeness is best. I beat chat last time I played earlier today. I don't know how many chatters actually have played this seed. I often don't beat chat, I have to admit, but I don't think any of the good GeoGuessr players are in chat today. No offense. I know Swamp Tomato was in chat earlier, and Swamp is decent, but I think Swamp is slightly worse than I am. No offense to Swamp. Swamp and I are similar levels, probably. Most people believe in me. I appreciate that. I appreciate the believers. I'm going to do this for you. It's about 60-40 here. Cash is here. Cash, you're not one of the good GeoGuessr players. I hate to tell you this, brother. You're not the worst in chat, but you're when I talk about good players. Oh, Kimmix is good. Kimmix is good too. All right, let's see how it goes. Here we go. Oh, this is a bad start for me. I feel like this is just a random ass highway in Russia, probably. No, I don't think it's Russia, actually. These bollards aren't Russian. The vibe was initially Russian. I don't think it's Russia. It's definitely Europe. European bollards will always screw me. This is going to be a bad start. There's no EU stickers that I can see clearly. I might go like Romania. I'm going to go Romania here. I'm really not confident. Let's check the car real quick. Make sure it's not like Ukrainian car. No. I don't know. This is a really tough one. Eastern Europe is a rough spot for me. And it was not even Eastern Europe. Okay. Okay. That's fine because we're going to nail these next 4. This looks like Peru. Immediately Peru vibes, you know? Could be like Ecuador. Could be Bolivia. Kind of gets more Bolivian vibes, actually. I'm not 100% on the license plate difference between Bolivia and Peru, to be honest with you. I kind of want to go Bolivia. It's so green, though. I'm going to go Bolivia, but near Peru. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, because I always pop off at the end. I'm like the Edmonton Oilers, how I come back with this shit, and we're back in Europe. You got to be joking. You've genuinely got to be joking. Rozanka. Rozanka? That sounds Polish. You've got the Z with a little thing over top of it. The Poles love their Zs. Rozanka. It's a small town. I feel like Western Poland is a little bit more mountainous. Rozanka. Because most of Poland is very flat. This is not flat at all. I feel like the southern part of Poland is actually more mountainous. Rozanka. Some R towns over here. I'm gonna send it. Pretty good. Hey, did we not clock southern Poland? That's a good pull. That is actually a good pull. I'm never finding Rozanka there. It's too small of a town, but that is a good score. Okay, that starts a comeback. This just has to be Denmark, I fear. We're flat as a pancake. We've got dashed road lines, which are a Scandinavian thing, and this dude's on a bike, and Denmark is like the second highest bikes per capita of anyone. I don't know what we're growing here. That almost looks like a warmer crop than what Denmark would have. It does feel a little warm to be Denmark, but I gotta go with my gut here. There's a guy on a bike. I gotta go with my gut. I'm not sure if this is winnable, chat. This will just be India, I think. God damn it. Maybe if I 5K on India. I don't fucking know. I definitely lost, dude. I definitely lost. Oh, no. I lost to Extra, bro. Are you kidding? Fuck. All right. Shout out to the haters. That was one of my worst games of all. Well, not of all time. That was a below average game, though. I can't lie. God damn it, dude. God damn it. All right, GG's. I'll give you a new link. I'll pay out to the haters, too. Cherub Chairman's actually eating off of that. Oh, no. I might be the Scarz of GeoGuessr. Oh, no. All right. I'll get you guys a new challenge. We'll play again next time. Thoughts on the game last night and when Oilers getting rid of Stuart Skinner? Oh, I'm copying the wrong thing. For some reason, sometimes GeoGuessr just doesn't copy. I don't think the game last night was Skinner's fault. The third goal was kind of egregious. But the bigger, like, blunder last night was the fucking change. Or no, the second goal I think was egregious. Because the line change was the third goal. That shit should have never happened. What's up, Ciata? Good to see you. M80 lost their first game, so they should drop Kino and pick up Spirits. No, I think Kino fits really well into this M80 team, honestly. I think this is going to be a place where Kino can thrive. Obviously, they lost yesterday, but they lost 8-7 to W7M. Like, today they play PSG Talon. I think they'll do a little better. I have faith that M80 will not lose to PSG Talon. Stu brings down the aura of the team. Defense takes a shit when Stu's on the ice. I mean, like, as much as I'd love to defend Stuart Skinner, it is undeniable that Skinner in these playoffs is 0-3, and Calvin Pickard in these playoffs is 6-0. Kino hate is so forced. Kino's just had some very famous blunders, so people love to hate him. I don't think people actually hate Kino, though. I think it gets a lot of talk sometimes, but I don't think people are actually that negative on him. I think most people recognize he's still a good player. Yeah, I think a lot of it is banter. I think Alan's all correct. Yeah, hopefully Pickard comes back. I'm not worried. Oilers still win the series. Oilers will smoke the Vegas Golden Knights. Then Dallas will get stomped. And then who knows? We'll probably get like choke Toronto in the finals and close it out. No problem. However, if we looked at BDS and their score so far, get a bit of an update on it. Because yesterday they started with 6 bullets. They were only down to 5. They only put 1 of them, and now they're only putting 1. The Monty moment is bad, and I can't remember anything more. There were a few Monty moments. It was like the one on the bank stairs was the famous one, but there were a few other Monty clips around that same time, kind of before he got benched, basically. 2.5 hours, and we're only done with the first set. Wait, is that real? Wait, that's actually factual. A-Stream is on the second game of the day. It is almost noon, dude. We started almost 3 hours ago. Holy smokes. We're going to be here all day long. A-Stream just finished game 1, and B-Stream is starting game 3 soon. I wonder if they would consider moving another A-Stream game to B-Stream if B-Stream ends up way ahead of A-Stream. I don't think they would, because it ends up changing a lot in like the production schedule if they do that, but I think it would be smart if they did so. So Elevate got fucked? Yeah. Elevate played pretty bad. Honestly, CAG made a bit of a comeback. We weren't focusing on that game too hard, so I can't say exactly what happened, but... Kino, you can say that to many people. I am not one of them. Yeah, Pengu Oradum. Pangu loves to get in drama, bro. That's what we've learned over the last couple of while.
Fun story. We were with Jack yesterday, and yes, we were by the pool when we watched the draft show. But we were also with at least what we think is Nade and JV.
Yes.
But we still don't know.
It could have been Handy, it could have been Nade.
We still don't know.
The English Portuguese was not going too well.
Yeah. But basically, we watched the whole draft show together. And when Lilu chose to pick Furia,
Yeah, the draft show yesterday was kind of cool. The analysts are talking about it right now. I don't know if you guys watched it because I turned off the stream yesterday before the draft show happened. But they literally, I didn't think they would do this because in the past when teams have had to do this, they have not. But they literally got one representative of all 20 teams together in the same room. Milos went around with a mic and they like just did the draft in person. Historically, when teams get to choose their opponents, like at the Six Invitational, for example, if you finish second in your group, you get to choose which third-place team you want. Historically, when that's happened, it's happened off-camera because it's been too difficult to get that many perspectives, like that many people in one room, like production-wise and sound-wise and broadcast-wise and everything. But yesterday, they pulled it off. They did it, and I think it was better for it. I saw some highlights of it from Twitter.
One of the best teams in the world, previous world champions. You're going to put as many bullets in as you can humanly get because nobody is going to want to pick you. They're going to be
You wish they didn't cut away to the analyst desk every time, go through all the games, and go through it with the desk. For the show, I didn't watch enough of it to see them do that to the extent. I just saw the highlights on Twitter. I see. Yeah, I don't think you need analysis for every team pick, you know. Like at that point, it's just kind of dragging things out. Like analyst segments should mostly be used to like give time for other people to set things up and put things down, you know. Even as somebody who used to be on the analyst desk, I don't think any of the analysts even feel that like they need to have a certain amount of time. It's like obviously they're there to fill some time. And I think certain stuff that the analyst desk talks about is necessary to get there to kind of set the pacing of everything. But if you can go fast enough and if you can go faster, you probably should, especially for end-of-the-day stuff like that.
It's the brute force of Furia. Incredible gunplay.
An easy way to say it, he's the big dog.
He is the big dog.
It's almost a similar philosophy to like map vetoes. Like there have been tournaments in the past where like map vetoes have gone one at a time, and it's like they'll reveal one map ban, and then it'll be an analysis segment. One more map ban, and there'll be an analysis segment. And it's like I just think it drags on way too long. And we kind of realized on the desk a few years ago that it's like it's better if you just show like all the maps at once. If it's a BO1, for example, it's better to do it this way, what they've just done here, where it's like they just show all the bans. We don't need to drag it out. If there are interesting bans, you know, the analysts will call it out and they'll talk about it. But, like, not every ban is interesting. So, like, you don't need to talk about every fucking map ban.
So fast, and Cafe was already a huge repel map for the attackers, so it's going to be so good to see. I believe, because I don't think we've seen it on B-Stream, I believe...
No, miss, you could have had 20k, but you clicked on the right country in the last second twice. Uh-oh. Now there's pressure. You wish you showed map bans like Valorant does? How does Valorant do map bans?
Well, we saw on Clubhouse even the destruction being used with the extra gas.
What are the Siege X maps? Like the maps that have updated graphics are, I think it's Border, Bank, Clubhouse, Chalet, Cafe. It's basically the 5 oldest maps. Yeah, this is our first Cafe of the entire tournament. That's hype.
Do with it.
Coach's IGL's banned with an admin on camera. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm back.
We have Cafe for the first time ever, Parker.
Oh my god. And it's a new Cafe.
Yeah, it's new Cafe.
That's exciting.
It is.
A little bit of drama as we heard the Furia guys very happy to be picked by BDS. Sure, but look, there's a decent chance here. BDS actually looked really solid yesterday against FaZe. Yeah, they lost, but it was
I don't know. I feel like coaches or IGLs doing the map bans live just kind of drags things out. Like, is it really that interesting or exciting? I don't feel like it is.
No.
I was kind of talking with chat.
It goes back to my conversation yesterday where I said I think there's an obligation to make the show exciting, and I think that sort of thing does the opposite.
Yeah, I was talking about how, like, in the past and in previous broadcasts, we've done map vetoes where it's like we go map by map and we slowly go through the map veto and we talk about everything. And we kind of realized on the desk, like, a few years ago, like, it's better if you just show all the map vetoes at once. The analysts can pick out what's interesting to talk about, and then they talk about what's interesting, and then it's like you just go through it a little bit faster.
Do they talk about what's interesting, Jesse?
They did.
Hold on a sec, chat. I'm adjusting my cam. I got to see what's in here. One moment, please.
Okay, BDS Furia is starting. And then yeah, we have the option to swap over to FearX G2 if we want to. I do think
really have that desire.
But remember, FearX beat G2 like 9 months ago. It was like the biggest G2 embarrassment of all time.
Yeah.
So that game could be good. I think we'll see how this game is going.
All right, chat. We're gonna try to scare you away. I'm gonna run another ad.
All right, and I'm actually gonna leave. So Parker, please entertain my chatters.
Why? Where are you going?
I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be back.
I take a big shit. He's probably already pooping. We lost another one. Oh. My XLR cable died, so I had to get a new one. So I haven't bothered to redo it, and because of that, the koala is nowhere to be found. So I need to fix that. Give me a sec.
Last meta that we saw this map, but perhaps it could be with the operators in mind.
Yeah, of course, things have changed when you can ban essentially twice as many operators, and then triple once you get to round 3. Really,
we're troubleshooting here, chat. All right, Jesse's chicks. How's everybody doing today? If you're a Jesse viewer, if you're a Jesse chatter, talk to me. How are things? Tell me about your life, your dreams. Oh, everything just broke for a second there. I fixed it. I fixed it. You know what? I'm actually going to do this when we're not live, so...
Yeah, it's I think a lot of people look at those ingredients and go, hey, this is like another item on the checklist, like make a rotational here, reinforce the wall, shoot the glass off the window to hear sound outside, and then shoot the gas pipe as well. Yeah. But we did see this sometimes come to play, if an attacker forgets about it and a defender pops it, like League Effect did on Clubhouse just in that previous match.
Sorry, I just had to do some plugging and some unplugging here. Very quiet round so far, Nick. We are 45 seconds into action, you dork. You're ready to go to summer camp for 7 weeks. That's kind of exciting. What kind of summer camp is it? And what makes you go to summer camp? No wall monkey? Is that this? What are my thoughts on the new lighting on the new maps? That's a great question. I think the lighting is very atmospheric, and I think it looks nice. I think it's a touch dark. Like, this room is terribly dark. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, where, like, you have to trade off, like, atmosphere for, like, competitive viability, right? Like, a lot of people will look at the lighting system in Rainbow and be like, oh, you know, there's nothing really cool about it. It's just like, it's just lighting, you know? But if you played Rainbow Six in like 2016, 2017, a lot of maps looked like this. The reason why it was slowly changed over time, and it was a gradual change, was because it was very challenging to see inside and outside, and there were certain corners of certain rooms where, depending on the skin, you'd just blend right in.
Why don't you just turn up your brightness, idiot?
Okay.
In this game,
last comments you want to make, or
no? In this game, the only player I have on my fantasy team is Herds, so we're hoping for a big Herds game today, Parker.
Terrific.
That's a 40 IQ play from P4. That was so smart. Huge P40. Flank. Yeah.
P40.
P40. Okay. Unfortunately, he dropped down to a 35 there. What happened to Fleetbox? What do you mean? He's still there. He's just playing his game. He's doing his best. Sponsored by Hellman's Mayo. Oh, I dropped him for a team? You repick players every day, so I didn't drop him. I just chose not to repick him up.
Idiot.
Okay.
Idiot.
I think he would have been my my S tier player, so I picked Cyber instead.
What is this? Oh.
Me.
Kimix, if Felipox drops 17 this game, I'll give you VIP.
Dude, it's Fellapox. It's Fellapox, dude.
Fellapox, Felipox.
They're not
No,
the same
because his
thing.
name is Filippo. It's Felipox.
Is it?
Yeah, his name is Felipe. So it's Felipox.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Okay. I was like, it's the opposite of what I instinctively want to say. Well, I'm just throwing something out in the garbage.
All you do is come on my stream and spread false information. Who is winning Fantasy Siege? I actually don't know because the standings just have team names. They don't have player names. The Twitter probably has it. I'm going to look it up.
The line as well, if you're aware of someone flanking, you just pop that line, it's going to make that room a lot more restricted. FearX is in the building very early on this day to be. This is a mining and reading bomb site, or rather dining and reading bomb site, fireplace reading.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello. Royal Penguin is currently winning the Fantasy League. That's embarrassing for us. That
losing
is
to,
tough. No, sorry, David Villa is. Royal Penguin's winning my group, but David Villa is the winner overall. That's tough. I think David Villa's a writer for CGG? Question mark?
Yeah. Yeah, he's like he's the only person who works for CGG.
Well, no, it's him and the 30 AI bots. Okay, let's fucking give them some credit.
Not bad.
Do it, Herds. Do it. He won't. He won't because he's terrified, because he knows that Robbie is the Italian stallion. Robbie's looking like very mature today. Don't you think? The beard looks good on him.
It's Virtue.
No, it's Robbie.
No, dude, that's Virtue. That's what it says under his picture.
Well, then why would we be?
See?
Why would we be spectating?
It's also Virtue. Virtue is playing as multiple characters.
That's why he's so talented. Now, Virtue, that's a 50 IQ player, at least.
Eventually, JV is punished, but not before he's able to take down Virtue. 2 versus 2 now with 40 seconds to play.
I like this push from BDS. I think they tie it up here. Because they have smokes for the plant, and there's no good denial. P4 is going to try to plant pillar door, and Lasmu's just trying to hit the back, cause some distraction, get some kills. But Lasmu is doing so bad at that. Oh, P4's with him. What?
I think you could make a credible argument that Virtue is one of the best APAC players of all time. Yeah, I think so. I mean, the list is not terribly long.
Who is the greatest APAC player of all time if it's not him? Waka?
Yeah, I mean...
I think Virtue's better than Waka. Fish-like, of course.
Healthcare OG. Yeah.
Maybe you could make the argument for like Reaps if you're only considering like mechanical skill, but I think Virtue's a more well-rounded
I'm gonna
player.
throw out a name here that a lot of people aren't gonna instinctively think about.
Uh-huh.
If he had kept playing instead of going to work for Ubisoft, I think FearX would have been probably the best.
I don't hate that call out. I think Virtue is better, but I like
I think
Hysterix.
Virtue's accomplished more, that's for sure. I thought Hysterix works for Ubisoft. Maybe he works for the org, but I always see him at events, like working. So I don't know if he's... I don't know if he works for Ubisoft or if he works for an org, but he's literally always there. Oh, he worked for Bleed? Okay, well that would make sense then. Never mind. All I know is that he left like the team to specifically become like an employee. Got egoed by Interro when I asked for a pickaxe name. Why are you naming your pickaxe?
I would never. I gave Sly a great pickaxe name when he asked me.
Also, don't kill yourself. Unless you're saying you're going to kilometers, and then I don't really know what that means.
Sly, you should always know if you need a pickaxe name, you come to twitch.tv/JessJChick. That I thought you would have learned that lesson from before when I got you a great pickaxe name. It's okay. Sometimes we need multiple times to remember things. Here comes P4 on the Aurora. I kind of want to make a Aurora video after this event because SSG had a really cool Aurora strat yesterday. If we see some more cool Aurora strats.
So you should know how to pronounce it first.
It's Aurora.
It's like Rarura or Rarora or something like that. Yeah, you're just saying Aurora. That's not.
Aurora. I mean, there's only 2 R's in the name, so it can't be Aurora.
Aurora. I can't remember.
I think it's just Aurora. I think I'm saying it right.
I've heard a couple of the casters say it, and they say it differently from you.
I think the casters are wrong. There's only 2 R's in that name. I'm not going to add an extra R.
Yeah, people are saying it's like Aurora.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Aurora.
You're not saying Raw Aura and Aurora are different things.
Rara. Maybe I'm using an O sound instead of an aw sound. But there's definitely 2 R's in that, not 3.
What do you recommend naming my Silk Touch pickaxe?
Sly. I think you should name your Silk Touch pickaxe 35 IQ. Because that is how you make the big plays in Rainbow Six Siege. We were taught that today. I think you name it 35 IQ.
You should name it a Gentle Chop.
You don't chop with a pickaxe, though. That's what you do with an axe. This was not a top-tier Rorora strat.
Close enough to an axe.
Parker, how many hours have you ever put into Minecraft?
A ton.
I didn't know. I feel like you give off the vibes of a Minecraft hater. And by that I mean you're
Minecraft
old.
When it was first in alpha for like $4 back in like 2010.
I'm glad to be wrong about this, just so you know, but you don't give off the vibes of an OG Minecraft player, but I'm glad you are. I respect you more.
For ages.
That's okay. I'm trying to simplify it. It's multiple syllables. Rora is multiple syllables. That's 2 syllables. Rora.
Have a look at that fire on the ground. You can totally understand why BDS has gone and banned that Goyo now. As we've hit 3 rounds, we get an additional ban per team.
Berlin, you're
What
putting
level
too many
does Diamond
R's.
spawn in? Isn't it like... Isn't it like 18 to minus 35 or something like that?
No, I think it's way deeper than that. Wait, how deep does it go? What's like the bottom? The bottom's like minus 64, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think they start to propagate at like 18.
Maybe.
It's just they're like way more common at like minus 20 or something like that. I
Yeah.
can't remember. I looked it up the other day.
Why are you looking it up the other day if you say you haven't played Minecraft in years?
No, I said I've been playing Minecraft for years. I played Minecraft like 2 months ago.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Jess and I started up a Minecraft server together, and we play
we
like...
literally had a caster Minecraft server in Copenhagen.
I do remember that now. I wasn't in that server, though.
The rappel clip around the gun.
I do kind of want to watch FearX G2 when it comes up, because BDS are not putting up the greatest performance of all time.
I told you that Furia was going to dog walk them.
Yeah, I really want to believe in BDS, but I don't think I can. I think that's a bad decision.
FearX apparently started already.
Did it?
Hello, Cherub Chairman. Hello, Matt Binksy.
Oh, it's 1-0. It's 1-0 for FearX, but it is skyscraper defense. What do you think?
I think if you're on defensive skyscraper, you should win 4 rounds at minimum.
Okay, I meant what do you think about what stream we should watch?
I'm cool to stay with this for now.
Okay. P4 is farming, okay? This is a winnable round for BDS.
He had a hack drone watching him that whole time. KZ is now going in for the kill. Few bullets exchanged, but not enough damage done.
Another marathon in Toronto today.
All right, I shouldn't have said anything. BDS are going to go down 4-0.
Why are we not spectating Virtue? Why is Virtue Robbie? Robbie was Virtue, and then Virtue was Virtue, and now Robbie is Virtue.
I don't know, Parker. I don't fucking know. There should be interactable environments on this map, yeah, because it is updated.
All right, let's go over to the other one. This is a bad game.
Okay.
Which Bloods, by the way, was the highest rated EPS player for G2 in that loss against SSG. And on it's not a
Blaz opening pick as soon as we come in.
Never mind, there is that curse. No blessing without the curse. Now lost his life to good.
Why is Uno playing Fuse? He used cluster charges. He's got a horrible plant spot, though.
Going down for that plan. They never cleared anything out. That was a rush attempt from G2.
He didn't plant, so.
No, well, he tried. He got like halfway.
In terms of what is G2 trying to do in this round as a systematic team?
Gotta check how many kills Fleetpox has. Okay, Kimmix, remind me when the game's almost over. If they 7-0, I don't know if it's getting 14. I put Alamo on my fantasy team too. Son of a bitch.
You're an idiot. I'm not gonna root for a team with P4. Did P4 do something?
No, but Super hates P4, so any like Super fans also hate P4.
Oh. Insult to injury. Like Batman jumping down, coated with the shotgun.
It's called the Assassin's Creed, Jake. Okay, get with it. Stay on brand so that our Ubisoft corporate masters are content with what we do.
You gave a little EPS fact in the previous round. Would you like another?
Sure.
So Nua's got MVP officially.
He did.
In the previous play day.
And by the way, timeout.
We called a timeout after going down 2-0 to FearX. Can't even lose a single round against FearX.
Dude, this team just owns G2. They got G2 on a fucking leash, and they walk them like a dog anytime they meet internationally.
I wasn't expecting that one.
He is currently the lowest rated player on the team at the moment, but yeah.
G2 wagered 2 bullets on this too, so if they lose this game, G2 go down to 3 points, which would put them dead last. No, that's not correct. That's not updated.
17 and 5 for Mephi, 16 and 7 for Nuas.
It would put them in second last, only ahead of Scarz. If they lose this,
had a 55% survival rate.
They might be ahead of Elevate based on round diff.
But he had a 91%
We swapped over during a tactical timeout.
73% for Mephi. So it's kind of looking at some of the categories.
We swapped over and they immediately took one, but it's just attack. It's not like it's a tech pause.
I would imagine because of also the opponent Nua's playing against a stronger team in comparison to Mephi versus CAG. Yeah, I'm pretty
look, I wasn't trying to make the case.
Have you thought of moving towards casting another game? A lot of Overwatch casters moved on to Marvel Rivals.
So an early tactical
I mean, I've always been open to casting other stuff. I've hosted Call of Duty stuff before. I casted VCT. I mean, people forget that Kix and I casted VCT. I mean, like, if an opportunity arises to cast another game, like, sure, I'd take it. I don't intend to leave Rainbow Six anytime soon, but you can cast more than one thing at a time.
In terms of that plan, 2 players completely disconnected from the play.
Personally, I feel like
I don't really have time to do other stuff at the moment.
I feel like I would be more like worried about it or like more invested in looking for other games to cast if I thought Rainbow Six Siege was like struggling, but I think Rainbow Six Siege is in a very healthy spot compared to a lot of other esports right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I just if I just casted and literally did nothing else,
yeah,
I could afford to live.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like that's my metric, right? Like, obviously I help out my buddy's record shop, but that's not for financial purposes. That's just because like he needed employees, and you're telling me I get to work around music and I'll get paid and I get out of the house. Like, that's great, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like I could quit tomorrow if I wanted. Like, it's not a requirement. I will say, fuck, did Ali Mao get the kill?
My goat, my king.
Elsewhere, Alamau did find the opening kill. You hear more shots ringing around
I will
the map,
say
it's
that
scrappy
I am
from
a touch
Tertiary
worried
and Geisha.
about like just general esports viability, and this is not like a Rainbow Six thing.
Yes, yeah.
Play like that until
When I first started casting in like 2017, there were a lot more esports. Like Madden and FIFA and like the NBA were starting to get into it. Like there was Heroes of the Storm. Like PUBG was really, really big. Like there were tons of like Overwatch obviously was humongous, and now it's like significantly smaller. Like Fortnite still exists, but certainly not to like the same level. Like I don't know. It's just that esports used to be bigger, and back then, I honestly think there were fewer than 100 people, English-speaking casters, I should specify here. There are fewer than 100 English-speaking casters who could afford to just be an esports caster and live off of it. That number is even smaller now. So we're really fortunate to still be able to work this job and make enough money, but I am obviously concerned about the long-term viability of esports.
It's also true that, like, I think when you and I were, like, starting to get casting, there were more, like, full-time positions available, and they're also just, like, the general pool of casters across all esports were just worse. Like, there weren't as many strong casters. Now, it's like, if you want to move...
terrible.
Now, yeah, exactly. Now, if you want to move into another game, like, you're competing with, like, pretty good casters that have been in that game for a lot longer than you have. So it's harder
I don't want to say, I don't want to put down people in our industry, but I still think there are a couple, and in chat, this is not an opportunity for you to weigh in to say who you think I'm talking about. But speaking candidly, there are not many esports where I enjoy listening to the commentary. I think there are a couple games where they don't really have a lot of strong talent. A lot of it is like C to B level casters. But they've been around for a while, and the public likes them, and that's really all that matters, you know? Like, but I think there are a couple games where you could very easily upgrade talent. But again, that's just me as an observer. That's not me knowing what they're like behind the scenes or yada yada yada, you know? So I will agree with you though. I do think across the board casting has improved.
Yeah.
Like if you go back and you listen to a lot of esports casting in like 2017, it was it was bad. It was very bad.
I mean, I've said this before, but like, sorry, but like a reason why I went into Rainbow Six Siege was because the casting was like not very good. Way better now.
Oh yeah.
That's dangerous territory to
be in. No, I agree with you.
And I think we both had them in our 8 to qual. Oh no, I did. Maybe you didn't.
I don't think I did. But I also had Liquid. I don't know what I was thinking.
Well, I mean, I selected them to make the 8 with a big asterisk. That
Furia are up 6-0. Dude, I mean, at least they're trying to make up for the long tech pauses we had, hey?
Or do we see?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was a little worried that we were falling too far behind.
Even to an extent, what we saw yesterday, I feel like
Fleetpox is on 6. I don't know if he's hitting 17. I'm sorry, Kimmix.
We know just how great individually the
Did you see that riding in Quebec, where after the recount, the candidate won by a single vote?
I did hear about that. That's insane.
Yeah, like literally, they did a recount, and the final votes for the Bloc Québécois candidate were 23,351, and the final vote for the Liberals were 23,352. A single vote. That's wild, eh?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I remember when my hometown had a municipal mayor election when I was growing up, and it was also decided by one vote. But for something national level to be one vote is ridiculous.
We did see pretty heavy vert play from below.
It's wild.
From G2, and so he's positioned there.
I don't know what happens if it's a tie. I know in other like places they literally just flip a coin. But
on the flip side, G2 didn't find a lot of success. So they may not like to go.
I mean, Chad, I'm not gonna weigh in on what esports I do and don't like listening to, because I don't think that's like I don't want to slag off
Is it fair to say though for G2 their attacks
other games. I will say that outside of League and CS, I have issues with at least some of the commentary not being up to what I think is snuff. I don't really think there are like bad, at least at the very, very top of English language broadcasts, I don't think there are many bad League or CS casters.
Let's go,
period.
Alamau.
You know, I think every esport, wow, Alamo's farming, dude.
That's my
That's what
fantasy
happens when
player,
he's not
baby.
hungover.
Let's go, Alamo! Huge.
On the board here against FearX, that's a much better round.
I'm not including Rainbow in this, by the way. Like, I listen to every Rainbow broadcast, but I think every esport has at least one duo that is excellent. But then I think there are a lot of esports where outside of that duo there is very little depth.
What is the excellent casting duo in your opinion in Team Fortress 2 casting right now?
I don't even know if it's still casted.
It is still casted.
People said that they think that Bren and Sideshow are the best. I love them both as human beings, but I don't like. I've never really like listened to their casting with an objective ear. Bren for a period of time was like one of my closest friends in esports, but then he kind of like died and disappeared for like a year because he was going through some stuff, and we kind of lost touch. But Sideshow and I had a very nice moment at the Esports Awards in Texas because Michael had just passed away, and I think it was Alarm or Prophet, I can't remember which one it was, from Overwatch passed away as well. And I was seated next to Sideshow at the table. Josh and I have been friends for a while, and we were just talking about it, and then the like in memoriam came up, and like they showed Kicks first, I think, and Josh started crying, and then I got teared up, and then they showed either Alarm or Prophet, whichever I can't remember what the name of the player was that died from Overwatch League, and then he just started like crying even more. Then I started crying, and then we just like he just like grabbed my leg and just like squeezed it as hard as he could, and I just like put my arm around him, and I was like, this is just like a really nice moment. I love Josh. What a great guy.
Yeah, he's great.
I already glazed Bren, so now I had to glaze Josh and respond.
When I was working my final TF2 event, Bren and Sideshow were working Overwatch League, and they came to the event as like fans, as like spectators. And Sideshow came back to our Airbnb and discovered a secret basement in our Airbnb. And he had a broken arm at the time, and he just crawled into this basement with his broken arm. And we were all so worried he was going to get like hurt down there because he only had one arm. And he was so drunk too. We all were.
Josh and Bren are like two of the smartest stupid people I've ever met.
Yeah.
Like, Bren is brilliant and then just does the dumbest shit I've ever seen another human being do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you've got a good time. 90 seconds left, 5v4. At least some work has been done for G2 over towards the side.
FGC casting is terrible because it's super casual. Like, if you're looking for like casting, you're not going to get it. It's terrible casting, but like the fighting community doesn't want like proper like button-up tie and suit jacket commentary. Like the FGC will literally turn down sponsors because they don't want there to be obligations that they have to, you know, do. Like the FGC wants it to be super casual, just like two guys just like screaming over the action. Like that's what the FGC wants. And I mean, that's part of why I like the FGC so much, is because it is unorthodox and it is a little bit rougher around the edges. They don't want like corporate, like they'd probably listen to our commentary and be like, ah, you guys are like two sports broadcaster.
Yeah.
How the fuck did Coded just get
No way, bro.
How on earth?
Dude, Coded is fucking goated. He put up ridiculous numbers yesterday too, right? Was that Coded?
Why is Rin wearing a Nike armband, like a Nike wristband, over a shooting sleeve?
I'm thinking of Methy, I think.
You get free food from Ubisoft events you cast. Yes, Ubisoft provides all the food. Well,
usually
yes
it's like a bowl of dog food that they like force Parker to eat.
Yeah, they leave kibble out for Jesse. No, like usually like we'll get the hotel breakfast that we're staying at, and then if we're at the event, they'll cater lunch and dinner for everybody.
Yeah.
Because it's not just us, it's, think about it, there's like 50 players. 50 players at least that are there, plus production staff, crew, like site/event staff. Usually there's like 100, 200 people to feed.
But sometimes Parker gets like really bitchy and he's like, I can't eat this, I'm special, and so then Parker just doesn't eat.
I will say, as of late, Blast has been a lot better with it. But for the first year of Blast, they just did not give a fuck that I was a diabetic. And I had to like fight every single meal to be like, hey guys, the breakfast at the hotel is literally just like Danishes and cereal. I can't eat that. Like, can you please like take dietary restrictions into account here? Or when we worked Atlanta and it was like pizza every fucking day or pasta every day or sandwiches every day. And I'm like, guys, I literally am going to run out of insulin because I did not bring enough to offset the carbapalooza that is put down. Like,
you can be a lot more, I think, conservative with your reload.
But ever since we got, ever since like Mark has, wait, what?
What? What? Invincible pest?
No, the drone should have grabbed it too. Something fucked up there. Like the drone should have jumped on it.
Yeah.
There's something's wrong. Mark is very like particular about dietary stuff, so he's been like excellent with food. Like I will say, like I knew I was gonna get along with Bach when they hired him, but he is very, very particular about making sure that like we can all eat properly. So it's gotten a lot better over the last like, oh, like 8 months, 9 months, a month. ESL was great with it. ESL was honestly awesome. They were super on top of it. Whenever we worked an ESL event, they would always have like special meals catered for us. It was great.
By the way, if FearX win this game,
it was a bit rough the first year of Blast.
Yes. If FearX win this game, they're first place. I mean, obviously temporarily, but straight up first, no tiebreakers. They're just in first.
Goodboy should have still been around the vicinity. Must have actually rotated off in a different direction. I'm not surprised. I'm not sure.
Even with the carbs though, like even for non-diabetic casters, it's like I don't want a full plate full of carbs if I'm in the middle of a casting day because it's gonna make me eepy.
Yeah, it's also like too many carbohydrate will like make your brain get like brain fog. Like
yes, exactly.
If you just eat a bunch of like pasta and like ultra processed foods and like shitty carbs and lots of just like garbage, you will like literally not be able to do your job properly.
I remember like actively learning that on the job because I remember my first studio broadcast was Canada Nationals, and I remember every day I'd go into Canada Nationals. And I like the start of the day, I thought I would cast like decently well, and then at the end of the day, I thought my casting would just got so bad, and it took me a couple days to realize it's like, oh, it's because I'm eating fucking garbage during the day, and it's making me sleepy. And then I fixed my eating patterns, and then like all of a sudden, I could cast the full day without getting exhausted.
The other problem that I've encountered is that I have to dose before.
Oh no, Uno.
They had no idea that Goodboy was holding the close angle on the doorway, and even though Doki does get that kill, he's got no time, he doesn't have the kit. It's 5-1.5 for FearX.
When I have to eat, I have to dose. Right? So it's like I have to know, okay, I'm going to be eating at this time. Okay, the food's going to be out at this time. Okay, I need to dose insulin. Okay, now I need to eat, right? There are times where it's like we'll finish and they'll be like, okay, like you have to go for lunch now. And then they'll be like, oh, but by the way, you're back on in 10 minutes. And it's like, well, that it just doesn't work. Like that doesn't work. You know, like that was like when I got mad at that fucking weirdo conspiracy guy who doesn't work for Blast anymore. You know who I'm talking about.
I think so, yeah.
The plane guy.
Oh, yes, I do know who you're talking about.
So there was a guy who worked. There was a guy who worked for Blast as like a contractor who was like a conspiracy theorist. He doesn't work there anymore. He was asking me about like diabetes and whether it's curable and blah blah. And a lot of these like health guys think that diabetes is like curable because they're just fucking idiots. I guess I don't know. It's not curable, so I don't. I remember having some like I had some Uber driver once tell me that there was like this guru in India who's like, if you just only eat like fruit, then you can cure diabetes. And I was like, man, you should really like. I should really like tell the world that. I didn't. That's crazy. Anyway, he asked me if I considered chewing slower to lessen the rate of absorption of carbohydrate in my body, and I just looked at him and I was like, chew slower.
You also have the glass to potentially play around as well, the smokes to catch a pick or
Like,
two.
yeah, if I micro dose sugar, I'm sure I won't absorb as much as quickly.
Parker, what if you just don't eat? Then you'll never.
Well, so here's the thing: we ordered Uber Eats and we ordered McDonald's. Remember? I can't remember if you were there that day.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, and we were casting like a best of 3, and we only had like 4 minutes between maps. So it would be like you'd finish casting, you'd run to the bathroom at the other side of the studio, and by the time you got back, the timer would be over. And I had bought chicken nuggets because they're easy enough to just like snack on like 1 or 2, and they're not terribly high in carbs compared to a lot of other stuff that McDonald's serves.
Right.
But because of the way that the match was going, I wasn't able to eat them. So I dosed at the end of map 3, and then went to go grab them, and they were gone. And I was like, where are my chicken nuggets? And he's like, oh, I threw them out. And I was like, why the fuck would you touch my food? Why would you throw that out? And he's like, well, they've been sitting out for over 2 hours. And I was like, okay. And he looks me dead in the eyes and he says, and I quote, well, bacteria and culture begins to grow on food after 2 hours, and it's not safe for you to eat. And I just looked at him and I was like, I didn't even have the words to say. Like, I looked at him and I was like, I dosed insulin, dude. Like, don't you ever touch my food again. Like, it's not yours to touch. It doesn't have your name on it. You didn't buy it. I literally paid for it. And 2, I've now dosed all this insulin. It is 3:30 in the morning, and my blood sugar is about to crash. Now, thankfully, Blast leaves out like a bunch of chocolate and stuff for us, just in case we do get tired and need like a bit of a sugar rush. So I ate a fucking mitt full of candy to make sure that I didn't go into hyperglycemia. But it's like, and then he just looked at me, and then he got into like a fight with me about it. And I was like, nah, dude, like, fuck off. Like, don't do that.
And it goes back, I said it, and then you kind of just brought it up at the beginning.
That guy was a little kooky.
And then he told us that there were planes flying over his house because the government was spying on him, and we were like, okay.
No, they weren't flying over his house. They were following him while he drove.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The planes were following him whenever he drove.
Anyways, completely off topic, but that was a sick blitz play coming out from Meffy there.
Incredibly well.
Or Woogie, sorry.
Coverage and to then, do the Stewie 2K and push through it as opposed to sit and
I cannot get over how poorly G2 is playing. This isn't even like FearX playing all that well. FearX have been fine, but like, I think half the teams of the tournament would be able to win this one.
The fact that G2 are getting shit on, but Alamau is still popping off is such an amazing case scenario for me. It could not get better than this. We get the FearX upset.
6 kills in a single round, dog.
And that doesn't matter. That's still 4 kills on fantasy. Not for me. I just care about the fantasy points. All I care about was the stat line at the end. Impactless kills, send them my way. Give that shit to Alamau, please.
They've still shown so much.
I don't usually bring stuff with me. If I'm traveling, I'll bring like the glucose tablets. Or I'll buy like a bunch of chocolate bars and like a can of like soda or something before I get to my hotel so that I always have sugar in the room.
Dude, imagine if he got the kill with the fucking C4 there.
What the... Carl is just like... I'm so mystified when I see Carl do stuff.
I think that was a pretty deserved question mark.
He might be playing hungover
I also love how
again.
you said that Carl is popping off when he's like 6'6".
Bro, compared to the rest of the team, Uno's 006 right here. I will take a 6'6" pop off. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna write documentaries about this game. I'll tell you what, I feel like almost every game we've had, maybe bar one, where we had the OT, has been just demolishing.
Yeah. We had some rapid games yesterday until the very last one. We've got 2 banging matchups, by the way, after this.
I hope we finish early today.
G2 the best to ever do it? Damn right. The best to ever do it, despite what you might be seeing on your screens right now. That makes FearX the GOATs.
I mean, I know that people are going to joke at what I'm saying, but I mean, G2 has played, what, 2 rounds on defensive Skyscraper, and they are playing very poorly, but like it... Like, or they played 1 round of defense.
Yeah, this is their second, yeah.
I was going to say, like, it is entirely possible G2 puts together a 5-1-1/2 on Skyscraper.
Yep. The problem is they lost their first defense.
Is it likely? Like, I don't think it is likely, but it's certainly possible.
Yeah, if this was on a different map, I don't think G2 would be winning, but they certainly wouldn't be down this bad.
Yeah.
If Woogie had Kit, he'd be in such a good spot right now. But Coded hasn't. He's all the way back in Geisha, and they're holding his
Geisha
cross.
rotating. It's not being watched.
It's being watched, isn't it? I think Uno has it.
By who? One's in Dragon and the other's in Gold. I don't think Gold is looking.
what the final two are going to do here.
No, Uno's not hard holding it at least. No,
Yeah,
there you go.
it's not. Geisha rotate's not being watched at all. They could easily just walk in and start to play him.
I think also with Coded being so
But they did. None of them have any info, and FearX aren't skilled enough to know where G2 is going to be, and aren't knowledgeable or experienced enough.
If he walks
either.
in, Blast is holding it. Blast missed. Never mind.
One more. That one was very much ineffective. Coded getting into a position where he can start to stick the plant down, watching the cover.
Let's go, Woogie.
This has actually been very well played by FearX, given they don't have any intel.
Totally.
Isolate the player, wait for G2 to blink, and now you go up against the 0-6 Uno, who's going to die here. Yeah.
Beautifully played, FearX. FearX are officially the #1 team in the tournament as of this very second. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Wait, actually, Furia might be higher, because Furia just won their game. Yeah, Furia will be higher. Okay, #2 team in the tournament.
Where is Benja? Look, says FearX. Justified, right?
Where is Benja?
Again, we said it at the start of this show for this match, guys, that yesterday for FearX, it wasn't this one-man show. I know obviously Matthew was tremendous, but he had so much help yesterday against CAG, who, by the way, had a better scoreline than G2.
Uno's gonna mentally implode after that one. I genuinely fear for him. I'm not saying that to like dunk on him. I know what Uno gets like when he plays poorly, and losing to FearX when you can't drop a single kill, he's not gonna be in good straits.
I mean,
It puts G2 in a really interesting position, because G2 wagered 2 bullets, so they're down to 3 bullets, which means they will get, I believe, 2nd pick of all teams in the tournament who they want to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
So in theory, G2 will pick like a very weak opponent tomorrow. They might gamble everything they have and try to bounce up hugely. And if they fail that gamble, then they get to 1v1 to stay alive.
I mean, you can obviously make a case for either or.
I think we definitely saw a better G2 yesterday, so it could just be the case of...
Listen, I'm not saying that this format is like good long term, but there are definitely some interesting things with this format that are kind of cool.
I think that's the biggest thing as well. And when you
I think it's a fun tournament for what this tournament, a fun format for what this tournament is.
give them that, but to then lose immediately 2 attacking rounds, or 2 defensive rounds to the attack, I mean, that's...
I'm gonna go listen to Philippe.
I have a crush on Jake's eyebrows.
Ups and downs.
They are very good.
For the couple last months, but how do you feel right now as FearX, as the IGL?
I get very romantic about Jake's eyebrows.
Like I said in other interviews, after not qualifying to the Montreal Major.
Are any of these games not gonna suck? The games have been ass today.
Today has been ass from the tech pauses to the actual match quality. Yesterday was significantly better.
I think we are really playing good siege. We showed that invitational, and I think we are keeping the same track.
Jake doesn't look like he had a very good sleep last night. Guys looks impeccable always though.
You said Jake was in your Discord last night, right? You keep him up?
Also, I want to talk really quick with JV.
No, he popped in around like 10 o'clock, which I think is 12.
For him is,
midnight?
yeah, midnight.
Yeah.
Come here. Really quick.
What's up, XR Polar? What's up, Ghoul? Nice to see you.
Pill Cosby on a 7-stream streak. Good to see you, Pill.
Yes.
Pill Cosby's a great name.
I always think so.
But that's all right.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's go.
Let's go.
He speaks better English than that.
Yeah, we had a
conversation with
this guy.
These fucking Brazilians, dude, they get on the fucking stream, they pretend they can't speak English.
He does it so he doesn't have to interview. He goes, no English, no English.
Yeah,
Herds does this, Philippox does this. Or not Philippox, fucking JV.
JV and Herd's English isn't particularly strong. Like, it's passable, but I feel like a lot of interviewers...
You know what? That's his language. Good,
I feel like a lot of interviewers don't take into account the level of English of the people they're interviewing, and it's like they ask like these long-winded questions with big words, and it's like, keep it short, keep it simple, like use smaller words. Like, that's it. Like, so.
Didn't Shaiko have a conversation with me in Manchester? Not that I can recall specifically, but Shaiko definitely speaks decent English.
Shaiko's English is fine.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's fine.
He has like an accent, like a thick accent, but like...
He struggles with like questions you ask him, and you can tell. Like, Leaky Fack is good.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, Usus and Solotov speak fluent English. Breeday's English is easily the worst on the team. But
And this is exactly what
Like,
happened. It made sense on tape.
I wonder if it's improved now that they're calming in English. I bet it has.
And try to learn from this.
I mean, Brede like literally did not understand a single word of English when I like went to talk to him in like 2018, 2019, and now he's able to at least like chat back. So like obviously it's improved.
Yeah.
For their support staff now, it's about getting them back on track.
Like I remember standing at it was the Paris Major, so it was summer 2018, and I was talking to the Supremacy or the Vitality guys. I can't remember what team they were on at the time when it was like Rise and him and all that jazz. And Rise was like the only person on the team who spoke English, and even his English was quite rough. Towards the end of his career, Rise's English was like very good. It was excellent. He learned English very fast.
I wonder, do these French players, or like any nationality really, but do the French players ever give like interviews on the French broadcast? Because sometimes I feel bad for the other broadcasts that like just don't seem to get interviews very much. Like Brazil gets a good amount, but other than that, I don't know.
So they used to. I mean, you came into Rainbow Six after things kind of shifted with all the regional broadcasts.
Yeah.
Like, we used to bring out, like, the French casters were at most events. Like, they would bring, like, Skok and Siskat and, like, FearX to the events, and they would bring the German casters at well. Like, Verdi would be there. I'm forgetting the names of the other guys, which is bad, but I haven't seen them in so long. It's honestly, like, I can't remember their names, but... it would not be uncommon for them to bring like the French, the German, the Brazilian, and the English casters all the time. Like they would just they would always be there. And you know, there weren't really any German teams, but they would talk to KS a lot because obviously he speaks German, Corey speaks German too. The French players would always go over to like the French desk and talk. But then slowly but surely they had like less funding for the French thing, and then I don't know if you remember, but basically like there was supposed to be some event that like was for French players, and then one of the players was like banned for like cheating or like hacking or something like that, and then they were supposed to compete in no, it wasn't Shaiko. It was like a streamer. And then basically like a bunch of the French casters like protested and said that it was like they wouldn't let the one player play, and they like banned him from the event because they're like no, he's already banned, so he can't compete. And then like a bunch of the French casters just like literally were like, okay, well, we're not working the event, and it like fucked over the event. And then like a bunch of them got like blacklisted. So then like all of a sudden like there were no French casters, and I think like the only regular French caster was like Skok at that point, because FearX was doing something with a team, and then Siskat was like one of the casters who quit, and I don't fucking know. I can't really remember all the lore, but and then just like the German stream was just entirely Verdi. Like Verdi Pones had like his own company, and they would just like offload the German stream to him and his company. But then I heard that it was just like it was getting to be quite expensive, and like the stream viewership was quite poor, and then there weren't any German teams, so it's like, what, like, yeah, we obviously want that, but like why are we paying for like a full German production in a studio when we're only getting like 2,000 views? Like that doesn't make any sense. So yeah.
I guess, like, too, if the broadcast is not there at the event in person, you can't really set up an interview. You've got to have at least one person on site. So I remember, like, for a lot of LAN events that I've been to, the Brazil broadcast would send one person to the event on site. The rest of it would be at their studio. And the one person would be doing
They'd send, like, a cameraman, an audio guy,
and
an interviewer.
Okay, yeah. But, like, one on-camera talent to be the interview person, and then everybody else would be back. Yeah, one or two.
Well, they'd have, like, what's his name, Leo and Maria.
Yeah. But I guess, like, if you're the French broadcast, you probably can't afford to even send one person and one cameraman out to do interviews and stuff.
No, I mean, like, the French broadcast gets, like, a couple thousand viewers.
Yeah.
The Portuguese, like, the Brazilian broadcast in Portuguese, like, gets, like, tens to 20s of thousands. Like, you know, and keep in mind, like, they are the only one remaining that has like a full-blown LAN. They have a full like permanent studio. Like the investment from Brazil is insane, and I mean it's really quite inexpensive to run it in Brazil, so that's why you see such a big investment, because it's very cost effective. And yeah, they do interviews with the Brazilian teams all the time.
Yeah, they do.
There's also like not really any French teams the way that there used to be. Like when I first started casting, 4 of the 8 teams were just pure French.
Yeah, France still has like by far the biggest footprint, I feel, in the EU league. But you're right, it's not as the teams that are French all like are more mixed, or they have some English speakers, or they're not exclusively French anymore.
No. The days of like it's only in French are gone.
Yeah.
Like it was literally 4 teams that only spoke French, and they didn't comment anything but French. So
I'm curious, how many of the current EUL teams are non-English commenting?
VP, obviously, is one.
I'm just gonna open the fucking page here.
That old ENCE roster was French too, right?
They were, yes. Europe Meta League. Okay, G2 speak English, BDS speak English, Secret speak English, Fnatic speak English, Falcons speak English, Gen G. That was ENCE, so they probably still speak French. There's still 5 French speakers. Wolves speak English. VP will speak Russian. Mako, I assume, comment Italian, because they're 5 Italian guys. And Wild speak English. So that'll be 7 English-speaking teams, a French, an Italian, and a Russian.
And the thing is that all the VP guys speak English.
Yeah, more or less.
I think Emissions is the weakest.
Who? Always, I'm pretty sure, is the weakest.
Oh, sorry, no, that's what I meant. Always, yeah, not Emission. Always, sorry. I got the teams and old rosters mixed up.
You're good.
Yeah, no. Always' English is not great. Joystick's English is
Joystick is very good. I've had conversations with Joystick that are super, like, no problems at all.
Shepard and Dan, I would say, have the 2 best English on the team. And then Joystick. And then Pasha's is okay. But like a lot of times when I sit down to talk to them, they will translate for Pasha and Always. But it's hilarious because it's like I've told this story like dozens of times. I wanted to get VP on 6-on-6 a lot, and when they were dealing with like Scyther and like the coach basically stealing Team Empire away from them, I was like, I just said to them, I was like, come on and tell your side of the story then. And they're like literally like. Shepard just looks at me after a full conversation. He just goes, "Oh, no English." And I'm like, "You fucking idiot! We just spoke for like 30 minutes in English." And he goes, "No, I don't know." And then just like laughed and walked away. And I was like, "Motherfucker!" Like,
yeah.
No, there's like an itch on my spine that I'm trying to get that I can't reach.
Oh. I can scratch for it. I can come over, give you a little scratch. A little scratch and a tug, you know?
And by the way, chat, there's usually always somebody in here who gets like, upset when we discuss like people's ability to communicate in English, because they're always like, well, you only speak English. And I'm like, we're not putting down their English. Like, I don't expect every single person in competitive Siege to speak English. We are literally just commenting on the proficiency that those people have. That's literally it.
Amen, Flynn. Down with the francophones. Or is he talking about mine?
I have no idea.
Oh. I thought we were bashing Quebec, sorry. Yeah, honestly, living in Alberta has been pretty miserable, especially recently. Listen, I'll still slander Quebec every day, but I'm not gonna act like not gonna defend Alberta politicians either. Both Interro and I should have drops. Even though I had to walk Parker through setting up drops like a baby.
No, you didn't. You just had to make sure that I was a part of the creator program, which I am.
Like a baby.
I don't really think you did it as a baby.
Wah.
Alberta has literally always had that rep. The Reform
Yes,
Party was
but
founded in the 1990s called The West Wants In.
For sure. I just feel like right now it is.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to one of your chatters. Do you not remember when Pierre Trudeau in the 70s wanted to nationalize Petro-Canada, which would have been just such an exceptionally good idea, because we'd be able to have like a sovereign wealth fund like Norway and would have just oodles and oodles of money instead of giving it all to private corporations?
I do remember that. It was on my negative 30th birthday. It was a real fucking shock.
Yeah, and then the slogan at the time was "Let the Eastern bastards freeze in the dark."
The best map is
Yeah.
He says that because he's an East Airs one trick. he must have like 10 KD on East Airs.
I feel like right now the narrative in Alberta is the worst it's been in my lifetime. I'm sure it was bad in the 70s too, but I feel like right now it's like it's a different level. There's too many like Trump MAGA Canadians in Alberta. And they all want to be like the 51st state. Whereas like before it used to at least be that like Alberta conservatives could say like, you know, at least we're not America still.
The way that I see it is that the formulation of America was we hate the government, we hate taxation, we don't want to be infringed upon, we want our own country. The genesis of America was individualism. It was I want my own land, fuck other people, I am my own person, leave me be. And that's why when a lot of people talk about like American exceptionalism and individualism, it's very challenging to like shake that, because it is like literally the bedrock of the nation was we are like our own people, like a person over the people, basically. Canada was the complete opposite. You know, we were land that was, yes, fought over, but the beginning of Canada was, even with all of the problems that both the British and the French, mostly the British, committed against Indigenous people, there was still like a level of cooperation between Lower and Upper Canada that was very different from the way that America was built. So caring about each other is like woven into the fabric of our country. Like collectivism is the bedrock of Canada, except the West. Because when we were afraid of America colonizing Western Canada, which at the time was just Indigenous land, aka not ours, we decided to build a giant railroad and then try to settle people on those lands. And the vast majority of people who came over to the Great Plains and the prairies were Europeans who were fleeing communism, who were fleeing the governments, who were fleeing collectivist policies, and were basically paid to just take over a giant plot of land and start farming on it.
There's a lot of old like Ukrainian culture in Alberta.
Yep. Ukrainian, German, Old Prussian, Polish, they're everywhere out there. And that's why like Alberta's bedrock is that same individualism that America was founded upon. You went to Alberta to get your giant plot of land, to get away from a government. The government of Canada won't bother you. Fuck off. Here's some money. Go make your life as homesteaders. And it's very challenging when that has never really changed in Alberta to challenge it. That's just the way it is. That's the way Alberta's always been. You know, BC is the same way, minus the coast and the island.
Yeah. BC, like, interior is very much the same as Alberta, where it's like
basically
rural
Alberta.
farming.
Like you could move the border of Alberta to Kamloops.
Yep.
And it would do nothing. Like, it would be the same culture. It'd be very, very much the same.
100%. I have a lot of family in, like, northern BC, and it's like, it's the exact same shit up there. Like, it's no different. They just, like, they happen to be in a province with the third biggest city in the country.
Yeah, I mean, the entire city of Kelowna is owned by the Hells Angels. But Saskatchewan is fascinating because Saskatchewan was largely founded by different types of farmers who their religious roots led them to be more open and community-minded. So whereas in Alberta you had a lot of rugged individualism, Saskatchewan was about collectivism. And Saskatchewan is the founding province of the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, the CCF, that then became the NDP, the New Democrat Party. So Saskatchewan is fascinating because you had a lot of like farmers who were very religious but practiced the progressive gospel, who cared about each other. Saskatchewan was the first province in the country to get universal health care. Saskatchewan was the first province in the country to have a provincial government build roads and supply power to the people who live there.
Saskatchewan, I think, still is the only province in the country that has a provincial phone plan, so that they don't have to pay ridiculous fucking prices from Tellers and Rogers and everybody else.
Not correct, though, because guess what's happened?
What?
Years and years and years of the right-wing Saskatchewan party being in power has basically
They
turned
get rid
into
of
a
it?
private corporation.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah. But you were correct. Saskatchewan used to have its own telecom company that made Rogers and Bell and all of our telecom companies lower their prices because they couldn't compete.
Mm-hmm.
TELUS was the Alberta government's telephone. Are you sure that was TELUS and not Shaw? I thought it was Shaw. It was TELUS. Wow.
Interesting.
It's, for BC, it's just population center. Like, BC has what? 5 million people in it? 4 million people in it? Something like that?
I thought it was
There's
more than
almost 1 million people in just the greater Vancouver area. Or greater Vancouver region.
BC is 6 million. Vancouver Metro Pop is 2.5.
Is it that high now?
Oh, yeah.
So almost half of the province live in urbanized areas around Vancouver.
Yep. And then Victoria's got to be a huge bump, too.
Victoria's only about 130,000, but the metro area around Victoria is about 400, I think.
Yeah, exactly right. 400K almost on the dot, according to Google.
The island itself has, I think, 750,000.
Right.
Like Vancouver Island, I think is 750K. But you have to check. Look it up. I want to know if I'm right.
Okay. Vancouver
The best
Island
part
Pop.
is that like I'm on camera right now and people can see that I'm not looking this stuff up. This is just me drawing stuff from the top
What did
of
you
my
say?
head. I said 750.
Closer to 850. It's almost 9 actually at this point.
Really?
It's 870.
Tofino, Nanaimo, Comox, Courtney, Campbell
Saanich.
River, Saanich, Victoria. Yeah, because Nanaimo is like 80,000, right?
I have no idea. I can Google it.
Courtney, Comox, Cumberland is like 60, I think.
Nanaimo's about 100. Nanaimo's over 100 actually now, yeah. 104.
Really?
As of 2022, 104. Yeah, rural Alberta is going down a very dark path, and it's always been ignorant and conservative, but it's like more hateful than it used to be.
That's the polarization that's happening across the globe. We are marching down the same path.
Yeah.
Dare I say it, some places are goose stepping down the same path that we have been actively trying to avoid.
Like, I remember back when I was growing up, I feel like Alberta conservatives, you know, they loved oil, they hated the environment, but like, I never felt, and maybe I was just too privileged to see it, but I never felt they were like hateful towards like any particular groups. But now
No,
it's
they
like
were.
you see,
Alberta's
sure.
always fucking hated Quebec and Ontario.
Okay,
Always.
yeah, they still hate, always hating Quebec, but like, I don't know, I feel like the hate now is far greater than it ever used to be in terms of like immigrants and hating like LGBT and all of that shit, you know.
I think what really happened was when the NDP came to power, and you had Nenshi as the mayor of Calgary, who's now the leader of the NDP in Alberta. The first thing that Rachel Notley and the NDP tried to do is diversify Alberta's economy, because you cannot just be constantly going through this boom bust cycle with, you know, petro being like basically just like Alberta just dealing with petrodollars. Like, you need something else, right? And it's like there's no reason whatsoever why Calgary and Edmonton can't be like centers for pharmaceuticals and tech and finance and infrastructure. Like, there's no reason. Like, the Calgary Red Deer Edmonton corridor could very, very quickly like completely urbanize and become like a giant center in Western Canada. But if you're beholden to just a single industry, it's very challenging for you to do that. And a lot of businesses, including oil and gas, actively resisted it. And efforts to like, I mean, fuck, Calgary is the city in Canada with the most clear sky days. Something like 220, 250 clear sky days. If there's ever a place that would be ripe for solar power, it's Calgary. But they actively fight it because the oil and gas companies don't want to lose money.
Yeah.
So it's like there was a huge push, and basically oil and gas, which is one of the wealthiest industries in the world, spent an unfathomable amount of money on advertising and marketing and basically blanketed the whole province and said that like the NDP is destroying your way of life, you know, blah, blah, blah. Ignoring the fact that the Conservatives have been in power for 40 straight years prior to the NDP getting elected. And it is really quite remarkable that so many people fell for just obvious propaganda when it's like a party that's been in power for 3 years is not able to enact enough change when the other party that is actually to blame for most of these issues has been party for over 4 decades. And like, how stupid do you have to be to think that the party that's been in power for 2 years did this and not the party that was in power for 40?
But and it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, again, as I said yesterday, like, people aren't voting based on logic or facts. They're voting based on their team sports, you know? And it's like the only way the Conservatives will ever lose in Alberta anytime is if the Conservatives self-implode and split the vote like they did last time.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. And it's like the same thing that I'm seeing in America right now. Like, look at how many Americans are like, you know, like Donald Trump comes in and after 2 years, he's like, we've made America great. And I'm like, how stupid do you need to be to believe that? Like, nobody is turning a country on a dime.
And if he is turning a country on a dime, it is not in the great direction, bro.
Yeah, it's certainly not great.
Every American stat is down.
Did you see the report that came out today? That's since like the first time since 2020, there are 0 cargo ships coming from China to like a couple California ports.
Jesus.
0. There are 0 ships en route to a bunch of California ports. The last time that happened was in like November 2020. Oh.
You're listening to propaganda because we're on a 90-minute break between games, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
I also don't know how 2 people discussing their opinions is propaganda, but I think you should look up that.
Well, chatters like to chat.
It's 0 in Seattle. Was it Seattle? I thought it was California that I was reading earlier today. No, I mean, I think there's a time and a place for us to discuss this stuff. I mean, Jesse and I are very similarly politically minded. So it's like we talk about it.
We both voted for Yves Saint Blanchet.
I did not. You did not vote.
I wrote him in.
You did not. That's not even his name.
Yves, and that's probably why he didn't win. I don't think it's actually a 90-minute break, but it is an obscenely long break between games. I actually think
the
they're
other
two
stream
ahead
was
of
like
schedules.
35 minutes.
Yeah, it had a ridiculous timer up, and this stream hasn't had a timer. It's just been ads and content.
No, so there was a 7-minute timer on this, then it went to content, then it went to ads, then it went to this, and now it should be getting to the game soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's like Joe Biden, no matter what he does, is not able to destroy America in 4 years. Try as he might, Donald Trump won't even be able to destroy America in 4 years.
That's why he's getting that
really,
third term,
comes down to
baby.
the populace allowing it to happen. Also, Super Steve, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. I'm going to take some time to shill. Jesse, do you see my charm on the screen? No, you don't.
Thank God.
I was actually looking at your screen, and I couldn't see your charm, Jesse.
My viewers don't want to look at ugly-ass charms. They want to see Alfama's beautiful pants, okay?
It's kind of beautiful, both of these two teams, very similar trajectories. You know, we didn't understand necessarily how they would fare at this tournament after Six Invitational. New players, and the same thing with their new
I think Interro has been hypnotized by Alfama's pants.
with Mowgli, with Noah, both have solid performances yesterday, so they'll have been thrilled with that.
And we know Savage is very much an underrated IGL, at least by people who are only used to seeing the
Well, everything's controlled by the rich. The only real division in our society is between those who have an abundance and those who don't. Right? Like, there's two real classes of people. There's the class of people who do not need to exchange their time or labor for money to survive, and there are those who do. That's it. That's the division in society. Right? Like, if you have to exchange your time or your labor for currency to fund your existence, then you are a part of the working class. If you don't need to do that, if you literally do not need to work and you can still survive, then you are part of the ownership class. That is it. Those are the only two divisions. Yes, even doctors making $400,000 a year are technically working class. That's just how it is. A doctor has more in common with somebody flipping burgers at McDonald's than they do with a CEO making $40 million a year. That's not communism. It's not what communism is.
Communist yapper once again indoctrinating our great American children instead of doing what he was paid to do, which is analyzing the map veto of Loud versus Team Secret, Parker.
You're Canadian.
Not for long, baby. 51st state AB. Here we come.
The real class dichotomy is those with L aura and those with W aura. Karl Marx actually has a full chapter of Das Kapital of talking about W aura. The way he just said Packer made it sound like he said Parker, and I was like, why is he saying my name?
Dude, that's my least favorite thing about co-streaming. I'm co-streaming, and I get name dropped by casters too much. Emmy does this a lot. She'll name drop me while I'm casting. It's not actually my least favorite thing. It's kind of fun. But I get name dropped while casting. She'll be like, I bet Stat Nerd Boy would have a stat like that. I'll be like, what? Ah!
Hey guys,
you've done it before too with Nick.
Hey guys, this really annoying thing happens where I'm so well liked and respected by my coworkers that even when I'm not working, they're still talking about me and giving me free publicity and a positive light on air.
Exactly.
Oh my God, what a burden, guys! What a burden it is.
I just think maybe you could be a little bit nicer about it. Maybe you just wouldn't call me Nerd Boy. Would be nice. It'd be a nice start. It'd be a nice change of pace. Other people call me Nerd Boy too. You started it, but that doesn't mean it hasn't spread like a fucking virus, like your woke mind virus.
The woke mind virus is calling you Nerd Boy.
And that's what I'm upset about.
You'll survive.
There is a lot of negativity coming from the other side of that call. I agree.
You were the one being negative.
What? I just want... Listen.
You are an L streamer. Jesse's an L streamer.
No, I'm a W streamer, chat. We've been over this. I'm a W full-time streamer.
Tell that you have L aura.
Okay. Okay.
Who's a very infamous strong fragger formerly of Wolves, and Noah, who's a bit of a question mark.
Chat, does Jesse have L aura or W aura?
Parker, I feel like
P sitting down.
I have W Rora because I love those Rora strats that get used.
I bet you do you P sitting down?
Sometimes if I'm like, you know, if I want to go on my phone for a minute. If I'm in a rush, I don't.
Left created TikTok, Reels, and Shorts so that men would have to sit down to scroll on their phones when they use the bathroom.
Usually I'm playing Pokemon TCG Pocket, I'm not going to lie to you.
Nintendo... Woke created Nintendo so that men had to sit down to play Pokemon TCG Pocket when going to the bathroom.
Every time I shit, I play one ranked battle.
No, this is food.
That's how I keep up.
This is beans. Someone put beans inside the computer.
Take a decent amount of time.
Yeah, they're long shits.
You need more fiber in your diet. You need to get more consistent with your fiber intake.
FXDGER Fixdigager 6. Thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Enjoy that Prime.
That's Fudge R6. They've subbed you for 3 months. How do you not know how to say their names?
Let me go see their chat history. See if Fudge R6 has ever typed their name in my chat.
You're a fucking idiot. How do you not know how to pronounce people who give
Okay,
you names?
literally their last chat message was "It's Fudge." That is my L.
Yeah, they just posted that seconds ago to correct you.
Oh, okay. Well, then they've never said it before.
I can actually check all the messages that. Oh, that's. Yeah.
Yeah, I can check the messages. I'm reading them.
Thing. In my chat, I asked how to pronounce their name on March 6th of 2023, and they said fudge.
Here's the thing, though, Parker.
Over 2 years ago, I had the
That's why you're
and
cooked.
the foresight to ask, how do you pronounce your name?
Do you know what's funny? I was closing the chat box of Fudge R6's messages, and I closed it. I accidentally double-clicked, and it ran 3 minutes of ads. So if you're subscribed like Fudge, and now Fudge doesn't have to see those ads because he's subscribed with his Twitch Prime.
Yet you're not in my chat. So for that, I'm going to make everybody in my chat watch a 60-second ad.
Did you know what's worse? I clicked 3-minute ad.
How do you do that?
I don't know. It's just on my dashboard. I never click it normally.
I only see a 1-minute ad. I don't even know how you have access to that.
You can definitely change what's there. My
Thank you for
fault.
supporting the stream. I appreciate all of you.
Those 3 minutes of ads are all Fudge R6's fault.
Yeah, look. Old Kanye said Interro would never mispronounce our names. Listen to old Kanye, okay?
You know, you're right, old Kanye. I got a little to work on still.
Yeah, old Kanye is my favorite Kanye too.
This is Ulf Kanye though. Oh,
New Kanye,
oh, I see.
You know, I gotta say, the more I hear out of this new Kanye fella, I don't much care for him.
All right, the game has actually started, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna take a shit. I'm gonna play a ranked give Pokemon TCG Pocket. I'll be right back.
Why would you go to the bathroom now that the game has started instead of during the immense downtime?
Because in the immense downtime, there is nothing to entertain the people except for our yapping. Now the people can be entertained by Nick and Dev Marta.
I interact with chat and
Goodbye.
keep the chat moving. That
Secret won't be aware and might fall into their hands. Secret for now. As we said, very repellent.
I did not know that my heart could hold so much blood, but also so much hatred.
Quite quickly, it seems like admin's on the agenda. Mowgli's already in the building. Good progress made.
This is the reason why you two are my fave co-streamers / casters. Well, thank you very much. I genuinely really like Jesse as a person. You did do this to yourself. Yeah, you did. It was a real easy layup too. Like, I loved working with Nick, and I would never be opposed to working with Nick again. But after Nick and I had discussed our next plans, Jesse was the first person I thought of. Sorry, I have an eyelash in my eye. I'm trying to get it. Yeah, I got it. You can't see us. I gotta zoom in. I got it though. I got the eyelash. I liked casting with Nick. I don't think that we worked as well as, I did with Michael or even I do with Jesse. I just think that there's a stylistic difference in how we approach casting. I think Nick and Dev have shown great synergy, and I'm excited to see, how it goes from that point forward, because obviously they're still trying to get some game day reps in. The fuck is going on here? This is so goofy. What are we watching?
From above on this rappel, it's him, Jum, and Noah.
No, Jesse and I have been like really good friends for, half a decade, if not longer. Nick and I were never friends, like I wouldn't think to message Nick about something. Whereas I do with Jesse. Like Jesse and I talk like as friends do. So, we always thought that we would be a good duo, but we never really had the chance to do it because Jesse wanted to work the desk. Like, Jesse wanted to be the best analyst possible. And, when Nick messaged me and was like, I can't work 3 time zones anymore, so either you come cast EUL with me and we try to make that work, or we split up as a duo. And I was like, I am not physically going to Europe again to cast. I'm over those days. So I guess the only option is us finding new duos. And there was a number of people looking for new duos. So, I mean, there's as some of you have seen, there have been some long-standing casters. At least one that I know is fully public about it, and that was Hap, saying that Blast has moved on from them. There will be other duo changes coming. But no, I'm not going to leak them or anything like that.
So yes,
But there were a number of people looking for new people to work with, like new casters to work with, and it was a very good time for Nick to take a step back and reassess his options. The other thing too is that Nick and I never intended to be a permanent duo. So, you know, after Nick messaged me, I just shot Jesse a message and was like, hey, you know, like Nick basically said he doesn't, you know, he's not able to work 3 time zones anymore, which was Korea, Europe, and here. And I said, do you want to actually cast together now? And it kind of coincided with the fact
And
that the
then
desk was
I
changing,
messaged,
and Jesse was like, sure, let's try it. And it's been great. Be back.
No. That's not what happened. I messaged Lynx and I said, please let me cast with you. For the love of God, please can I cast with you, Lynx? And Lynx said, no shot, El Bozo. And so I said, okay, fine, I guess I'll cast with Parker.
It's true.
That's how
Yes,
it
he
happened,
did.
more or less.
Yes, he did do that.
Oh my God, that was a
That
beautiful
was a
shot from
nice
Noah.
shot. Dude, Perez just got sent to the Shadow Realm.
Doom taken out, which is like in this situation with the best operator to lose on the attacking side.
Flank though. Oh, this is big. STK is going to win his fight onto Mowgli. Very unusual to see Mowgli just caught out, completely unawares. He's meant to be a key fragger. It's Noah who's done.
Dude, is Noah good? Noah's on ITB, right? Noah's like the only good player when ITB was starting to fall apart in stage 2.
You keep cutting out.
Plenty of time on the board for Secret to form up an attack.
I keep cutting out?
Hello.
I do?
Yes, you just didn't say a word for like.
I know the issue. This is a problem with my mixer. I can fix it.
Regardless, Noah right now full carry in this round with 3 picks. And now
You came to this chat to see my nice hair. I have a hat on. Once this stream's
Test.
done, I was gonna go shower. I didn't want to shower before the stream because my hair would still be wet and it would gross when I'm gonna like shower and wash and condition my hair. I'm not gonna put like a headset on. So
Okay, I shouldn't be cutting out anymore.
I was gonna say ITB had Creeds as well, and Creeds was the fucking answer.
Okay, fair. I thought
Yeah,
Creeds
I
was
mean, I don't know
starting
if
to slip a
Jesse's
bit.
talked about the whole Saudi Arabian Game Awards thing, but kind of put a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths.
I have a video about it, kind of discussing my thoughts on it, but yeah, I was just kind of done with being an analyst.
Very different to having 3 rifles up. With really good work to clear out all these traps.
Now you analyze live.
That's true. I mean, obviously there's a lot of crossover between being an analyst and being color commentator, but there's a lot of differences too. Like, they're definitely very different roles.
And I think
Yeah.
the needs of the two are wildly different. I think I think a lot of casters and analysts kind of misunderstand the purpose of the roles.
For sure, for sure. I think fundamentally, I think like certainly the role of a color commentator is to provide live analysis, but I think they have so many other jobs that I think sometimes newer color commentators don't think about or don't consider.
Think about the name. Like if the play-by-play is drawing the outlines of the match, it's the color commentator who's filling it in. Sometimes that means coloring the broadcast with stats. Sometimes that means coloring it with criticism. Sometimes it means talking about narratives and storylines.
Sometimes it means engaging in Alberta separatism.
Sure. Yeah, we love to put that on the broadcast. But like color commentary is somebody who adds color. You brighten up the broadcast. How do you do that? Sometimes it's telling anecdotes. Sometimes it's telling stories. Sometimes it's telling jokes. Sometimes it's explaining the who, what, where, when, why. Sometimes it's talking about past results. You know, like there's lots of things that go into it. Analysts on the desk are actually not there to really analyze what happened. Analysts are there to push storylines. Most analysts are there for narrative purposes. They don't need to be analytical. They need to tell a story on the desk. And their primary goal is to be entertaining above all.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like, so I don't know if the primary goal is to weave storylines necessarily. I think it is to put on entertaining segments. Sometimes that means going deep into storylines. Sometimes that means giving interesting analysis. You know, it could mean a bunch of different things. But I think the role of an analyst is to just make their segment entertaining.
Yeah.
Given how white Jesse is, I'm not seeing the color TBH. I think you've really understood what we're talking about here. I think you've really internalized it well. And it provided thoughtful additions to this conversation. Thank you to Angry Cat 2.
You'll just see someone running
To Angry Cat too. Thank you very much for your input. I do agree with you, by the way.
You could be like Louis DeBrusque and talk about everything but the game. Hey, I like Louis DeBrusque.
What do you think of Chris Cuthbert?
Chris Cuthbert?
He's the main play-by-play for CBC now. He's been doing most of the Leaf games.
I have not listened to enough to have an opinion.
The guy who does a lot of the Edmonton games is really awful. I cannot stand him.
He has an interesting voice. He's a little bit more high-pitched.
He's Sikh, right? Like I never would have picked that up.
No, that's the old guy. He's not doing Oilers anymore. I think he stopped last year or 2 years ago, maybe?
No. He was definitely doing it earlier in the season. Like
maybe earlier in the season, maybe. But not playoffs.
Like last week.
Definitely not.
He's terrible. I just can't stand him. He's nails on a chalkboard to me.
It's Jack Michaels is the current play-by-play for the Oilers. It's not the Sikh guy anymore.
No. The Sikh guy works for CBC. He's not like an Oilers Sportsnet guy. Like he's one of the like.
Oh.
So when they go to the playoffs or they have a national broadcast, the usual guys aren't doing it. It's the national guys who do it.
I only ever watch on Sportsnet, so I wouldn't know.
Jack Michaels, the Oilers commentator guy, his penis is on the internet. Oh, great.
As all great commentators should be.
I like Chris Cuthbert, and a lot of people don't. I loved Bob Cole growing up, and I think Doc Emmerich. Oh. I thought Doc Emmerich was the best. Doc Emmerich to me is the single best like broadcaster that I've heard. I love him.
On B stream, by the way, W7M FaZe has just started. Do you want to go to that, or do you want to stick on?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about either of these teams.
Okay, wonderful. W7M FaZe is like a good fucking game.
Out of these two teams, especially with so much more games to be played. Tomorrow's when it's going to get interesting for these teams, and the reason why I say that, of course, you can kind of wager more bullets and kind of look to lock yourself in for top 8.
Up to 8 bullets can be wagered as of tomorrow. First 2 days, though, a maximum of 2.
It's going to be fun to kind of see.
All right, I'm betting we're going to see a great Rorora play today. Rorora play from Dodez in this very round. I think Bank is ripe for possibilities here.
Unfortunately, we're off tomorrow, so we don't get to kind of play around with it. We'll just get to sit back and watch with everyone else.
Scarz got shown up today.
Better start there for FaZe. More early contact, early pressure onto the attacking team at W7M. Far too lax on site in the previous round.
So Dodez on Rayora for the second round. I think it may have been Dez.
Sorry, I was having a sentimental moment with chat.
To be rather bullish on the Rayora, but I think we've seen it, at least us personally,
we saw it a
maybe
little bit
once
yesterday, but yeah,
or
like
twice.
One or two rounds.
It really hasn't been near as prevalent as I thought it may have been.
I think it was 2 rounds overall yesterday. Do you add that into the strat saving though, as a new operator, and what you want to
I think we're going to see a sick fucking Rora play coming out, and I just want Dodez to not let me down.
Lots wanted to take that fight. Thinks that maybe he can win it with the better ACOG scope, but not to be. Cyber falls. Courtesy of
How did Paulo do yesterday? I don't think we watched a lot of the W7M game. We were flipping back and forth during their time.
Just kind of slowly working their way through this round very nicely. Good pace.
I'm excited for Paulo on W7M. I'm not confident in him.
And good pressure on both sides of the map. Can't complain too much with what W7M is doing. And a needed pick there for FaZe, and yeah, we're not going to see really the Rayora.
What are your thoughts on watches?
Dodez falls. 60 seconds left.
I have a phone. Why do I need a watch?
Onus here on Volps and being able to create a play with those Candelas, trying to force an opening, trying to assist the team. That breach in towards
You had that one in the chamber. How did you have that loaded already?
Because that's my thoughts on watches. What the fuck do you mean? How did I have that? You asked my thoughts on watches? That was the first thought I had about watches.
I have a phone that tells time. Why do I need something else?
Damn right.
You don't think they could like accessorize or?
I mean, I wear a watch every time like we're on broadcast. Assuming I'm not in like a sweater or something.
Obviously, you have more thoughts then.
Yeah, but I didn't think that my initial thought needed much expansion.
My chat is skull fucking yours right now, by the way. Just like the record to show.
Yeah, okay. You're winning for like 0.1% of the stream. I could definitely write a program that calculates how many chat messages my chatters send compared to yours, and we could have a competition.
The thing with my chat, and this has always been the case, unless I'm actively engaging them, they don't talk that much.
Yeah.
Like, so when you and I are streaming, my chat will stay quiet because like you're doing a lot of talking and my chat's just like there. But it's like if you leave and I start talking, then the chat just blows up with like my icon because they all start talking again.
We lose in that fight. My chat punches above our weight class. My chat's I've cultivated a chat full of fucking yappers because I give too much attention to those who yap.
I remember one time George, like King George, would get like, was it King George? Or it might have been Macy. I compared like a regular 8-hour stream when I was living in Poland. I was averaging like 700 to like 1200 concurrence. And it was like Macy was getting like triple that at minimum. And I remember comparing my like unique chatters in one of my like 7-hour streams to Macy's, and I crushed him. Like it was not even close. And I was like, with like at most 1200 viewers, I'm beating a guy with 3000.
Yeah,
like. But again, like people go watch Macy because he's like a diamond level player who's creative and is quite skilled in the game. I am none of those things. People are not watching me because I'm gonna frag out and carry a game at diamond and blow people's minds. People are watching me because I'm a caster that they like and I answer their questions. Like that's it. And it's like, I think there's room for both of those. I think obviously like there's a different ceiling depending on what you provide, but like my chat is there to talk. Macy does not often talk to his chat, so.
Yeah, I think it's two completely different products, and of course you're gonna get different results out of that. I agree.
And different people like it. Some people want to come to talk. Some people just want to go watch a guy just kill a bunch of people.
Some people want Loban to have the greatest Nook play of all time. Oh no.
That has to be one of the best plays I've seen in so long.
That's tough.
Halu was like, I'm up, I'm down.
That's tough.
That was good.
No, it's okay though. It opens the door for Loban to do crazy shit here in the 1v4.
You want to see Max? I'll go get the cat.
Son of a bitch. Do I have any of these guys on my fantasy team? That is another question. I have Herds. That's it. Oh, this is FaZe. I have Cyber. That's right. I watch Macy for the crash out. All right, bro.
Ultimately, the Nook lurk later. Round 4 ban phase then, so the final for the half. Each team with an additional.
I feel like I get too many. I feel like Interro chatters are like quite intelligent chatters. Like I feel like Interro.
The cat is sleeping. Are you talking to me or are you talking to your chat? Because I left.
I'm talking to our chats. I feel like your chatters are very eloquent and intelligent, and they have thoughtful things to say. Whereas my chat just comes in and they say, "L part-time streamer bozo can't win in GeoGuessr, idiots."
Okay,
fuck you for selling us. This is what I'm talking about, hateful. This is you're who I'm referring to here.
So I appreciate the compliment, but I think I kind of wish I had just like a D-Gen chat that just like blew up and spammed emotes. Like when cool shit happens, my chat doesn't blow up and pop off and erupt. Like if George hits like a clutch, his chat goes insane. Like that's not my chat. My chat's kind of like a golf clap. They're just going like that's it, which is fine, and I don't have any problem with that. But it's like there are days where it's just like I want to be a D-Gen, and I just want my chat to be D-Gen too. But you know, can't do that.
I was not saying that your chat was better. I was just noting a difference. I like my chat as the degenerates they are.
Well, I mean, since you are an Albertan, I think being exposed to sophisticated and highbrow people is rare. So it's good that you've cultivated a chat that resembles the people you live around.
I know my people. I know my audience. Simple as that.
Dude, I literally ace-clutched on my last stream, hateful dude. Why don't you go back and watch the VOD?
Parker, do you want to play some Siege tonight?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We first
This is why I don't come to your Discord.
don't know if they actually faced it. They probably
That's not why.
It is
you
why.
sent me a picture of you, your cat, and Jess on the couch last night, being all comfy.
Yeah, we were having a great time watching the Oilers game.
We won all 3 PUBG games we played, and then watched the entire UFC fight, and it was great. We go wild when you clap weird bigots in your matches. That is true. You do. You pop off really hard when I go toe-to-toe with bigots.
I feel bad for Cyber there. Loban knew. Loban knows. Oh my god. That's the thing about Loban is he's a knower too. You think
your favorite player?
He's my favorite player to watch play at LANs because he just
Yellow has turned tail and now
knows.
Yellow is now in your chat.
Welcome Yellow. Welcome to the dark side.
You're now one of Jesse's idiots. He literally said that everybody who watches his streams are stupid, and now you.
No, I didn't say that. I called them degenerates, and you called them apes, which is worse.
Everybody who watches my streams, they're all dumb.
I didn't say this.
They're not sophisticated.
Chat, this is more false, fake info that Parker continues to spread on twitch.tv/Interro.
Every time I see my chatters, they're struggling to walk and breathe simultaneously.
This is false news. This is the
time
woke
because
liberal
it's a
media.
big word.
This is the woke liberal media once again feeding you lies, chat. Don't believe it.
I can't believe Jesse would say that about you, by the way. I am willing to adopt you. I'm willing to steal your entire chat for my own.
Dude, Loban's so good. I love Loban.
Dude,
Oh
Loban
my
was,
god.
look at that. He just slapped the back of Loban's head.
I love Loban. What a guy. What a guy. What a gamer.
I don't really have any mods. So, I mean, I should probably get some. But I also don't stream, and I don't get the viewership I used to. Keep in mind, chat, that I used to stream at like 8 a.m. Poland time to 1,000 people, and I would have a single mod.
Unable to escape positions.
I've never well stocked with mods.
I mod as a
Jesse has
necessity.
modded his entire chat. So
No, I listen. If somebody like, if I need a moderator and there are no mods, I add a mod. That's just how it
just
goes.
deputize random people.
Damn right. Damn right.
That's how Meat Garage got mod in my stream, because he was just hanging out a lot, and I just never had mods, and I was like,
yeah,
I met you at an event. I'll add you as a mod. Oh, Max is here.
Just enjoying this so far. 2-2 scoreline. I think very much deserving for both teams. Both had some good moments.
I didn't almost give mod to Extra. Let's set the record straight. Extra has been campaigning to get mod for like 2 years, and I have very much insisted that that will never happen. And I stand on that box.
So they ended up actually being
not
picked or picked.
No, don't climb on the desk.
They were just the remaining 2 teams.
Axon's definitely the longest standing like real
Woke
mod.
up, you're very tired.
Which is really what you want, right? Is there a world in which this ends up being going super early here, the reload grand final?
On the desk?
I mean, the answer is basically yes.
Although I did remove a bunch of like legacy mods, like a couple months ago. I removed a bunch of people who like haven't been in this stream for like 2 years that used to be mods back when I would like cast Go4s.
I remember casting Go4s. Those were fun times, dude.
That's how I got my start in Rainbow Six Siege.
I got my start casting the Siege Contender Series because Bubba Fabes, the caster at the time, his computer blew up, so they needed somebody. And one of my friends was playing in it, so I said, sure. And if you're in my chat and you type !first cast, you can go back and watch the very first Rainbow Six cast I ever did in my entire life.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The 10-year anniversary of my first cast is coming up in a couple months.
Well, I think it's more of an information tool.
I know.
Than anything.
Potentially, sure. Yeah.
Well, it's a cross, and
I think we're casting.
No, I lived outside of Poland, Alfonso. Or sorry, I lived outside of Krakow in Katowice in Poland. I lived in Poland for 3 years.
Pressure on the repel, certainly paramount, as Dots now gets himself in towards top square. There's one over towards Janitor.
Apparently, Loira is G2's IGL.
In Laxing's research ahead of it, he put Uno as the IGL. Where'd you see that it was Loira?
Apparently on Raza's stream, he just said that he's IGL. That's what one of the chatters said.
An important factor later in the round on that flank through Archives will make his way over towards square. Something to consider.
As of SI, the official word was it was Uno. It could have changed.
Does get a nice down onto Palu
I mean, changing IGLs would explain their bad performance.
Uno wasn't even the IGL for very long. Like Alamau was up until like what, 9 months ago or
That's
some
what I'm
shit.
saying. If you're constantly playing musical chairs with your IGL,
Yeah.
yeah, it's not good.
Certainly looking a little bit sharp on the
IGL is like the one role too where it's like I feel like most players aren't built for this role.
Yeah. Would I go back to politics if I felt like not casting anymore? Maybe.
FaZe then given opportunities to reroute.
There was some interest in me being involved in the last election, but I didn't end up doing anything. I am slowly but surely getting that itch. But I also love working in restaurants. So like, obviously the money is shit in both. I only like jobs that pay poorly, apparently.
If Parker was running in my riding, I might have to vote conservative for the first time in my life. We cannot let the ego of Interro inflate by holding political power. This must be stopped at all costs, even if it comes at the detriment of our country.
What if I ran and I just said my name was Interro and all my signs said Interro? I didn't even use my real name. Prime Minister Interro.
That would be sick.
How funny would it be? Everybody's got a real human name and I'm just Interro.
First gamer prime minister. Let's fucking go. Yellow, I'll hydrate.
You don't think Mark
for
Carney
you.
games? Do you think Mark Carney knows any Fortnite dances?
I bet he does. He's a man of
I
the
bet
people.
Justin Trudeau knows at least one like Fortnite dance because of his young children.
I was scrolling on TikTok and I got Justin Trudeau's son, who's like an aspiring rapper, and he was doing a podcast with his dad, and they were watching his rap videos together.
So like a month after Trudeau resigned, he put out a thing saying that like his son Xavier was going to be publishing a song, and that they were going to be doing like a live stream on like Justin Trudeau's Instagram. And I'm like, look, man, like I don't have any problem with you supporting your son, whatever, but like you were literally the outgoing prime minister. Maybe like sharing your son's fledgling rap career on your Instagram is not the place to do it. And then I saw a video of they sat down and
what I saw.
watched it together.
Yeah.
I have not listened to it.
I just listened to the clip that was in their reaction.
Is it bad?
It was pretty bad. It was like young white rich rapper. Like it's exactly what you expect.
Yeah, you're a young white rich kid whose father's the prime minister, and you grew up like largely in Quebec. Like I can't imagine there's a huge market for that.
Which is in some way maybe been the case.
I gotta fill up my water because somebody redeemed a hydrate. I'll be right back.
Yeah, tremendous to watch the quality on display.
My partner and I went to the old spaghetti factory down on the Esplanade, and it was terrible. But this giant stein that you could keep, that says the old spaghetti factory on it, filled with beer was like $20, and I was like, fuck yeah, like a stein on its own is more than that. And I get a beer in it? And now this thing is just like the ultimate water glass.
It leads to very tight results.
All right, Yellow, this one's for you.
Another close finish here. Souls and Cyber with a bit of work to do now, down a player.
A stein is like a big mug. It's 32 ounces.
It's a green politician in the United States of America.
Jill Stein, she's a Russian asset. So a pint legally needs to be 20 ounces, a stein legally needs to be 32 ounces, and a pitcher legally needs to be 64 ounces. I don't have any idea what that is outside of North America, because Canada uses ounces for like literally every alcoholic beverage, so...
Not winnable for
felt
Souls.
that. I just felt how Souls had to play that.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
That was bad.
He lands that and he can reposition Printer.
You use Nalgene's that you never wash. You shouldn't use any type of plastic long term because it slowly degrades. And if you are going to do it, I mean, the problem is that the more you wash plastic, the more microplastics it creates. So like in theory, if you're not washing the plastic, you're saving yourself on microplastics, but you're opening yourself up to other bacteria.
The second half,
And we're like 90% plastic anyways. Just enjoy the microplastics while they're here. If it kills you later in life, it kills you later in life, man. Just enjoy the microplastics.
Is there any way of me coming back to politics or to Poland? I mean, I'd like to visit Poland again. I lived there. I had my temporary residency. Like, I was there for Pro League. I did not move to Poland by choice. I moved to Poland because that's where the studio was and it was required.
To that opening
I would like to revisit Poland. I'd actually like to go back to Katowice. I've heard it's a way better place to live
Sir
now
Duke,
than
there
it
are
was, like, 6 years
6
ago.
ban phases now. Welcome to Rainbow
But
Six Siege in
I don't have any
2025.
reason to go there. Like outside of just like a vacation, and no offense to Polish people, but like if I was to go on vacation, Poland is not high on that list. So not because Poland is bad, but because like I've already seen outside of Gdansk, I've seen like all the cities in Poland I want to see, and I traveled and explored while I was there. Like I've never been to Amsterdam. I would rather go there. I've never been to Bruges. I'd like to go there. Like I've never been to Dublin. I'd like to go there. I've never been to Prague. I'd like to go there.
You've never been to Edmonton. You'd like to come here.
That's the first part of that sentence is correct. The last part could not be more wrong.
You're coming to Edmonton for my wedding. I'm so excited.
What's FaZe got? Really need to get handy.
Okay, but that's not like a desire. That's an obligation.
No, that's gonna be the first time it might be an obligation, but once you get a taste of Edmonton, it's gonna be the desire for the rest of your days. It's gonna be a desire until you ever come back, and then you'll probably retire here.
Have you ever read any of like the like journalist / like writer Chuck Klosterman's like essays that he does?
No.
They're always like humorous. They usually involve like pop culture and music and stuff like that. Anyway, he does one where it's like, so you have like something good happens to you, but then something bad happens in response, and one of them is like, you are an American, yet for some reason you inexplicably become the biggest Canadian Football League fan on the planet, and all you want to talk about is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and like every aspect of your life revolves around the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And it's like, is that Edmonton to me? Like, I'm gonna go to Edmonton and suddenly my whole life has changed forever.
Yeah, I think the key will be, can they stall?
Every day I leave, I am like, it's like Inception. I can't get it out of my head. I just constantly pulled back the siren song of Edmonton.
It changes people, man. It changes people.
I lived in the most beautiful part of your province. I don't think Edmonton's gonna change my mind.
Well, I think you're wrong. I think you'll be surprised.
Technically, it was my province. Jesse and I both lived in Alberta at the same time. Fun fact. Born to go to Amsterdam, forced to go to Edmonton.
You've been told traffic in Edmonton is absolutely awful. The only people who complain about traffic in Edmonton are rural Albertans who have never been to a city before. Compared to any city of any decent size, Edmonton's traffic is like so mid. I feel like every single person complains about traffic where they're from. But as somebody who's traveled both to other parts of Canada and to like places around the world, Edmonton traffic is so benign. Like, it's fine. It's got rush hour.
On the map, you saw where Richmond Hill was, right?
Yeah.
Just north of Toronto. It's deceptively far. It's not as close as you'd think, but still, like getting from like Richmond Hill to like downtown Toronto will take you like maybe an hour at absolute worst, right? Depending on the traffic, could be worse.
Sure.
Family friend of ours, when I was thinking about moving out to Alberta, I was talking to him about it, and he's like, yeah, it's like a slower way of life. He's like, you know, a lot of the annoyances of Toronto aren't there, but a lot of like the conveniences of Toronto are also not there. So like, you know, pick your poison. And I was like, well, what, can you give me an example? And he's like, yeah, he's like, there's no good coffee out there whatsoever. So you're basically only going to drink like Tim Hortons and McDonald's.
That's just not true.
Well, this was also over 10 years ago, Jesse.
Okay.
And from my experience, dog, it was mostly true. But there were a couple small coffee places, but not like widely distributed the same way that Toronto has them. But he's like, but the perk is that there's no traffic. And I was like, none at all? I was like, Calgary's over 1 million people, and everybody there drives. And he goes, yeah, but the whole city is designed to have like 7-lane roads. So it's like...
Calgary traffic is very bad compared to Edmonton.
So he was staying downtown for work.
Yeah.
And he was used to driving from Richmond Hill to downtown Toronto. So he was like, he gets there and his colleagues are like, oh man, you're going to have to leave so early for traffic and blah, blah, blah. And it's like his day started at 9 a.m. So he left the hotel at 7:30. He got to work at 7:45. He's like, where was the traffic? And they're like, well, how did you take it? And he's like, oh, I was on Deerfoot. And they're like, yeah, weren't you stopped for a while? And he's like literally 10 minutes. And they're like, yeah, that's awful. And he's like, it takes me like well over an hour to get to work every day.
I think the worst part with Calgary traffic is the ring road during rush hour gets ridiculous. Like,
the ring road wasn't even open when I lived there. So
that's, I think, been the worst traffic I've seen.
You took Stony, or you took McLeod, or you took like Deerfoot or Crowfoot, and like that was it.
Calgary traffic, I think, is worse than Edmonton traffic, but it's also just like not bad compared to other places. I mean, generally, just bigger cities are gonna have worse traffic, right?
If you just keep building sprawl, invest nothing in public transit, and all of your businesses stay confined to one small area, traffic is going to just continue to worsen. Like, that's just, you can't build enough roads for car traffic. Like, one more lane, bro, just one more lane, I swear, just one more lane and then the traffic will be gone.
Yeah.
It's called induced demand. You get rid of a lane and it fills up within like 3 to 6 months and you're back where you started. The only way to get rid of traffic is to provide alternatives for people to travel. Work from home, walkable communities, greater density, cycle networks, better public transit, etc. So this game is actually quite boring.
I don't know, there have been some interesting moments in it, but there's nothing like super new being brought out. Like, there was a little Aurora strat, but it didn't go anywhere. It's a lot of work from out in the building. This is what happens when FaZe attacks, though. Like, you're never gonna get a super fun FaZe attack, unfortunately.
Yeah. I just think FaZe are such a boring team to watch. Like, they're very mechanically
really
sound
are.
and they're a great team. I just don't think anything about them is exciting.
Dodes wants to do something exciting, though. Although the window isn't prepped, so I don't know what his plan is here. And he's on a drone. I feel like his plan is over. This is what FaZe do, man. Somebody on the defense will have, like, a fun idea, and then FaZe are just, like, too perfect. Like, they're just... They won't give you the opportunity to do something crazy.
For the star frontman of FaZe, nothing really working for them in the last couple of rounds until that pistol shot from Cyber.
I need Cyber to get a fucking big round in here at some point. 4 and 7 is not where my fantasy needs him to be at. He was having a great day yesterday, which is why I picked him up.
They've cleared a little bit of space for themselves towards top square, Janet and Stock, so they're certainly hemming W7M back in towards site. A deep elevator position. Top main is obviously...
The opposite of FaZe was SIM80. SIM80 was just drama. Drama and people shitting on Packer. Unjustifiably, I may add.
Oh, Cyber! To your point, Parabola, it was actually quite common growing up where if you lived like in a rural part, or you did your driver's test in a rural part of the province, you weren't subjected to some of the same requirements if you were in a city. So for example, like parallel parking, if you're doing your driver's test in Toronto, they will make you parallel park on a busy street in between like narrow cars, and it is very stressful. If you drive an hour and a half outside of Toronto and you were in the middle of nowhere, they will make you parallel park on like a road that has no cars on it, and there might not even be a car you're parallel parking on, and it's so easy. And you don't have to deal with bike lanes and all this jazz. And it's like, I honestly think there should be completely different driver's licenses for driving in cities and not driving in cities. Because like the amount of people who get their drive, like I had friends that would literally drive an hour and a half away to do an easier driver's ed test in a less crowded, less busy place, like where the highways aren't busy, there are no bike lanes, there are no crosswalks, like and they do their test and they'd be like, okay, great. And it's like, yeah, but then they come to the city and they have to deal with cyclists and pedestrians and crosswalks and no right turns and one-way roads, and they would panic, and it's like, no, that's not right.
I know many people in my high school drove to a very tiny town in Alberta called Alex, which has one stop sign, and they did their driver's test in Alex, and all of them passed.
Yeah, no, it's very true. I had friends that would literally leave the city to go to like even just like a suburb or like go into the countryside to do their test because it was easier. And it's just like, I understand, but like you're only fucking yourself over, because then when you actually have to drive on the 401, what used to be the world's busiest highway, like you're not ready for it.
Yeah.
It's like, it would be like only training for a marathon on a treadmill inside of a gym and not actually having to run outside. Or training for like, if you were in like a bike race, only practicing on like a stationary bike in a gym instead of actually biking outdoors. Licenses in Canada are not expensive. They should be, but unfortunately, like in Germany, licenses are like terribly expensive. But I think it's like $100 to get your driver's license here, because like if you can't drive in Canada outside of like the big cities, you're fucked. I mean, I'd even say that if you live in Edmonton and you can't drive, you're kind of fucked.
position a little bit awkward.
Yeah. I mean, you can definitely get around the city with just the buses, but it's miserable. Like, it's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go from one end of the city into another, I mean, dude, there's even parts of like Toronto where I am, where it's like, if I was to take public transit, it would take me an hour and 20 minutes to get there, but it's like a 21-minute drive or like a 25-minute bike ride. And it's just like...
Axon, you also work from home and live downtown, though. If you, like, plan your life strategically, you can live in Edmonton without a car. But if you're trying to go all over the city, it's really tough. You also, like, a lot of people who live in Edmonton, and myself and Jess are good examples of this, have family in other places around Alberta, which, like, you just have to drive to because there's no train out of Edmonton.
I mean, there's no train in Alberta, so...
Yeah.
The fact that there isn't a train connecting Calgary and Edmonton is fucking insane. I don't understand it.
I know.
Ridiculous.
They're talking about it. We'll see. I don't know if I trust Daniel Smith to get it done, but
It can start to get to you. And you can't keep
would be nice.
She so profoundly sucks. She's just such an awful person.
She's pretty
She was
fucking
awful
horrible.
when she led Wild Rose. She was awful when she went to be a radio broadcaster, and she's even more awful now. She's a premier.
I think she's the worst
How you doing,
premier I've
bro? Nice
ever
to see
lived
you.
through. I think she's the worst premier I've ever lived through.
You haven't lived
That I
through
can
many, and
remember.
Prentice and what's her name weren't that bad. The one that came before that, Allison Redford.
Is she the
Honestly,
one that, like...
Redford-
Is she the one that had, like, a
and
private
Prentice were
plane?
okay. They were kind of like liberal conservatives. But then the vote split cost the election and handed the NDP power, and then the two parties merged, and then Jason Kenney came to be, and he fucking sucked ass, and then here you are.
Freebie there. But they capitalized. They got really good
What's up,
value
Big
from
Stag?
it.
Nice
That
to
was
see you.
actually what aided in gaining that information, that intel, bit of space. With that push through lobby. And funnily enough, it will be the Monty taken down, heading into round number 10.
How's the other game going?
Mirror, an operator that is quite prevalent on base.
Secret are about to win. Here we go. If they can win the post plant, which
just opens up
they
a very
might.
discussion about objective rotations going forward with this.
I think they win this. I think I tune in and Mowgli's got the aura. Never mind. I think I tune in and Noah has the aura. Noah Urs.
Maps that have 4 viable objectives. Bank is
Never mind.
not really regarded as one of those maps.
I really tried to force that.
So the basement we go. And as expected, Goya once again in play.
Let's put it this way.
Funnily enough, has not
I
been
lived
a
in
particularly
Katowice, which everybody I talked to said was like the worst place to live in Poland without a car. Like, people were dumbfounded that I didn't have a car in Katowice. They're like, the transit sucks, you can't do anything, blah, blah. And I'm like, I can literally walk everywhere so easily. Ubers are like $1, and I can get around the entire city. Like, if this is bad for European standards, we are like cataclysmically bad in North America.
Yeah, we're in the fucking Stone Age.
Like, I could get around Katowice and Krakow without a car easier than I can get around Toronto. And that was bad.
I heard that there's a new train line in Florida that is doing quite well.
You mean the Bright Line that has
Yeah.
over like 150 at-grade crossings and gets into an accident every single day?
I've heard good
There's an
things about
entire
it.
subreddit dedicated to the hilarious crashes that thing gets into.
Hey, at least they
Like,
fucking have a
people in
train,
Flo- like,
man.
Dude, you'll literally see like 19 white pickup trucks just lined up over the rail tracks, and then just like the things will come down and people will just get out of their car and run, and then you'll just see this 2-story train just plow through 3 cars.
They've got to take some time to learn what a train is, how it works. Okay, they'll get there.
I think my favorite was, it was like the train was like going diagonal, and it had like 3 at-grade crossings in the span of like 10 seconds. And like the last one had one of those like trucks that have all the cars on the back of it. So it's got like 10 new cars to be delivered to. You say anything about Loban, your best friend right there?
Listen, let him live, okay? Just
Well,
let him be.
He's not. He's dead.
Let him be, Parker.
Anyway, so there's like there's one of the trucks carrying a bunch of cars, and the train is going through, and it's just honking the horn, but like the truck just can't go anywhere. But he's like so clearly over the edge. The guy gets out and runs, and the train hits it, and cars just go flying. It's so fucking funny.
The kill and who's dying as well. It hasn't been down to any individual player.
Falcon Candace has popped in towards CCTV. Certainly avenues now for FaZe, how they want to play this.
This two-brow strat's become really popular, just sitting a tube in sight here. Good
Very boring to
nitro,
watch.
good long
I think
gun.
two-brow is a tremendously boring operator, and I think he slows the game down. I don't like him.
That's fair. I think there's a good number of operators like that, where it's like they may be powerful, but like they're bad design.
Yeah, I think Goyo is interesting, but it's like Goyo and two-brow are two operators. If we got rid of them, I think the game would benefit.
Yeah.
Might be on Vida to drop
Funny enough, though, like I don't dislike Legion and I don't dislike Capkin. So,
I mean, I feel like Legion's traps aren't that big of a deal, and Capcan specifically, it's like you're only gonna die to a Capcan if like you're really making a mistake, or if you were rushed, or if you're panicked, you know.
well, Yubi got rid of invisibility for all the defenders, so I mean, like,
Yeah.
which by the way, I think was the right choice.
Yeah, me too.
Obviously, I think it's disproportionately killed Echo. I think Echo's like almost borderline useless on like outside
He's
of pro play.
super niche now. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're playing ranked and you're running an Echo, you're almost always trolling.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like the team's not going to be able to play around it. Half the people you're playing with don't have mics. Nobody's going to be able to sit on the yokai.
Yeah, most good Echo players in pro are like actively droning their roamers.
Yeah. He's not. He was designed to be an anchor. He was literally designed to complement smoke. And now it's like, because there's no cloaking and the yokai's drones are so visible, you put them somewhere and then you scout with the drone to help a roamer, which is great. And it's like, I like that change, but it just, that doesn't really work in ranked. And you find a lot of people in ranked will still play him as an anchor, and it's like, Maestro's a better choice, Smoke is a better choice, Mute is a better choice, Goyo's a better choice. Like, just don't use him.
Yeah. There's a few
Bulletproof
sites.
cameras are more effective than yokais at this point at doing what they do.
Yeah.
Like, in sight. So. Yeah, I mean, Garlic Bread, if you're duo queued, he's great. But the point that I'm making is, like, for solo queue ranked, he's borderline useless. Thank you, Parker. I'm now watching 7 minutes of Brightline crashes. They're so fucking funny. They're like, hey, we should build a train. Okay, so we should elevate it, right? Oh no, that's way too much money. So where are we gonna put it? I don't know, just like next to the road. But there's like 150 crossings in the first like 20 miles. So it's gonna inconvenience drivers a ton and risk collisions. Yeah, but like money. And now it gets into a crash like every other day.
Respectively, we'll be still in a good position going into day 3.
Yeah, be a marginal difference as well.
My partner was going to go down to Florida and was like, oh, I'll take the Brightline. And I literally looked her in the eyes and I was like, no. I was like, I'm not going to say no to like anything you want to do ever, but you are not getting on the Brightline. I fear for your safety.
Dude, even this yokai, it's in like kind of a weird spot, kind of hard to find, still immediately found. 30 seconds into this round.
I mean, the other discussion as well is it means that these two won't face until the bracket as well, right? Yep. Because they'll be blocked out from one another.
I don't mind a gadget that like benefits team play. I think we should be having more of that. More operators that are stronger when used as teammates. But like, I don't even think Echo in his strongest situation is that strong of an operator. Like, being able to drone roamers is nice, but it's not even like that good of an ability.
The thing is that when his yokai's cloaked, he was good. And if you didn't know there was an Echo on the board and the yokais were cloaked, like, he had tons of value. But now it's like, oh, there's an Echo on the board. Okay, we're going to push into sight. For the most part, it's like, just look at the ceiling.
Yeah.
And also, there's just so many drone operators now. Like, look at FaZe. Like, FaZe has an extra 6 drones. Like, not to mention the fact they could get cams as well. Like, attackers have continuously gained intel, and that the more drones on the board, the more it hurts Echo. Dude, the more chances there are to spot one of those yokais.
Every single attacker on FaZe has bonus information, either from extra drones or from their unique ability.
Yep.
They're all going to give pings or calls or have drones.
I mean, this Bank is a map that doesn't necessitate a lot of soft destruction. So, I mean, like, you can get away with a really, like, intel-heavy lineup. It's like not only do you not need soft destruction, but it's also the biggest map in the game.
Yep.
And Valkyrie is very, very common. I am a little bit befuddled by why W7M hasn't been using her all that frequently. They're bringing like bulletproofs and they're just bringing like yokais instead, but it's like I don't think that's enough.
Might just be worried about like a. I mean, I think this is a big thing too. Is like now that we have repick, IQ becomes way more powerful. So like back in the day, it might have been that like Echo being invisible was like too annoying to play against or too oppressive. But now it's like if you drone an Echo in the prep phase, even if his thing's invisible, just repick IQ. Like the power of repick really allows you to strengthen defenders if you have specific counters like an IQ.
Garlic Bread made a good point too, saying that they've continuously decluttered the maps, which makes it harder to hide the yokai drones. I mean, that also impacts like Capkin, that can also impact Legion, it can also impact Ella and Valkyrie too. But I mean, yokai drones are the biggest of all of those operators' gadgets. They make noise. Yeah.
Unlikely Ken for 200,000 channel points has now redeemed Give VIP. The #1 lurker of twitch.tv/SSG. Unlikely Ken. Congratulations on the VIP. Huge dubs. Can we get some claps in the chat for Unlikely Ken, chat? Thank you very much. That's a big number of channel points. It's only like the second or third time that's ever been redeemed.
If you are in my chat and you just type clap with a capital C, you will get the clapping emote because I have it turned on.
I don't, but still do it.
But as the tech timeout actually progresses,
There you go. See, look at that. Look at all that. If you're in my chat and you do clap with the capital C, I guess it'll even work for Jesse. I don't know if it shows up for you, but it's showing up for me. So
it doesn't show up for me, but I still appreciate that my chatters can contribute.
I see it.
Hell yeah.
You watched it where it hits the car transporter? How fucking funny is that video? Cars just go flying.
Oh, it does pop up on the in-game screen, chat. That's true. I should show you guys the game again.
When this game ends, I didn't go get coffee. I just refilled my water. So after this, I'm gonna go make a coffee.
Okay.
This game has been so fucking boring. Like this game has just been. Yeah, this is. Well, I mean, FaZe Clan can be boring all you want, but if like W7M have been in control of most of this match, even some of the rounds they've lost, they've looked really good. Like W7M are putting on as equally a boring show.
I feel like when you're up against FaZe, though, you're forced to play more careful. You're forced to play more boring. Like if you want to do well against them.
It was kind of the same with NIP. Like NIP when they went on that like hero run towards like the end of 2019 through SI 2020, and then a little bit of the start of Brazil. NIP was excellent at controlling the pace of the games, and some of the rounds would be explosive and quick, but for the most part they were quite slow. It doesn't help that NIP's dominance, well, I mean, technically they lost SI, but their dominance as a team, because you can still be a dominant team and not win everything, aligned with the 20-second meta.
Yeah.
Or it was the mute Mozzie meta, I guess, was that one.
While that logic bomb was ringing out around the map, courtesy of KDS has one more available. Loban goes for a sneak in towards.
Loban never misses these kills. Bro thought he was Caveira, but it's fine.
Right into the back of Souls, who had no clue whatsoever that was maybe even possible.
Well, they exchange out.
I also have to pee, so I'd really like them to send this one into the W column.
Traps in play, comfortable gun, and
dude, Loban's trying his fucking damnedest.
Dude, Loban's just swinging for the fences, but nobody's even pitching the ball. He's just swinging.
He's got nothing else to do. He's a lone roamer.
I think Remove VIP should also come back. I think that would really benefit your channel.
It never got redeemed, but I just felt if it ever did get redeemed, it would feel so bad if you lost your VIP.
I think VIP is what, 200,000? I think redeem VIP should be 200,000 and a single channel point.
I just once people started redeeming Give VIP, it was clear that it meant a lot to them and they were happy that they had it. So I was like, okay, now if it gets removed, that would feel really fucking shitty.
This is terribly poor timing on Vidaking's utility. I'm a bit skeptical of FaZe Clan's problem solving here.
Still winnable though.
We don't know how much HP Vidaking has because they got rid of it. So, I mean, he might have 100 HP, maybe he has 0, I don't know. Who's to say?
Nah, he loses. GG's. W7M fucking goats. Looking pretty good, 2-0 with Palu.
Yeah.
I think Palu can win a tournament on this team.
But they're not going to get too excited just yet. Only the one
What's going on with the other game?
Last I checked it was 5 or 6-3. It looks to be over. Looks like Secret won.
Looks like Twist is Secret one, yeah. Okay, you wanna which stream do you want to leave it on while I go pee?
I'll leave it on A stream because we're doing an interview.
So I'm really glad that how they planned.
I'm not gonna leave the HP thing alone, no. Which one? Twister? Stream A or
Twister,
stream B?
Twister.
Okay.
Before the reload begin.
Does reload count as a chip? I would count it.
Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go pee.
Goodbye. I mean, it counts as a reload win, right? So I think it's I think it counts, right? I think it's it will be considered a win, you know? But it's not a major. I count EWC too, though. Like, it counts for something. It doesn't count for as much as a major, but I think you're trolling if you say it doesn't count for anything, you know? It can be its own thing and say, all right, it won this.
I think, like, for sure, they were not our first choice. There were other teams that we had the preference to play. But as we were a team that...
I don't think it matters so much that not everybody can qualify to this. I mean, it certainly puts an asterisk on it, but it's like...
considering the ones that were left, I consider that was the best choice because of...
It still has...
And I think, like, the experience would...
broadly speaking, the best teams in the world, you know? I would say Reload broadly has the best team in the world. Does it have every best team in the world? No. It's missing VP. It's missing Shopify in particular. But even, like, majors don't have every best team in the world. Not even because, like, they fail to qualify, because there just might not be enough spots. Unlikely Ken, for your VIP... Okay, first of all, Unlikely Ken, I gotta call you out on this. I've just VIP'd you and you're spelling my name wrong. So that's like, you know, it's fine. It's fine. I pronounce people's names wrong all the time. It's just a note, though. For your VIP celebration, which booster pack should you open 10 packs for in TCG Pocket Go? I have mostly been opening the Lunala packs because I am trying to build a Decidui deck, and I know I'm a Decidui deck. So I would be opening the Lunala packs, personally. But I don't know. I think there's some good packs there. I think any of the ones with the shinies you're likely to get good value from because there's so many shinies out there. At least you can pronounce Lunala. Am I pronouncing it wrong? Good, I didn't play Sun and Moon, okay? Don't put this on me. So I would say the Lunala, however the hell you're supposed to pronounce this pack. Oh, I did say it correctly? Okay, nice. Decidui, okay. Yeah, Maria usually is on the Portuguese stream. She does like hosting and interviews on the Portuguese broadcast. She kind of fills that role. She almost feels like a... I don't know. I believe she rotates between, like, she does host some straight-up segments, and then she does do some interviews on the stage as well for the Brazil regular season. But she's definitely a staple of the Brazilian broadcast. I should play Ultra Moon. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to go back and play Pokemon games if you have no nostalgia for them, because they're just not good games. They're just not good games, objectively. Pokemon, at least for me, is pure nostalgia bait. I think TCG Pocket's a good game. I enjoy it, but it's also, like, fueled a decent bit by nostalgia. This is like your 10th chat. It's all good, Ken. It's like everybody says, like, Black and White are, like, the best Pokemon games. But it's like, when Black and White came out, I was too cool for Pokemon. You know, I was like a teenager who was too cool for Pokemon. So I never played them, and I'm not going to go back and play them. It's like, I'm sure they're great for those who actually enjoyed them, but just wasn't my generation.
We expected it, we saw it, and we'll see where they go on from this point. That'll be the end of the day with the draft.
No, this is food.
Deadpan Otaku!
Someone put beans inside the computer.
Thank you for subscribing with your free Prime Gaming subscription. You can only use it on one streamer every month, and I appreciate Deadpan Otaku that you chose to use it on my wonderful stream. That means you won't see the ads anymore. That means you'll get a special role in the Discord, and it means you'll get invited to the subscriber-only chats in the Big Brain Club Discord, where I leak many things.
The smoke
was open.
So glad to have you on board.
It's absolutely going to be crucial. Now I've moved.
You refuse to buy Nintendo consoles? Bro, I am legitimately very hyped for the new Mario Kart game. I've long been a Mario Karter, and the new Mario Kart being open world is like very exciting. I'm probably gonna have to buy the Switch too, even though it's gonna be $1 trillion. Who's my favorite motorsport athlete? That would be Luigi in the Mario Kart Grand Prix. No, I've never watched any motorsports.
To prevent the defenders from preventing the plant. Now, our blacklight detail is Adrian playing smoke.
I'm not a hater, you know. I know there's a lot of very passionate F1 fans. I can respect F1. It's just never something I've gotten into. And I do feel like F1 fans are a little obnoxious about their sport. Not that it's a bad sport, but it's like, okay, we get it. I feel like some F1 fans make it their whole fucking personality. It's like, okay, we get it. We get it. You watch Drive to Survive. Otherwise, I don't even know what other like motor sports there are. I guess there's NASCAR.
With the smoke, sends it to deny the plant here on the window, and at the same time, he's gonna enable Savage.
How do I feel about the price of Switch games going up? I actually don't really mind it. Like, obviously, it's never good when prices go up, but it's like console games have been the same price for like over a decade, dude. If you do the math, like the increase of Switch prices is actually below inflation.
After a short break, stay with us.
Yeah, like you put Max Verstappen on fucking Luigi Circuit, you put him in an item box, he's not going to know what the fuck to do with it, you know? You come up on Max Verstappen, if Luigi pulls up on Max Verstappen with a fucking superstar, what is Max going to do? Absolutely nothing. Like, genuinely nothing. He's got no shot. You've blocked so many F1 fans recently for a specific driver? Yeah, I mean... This is a problem in the Rainbow Six Talent group chat. Okay, hold on 1 second. I just went to the B stream. Why is there a 30-minute timer on the B stream, bro? 30 minutes? 30 minutes! What are we doing for 30 minutes on the B stream? Ridiculous. Ridiculous, bro. Yeah, obviously prices going up are never that bad, but like, honestly, they could have been jacking up game prices a lot more than they have. Do the GeoGuessr? Yeah, I might. Okay, at least the A stream break is only 6 minutes, but like, it's just a lie. Because it's a 6 minute of like this loading screen, but then it's going to be the other 25 minutes are filled with analyst segments and replays and stuff. Which is better. It's better. Don't get me wrong, but I'd like to use the game. Alright, let's run the GeoGuessr, yeah? Let's run the GeoGuessr, chat. I'm going to put up another poll. Chat, do I know I lost last time. Do I get first? I'm giving you 60 seconds. Do I get first place on the GeoGuessr, yes or no? Go ahead and gamble now. I know I dropped the ball last time, but the thing you've got to consider and the thing you've got to keep in mind is it's feeling like a comeback. It's feeling like a comeback. 2-0's my most cherished subscriber in chat. This is your chance, 2-0's, to put all your money on the line, to be a believer, to vote with your heart. I notice 100% of channel points are currently being put on no, chat. I feel like that's a little bit of an underrepresentation of my skill in the GeoGuessr arena. I feel like there's a good chance I pop off here. I feel like I got a great shot of making some real moves. Okay, it's still at 100% to 0, chat. I feel like maybe not enough people are giving me credit on the G. I know it was a bad first performance. There we go. There we go. There we go. 41.59. I'll take that. I'll take those odds. And to the 41%, I would never let you down, and it's not going to start now. I'm locking the fuck in. All right, we start in Europe. I'm not going to lie, it's a bad sign. I feel like the buildings look kind of run down, but not too bad. Looks like we're in like some really foresty mountains. My first instinct is like these almost look like the Alps. But I almost worry it's too... The buildings are too run down, and I almost worry that the hills are too foresty. I want to go farther east. I want to go, like, Slovenia mountains. I don't know what these are called. I want to go, like, Slovenia, Croatia type mountains. Czechia. Okay. I mean, it wasn't the Alps. Not a bad first score. Could be a lot better. Could be. That was a hard round, though. That was a hard round. I don't think there's... I don't think anybody would have gotten anything crazy close there. So that's okay. Wow. Okay, check the sun. Sun is to the north of us. We should be southern hemisphere. I'm thinking about Africa. I'm thinking about southern Argentina. I don't think there's any world we're in Asia. We could be Australia, maybe New Zealand even. This is tough. I'm going to rule out Africa. I just don't think Africa looks like this generally. The shrubbery doesn't feel right. I kind of like New Zealand. I don't mind like a fucking Uruguay either. I don't think I want to go New Zealand. Do I? This could be really rural New Zealand, dude. Fuck it. Let's send it. It could very well be South America. Alright. What? What? Dude, what? I'm sorry. Back that one up. Back that one up. Back that one up. You're telling me we're in Sri Lanka? Literally above the equator? So the sun lied to me. Okay, I don't think that one should count, frankly. Feels like a bit of bias against me, personally, I would say. I would argue. Esta, fam, something, Rapuria. Okay. Okay, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're getting at. Some people over there. The question is, are we in Latin America or are we in Southeast Asia? That's the question, right? Normally when you get political signs, you're in like Southeast Asia. But like I'm looking at the architecture, I'm looking at the white paint on these trees, I'm looking at this word. This all feels really Spanish to me. Don't you think? Sun looks to be south, but we've been lied to before. I wonder if this is just like rural, like eastern Mexico, you know? Like around the peninsula here, like the Yucatan Peninsula. God, we're probably below the equator. I'm probably trolling this. This could be like Colombia, Brazil. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. He fucking knows ball, chat. Oh my god. Alright. Not the greatest on points, but we region guessed it perfect. Now, you know, I'm not getting a better guess than that. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Can we keep it up? What's this language? Cali Simon Cuentro. To me, that almost sounds Spanish again. But this is clearly like European. Like this is not Latin American if it is Spanish. Samola Cuentro. Like that sounds so Spanish, right? Could we just be Spain? Why is it so cold looking? It looks so cold. Why does it look so cold? Does it get cold in Spain? I don't think so. Maybe this is rare winter Spanish coverage. Sun's definitely south of us. I don't like anything about this. I don't like anything about this. I don't know where to go if it's not Spain. Like maybe like a weird old Portugal. There's a world where it might be like Malta or Italy. I'm going to trust. Honestly, I've been kind of good with languages. I'm just going to go Portugal. Fuck it. Okay. Hey, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Over 4K. Wrong country, but it doesn't matter. All we care about is points. Lock that in. The cold weather was concerning, but we didn't let it tilt us. Last round. Here we go. And this is a very standard Japan, I feel. Could be Taiwan. I think that's Japanese. We're driving on the left side. I think these are Japanese-style bollards. Yeah, this feels super Japan. Feels super Japan. Now, I'm famously horrible at region guessing Japan. Japanese license plates, too. Okay, okay. I'm going to go north. It could honestly be anywhere in Japan, but I got to take a risk here. I got to take a risk to try to get these points back. Why don't we go up over here? Nagata. Somewhere over Nagata. I'm going to send it.
Truths and a lie, and let's see if you know very well your team. Do you think that you do?
That couldn't have been worse. That could not have been worse for Japan.
So I'm going to talk about Twister. Okay. So first one.
But it's enough! But it's enough! Oh, my chat's even worse than I am. Somehow it's enough. Somehow we still get there. Let's go. Oh my God, fucking pop off moment. Shout out to my believers. Shout out to the fans. Shout out to Kimmix. $3 grand. $3 grand channel points on that. Insane, bro. Insane. Chat is horrible. I may be bad, but chat is worse. Fuck yeah. This was a tough game. I can't believe I went New Zealand on Sri Lanka and still won. Did anybody get Sri Lanka? Berta Baby Boy might have gotten the best guess on Sri Lanka. Where did you go? They went Kazakhstan. Dude, not a single person came anywhere close to Sri Lanka. That was such a tough one, bro. All right, let's go listen to the interview. You're playing against people who never looked at a map? Kristen, you could have played. You actually could have hopped in. In fact, I'll post the next one.
That's why I put it there.
I'll give you guys another game to play.
Okay. It doesn't look like.
You think you're so hot? You think you can beat out me? We'll find out.
So I thought, okay, maybe it's a good lie.
You can play mobile. You just need an account, but an account is free. Thank you, Cash.
His hair is not the same color.
That would be really funny, though.
Honestly,
You've played hours of Sri Lanka. That's the hardest round you've seen. Dude, that looks nothing like Sri Lanka, man. Nothing. Are you trying to steal my IP? Yes. Yeah, I need to steal your IP, 2 zeros, to find out information so that I can dox you. The car was the only giveaway. That was a hard Sri Lanka. That was insane.
He started coaching when he was like 16 or something. He might be like 25, I think. But you genuinely say he's in his 30s.
Wow, my mind is blown right now. Anyways, so on from Twister and Mowgli, what's been happening with Team Secret, of course, they were victorious.
All right, we'll listen to our favorite analysts.
Minutes ago. I want to remind everybody about how our card system works with the 2 cards that are currently really active in a play. One of them is a passive card, which is always in play, which is the Flawless card. Now, Jack,
I feel like it's kind of confusing to call these cards.
What's the Flawless card? How does it work?
Very simple. Whenever you play a match, you reload a certain amount of bullets. If you win, you gain that amount of bullets.
So what are we waiting on here, chat? We're waiting on Cloud9 versus Liquid on the A stream. And on the B stream, I think it might be PSG versus M80. No, it's DarkZero Spacestation. DarkZero Spacestation should be a fun game. Cloud9 Liquid could be fun too. But I mean, we gotta watch DZ SSG, right? NA bias and all. 20 minutes.
1 round away from having it. We've had 2 7-1s back-to-back in that way on the bow shows. But our second card is one of the active ones. And active cards you can only put into play during the draft. So at the end of
Watching pros while playing ranked makes me feel like I can play that way, and then my dumbass teammates just die while I'm still the only one setting up site. I feel that 1,000,000% number one. That is the pain. NA is as fun as paint drying. Fireball Trinity, you're literally in NA. You're literally NA. Well, I don't know if you are. I don't know if I think you are. You're Caribbean, and Caribbean's NA. You tried to make dump, and your apartment burned down. Nikaraj, did Parker ever watch the dump video on stream?
Everybody was laughing at him. In the end, he beat G2. In the end, they have the most amount of bullets.
Still think it's going to come back and bite him.
Yeah,
I still think it's going to come back.
It probably was not a good decision to play it that early, but when it comes to playing G2 and setting up
that dump recipe should probably not be watched by anybody, if we're being honest. But do I think FearX will have the best used chicken card at the event? That's a great question. So earlier today, Falcons got to choose who they wanted to play. They initially chose FearX. FearX chickened out.
Stage last time, an invite, I wasn't able to. So my biggest
I think honestly, I think you'll get better value of the chicken cards if you use it late.
Hopefully win. So as the new guy, especially on Team Liquid,
Like maybe not FearX, because FearX are not really going to be in a position where they're like losing, but
I've been playing for quite some time now. It's like it doesn't really get to me, but it's a privilege to be on Team Liquid, the biggest team in Brazil. So I'm gonna try to do my best.
Yo, shout out. Diaz Lucas BR is finally in BR. I agree, but also 7-1. Yeah, I mean, the fact they got G2 out of it is actually a good point. We'll see. I do think it's nice for teams like Scarz and Elevate that they still have their chicken card. But also, like, the fact that Scarz and Elevate are playing so badly means that they never actually get picked by anybody. Because they're always the ones picking, because the teams that lose pick first. So in that sense, it doesn't really matter. It might be better to use your chicken card early. Yeah, FearX might end up having the best chicken card. Scarz are also so horrible, it doesn't matter who they play. Scarz can't get any extra value out of their chicken card because they're going to lose no matter who they play.
So many players that are amazing in Brazil, I think the pickup wasn't expected. Now, is it a bad idea? I don't think so.
I'm really interested to see who Scarz pick tonight. Because tomorrow is likely to be Scarz's final game. And if Scarz lose tomorrow, like, they're probably out, right? So if you're Scarz, you kind of have to make a choice. Who do you play against? And I think they should pick CAG. They might pick Elevate. I think Elevate and CAG and Scarz look like the 3 worst teams this tournament. Obviously, G2's playing kind of bad too, but...
less passive. Now they reverted to that when they picked up Lagonis. It didn't work well. During that time,
PSG Talon, I guess, have struggled too. We haven't seen their second game yet either.
Dragons to amazing heights. And he's back with Team Liquid with more maturity, more confidence in himself. And also,
so if you run out of bullets, you play a 1v1. But that is only true on Monday, tomorrow. So if you run out of bullets on Tuesday, you don't get to 1v1 anybody.
I don't want to be a hater. I really don't want to be a hater.
So Scarz, basically tomorrow, they get a choice, no matter who they play against. If Scarz gamble just 1 bullet, then they play Tuesday guaranteed. But they almost certainly won't get, like, up and out of groups. On the other hand, if Scarz gamble 2 of their bullets, you know, if they win, they go up to 4. But if they lose, then they could 1v1.
They can't go conservative, especially after that loss yesterday.
And especially against Cloud9. Let's be real, Cloud9 is probably one of the biggest underdogs here. No one is challenging.
Watch G2 chicken Scarz. You do get extra bullets for eliminating players, or eliminating teams too, so I doubt anybody would pass up the opportunity to play Scarz. Do a gamble on whether or not we'd actually see a 1v1 tomorrow. I would, but then I wouldn't be able to run any more gambles. That's what I was saying, Timberwolf. Like, I'm really worried that the duels are going to end up being, like, just a non-factor. Like, there might be 1 or 2 duels the entire tournament. And there's a good chance there's literally 0.
They scraped past PSG Talon, who are, to be honest, considered one of the worst rosters in the
GeoGuess #1. Bingson, you sound confident, and that scares me a little.
Really know what to expect. But there are individuals that we like on this roster a lot.
Absolutely. If you think of Dream, Dream is the one that, you know, Dream is
sexy.
Yeah, let's go. Dream
Giddy too litty. I love Giddy. Giddy banger fucking opening day yesterday.
Eventually ended up on really good teams. M80, DarkZero, all constituting of really strong teams. And he's the one that got the shared hand of the stick once again. He's put up with players that went to tier 1.
Giddy getting ready for some big plays. That's not Giddy. We're getting the 30-minute break. We're almost through it. We're almost through it.
I return.
Welcome back.
The cat lost his ball, so I was trying to find out. And then I also made super.
You neutered your cat? You neutered your cat?
It's a redemption story.
My cat did not lose his balls. My cat lost his balls long ago. I made sausages. I threw some sausages in the air fryer for 12 minutes, and then I made a soup.
That sounds pretty good.
And Max is back.
I'm making enchiladas tonight.
I'm not going to say rookies, maybe a team of misfits without being too disrespectful, really going for it against Team Liquid.
This is a big challenge. A big challenge for both squads.
Doesn't sound as good as Dump. I agree. How's Spawny? Spawny's good. Spawny and I were cuddling yesterday when we watched the hockey game. 2-0s, you failed horribly. You didn't get to play around, though. I scammed 2-0s and a bunch of my other chatters out of channel points because I popped off on the GeoGuessr, and they all bet against me. And I hope that they've learned their lesson, not to doubt me ever again.
He does not give a shit about this toy.
Right now is that if you think of Liquid initially, it's probably one of the most passive and strategic teams in Brazil, right? Alongside WC.
2 decent games coming on, Parker. Team Liquid versus Cloud9, and then SSG versus DarkZero.
At least that's a little bit more passive, and they were also, I guess, labeled as a
Shiny Squirrel, Shiny Cubone, let's go, Ken. That's hype.
Both of these teams now are going on a map that requires a lot of step-by-step tactical play.
I think it's cool they added like all the shinies from the original pack. Or like not all, but like a ton of shinies from the OG cards.
Jack, I want to ask you something when it comes to the map bans here, because you know, in a 9-map pool, when you go down to a best of 1, there's low chances that you're going to end up on a map that you're really terrible
The cat that bet better than Jacob.
Now, usually North American teams are really good at a map like Claire because they can segment it and play it that way. But how does that fit Team Liquid in a circumstance like this?
I think Liquid have a lot to prove because they will be starting themselves out on their attacks. And I think, you know, Liquid are a team that are supposed to...
So, where are both these teams in the standings? Liquid are at 5. They're probably fine no matter what happens, but if they lose this, if they lose this, it's going to be tough for them to get back into it, I can't lie. Whoever loses this is going to be in a really rough spot, actually. Whoever loses this probably has to, like, take a big risk later on down the road. The interesting thing about tomorrow is, like, obviously you don't want to wager all your points and lose. But if you wager all your points and lose, you play a 1v1. And then you regain the number of bullets based on round differential in the 1v1. I don't know what this is to, but if it's to 15, if you win your 1v1 7-0, you end up with 7 bullets. Which, like, sets you up into a really good spot, actually. Despite the fact that you've gone down 0-3 in the tournament.
I think they're actually quite different. Where Night Heaven Labs is very step-by-step and smaller map, closer to Clubhouse. Lair gives you much more space for roamers. It's also about clearing, you know, zone control, but it's very much like, I don't know, like a coconut, kinda. You've got to break the extra layers, and that you need to do that very quickly, and then you need to work the bomb site. And that layer, the moment where you try and burn time, I think is something that will allow us to see just how more aggressive is Liquid now with asking control. Absolutely. That's something that I'm very much interested in. When, once again, I think this team had a lot of talent on that roster, but have not been able to fully express themselves for a few years now.
Liquid is certainly one of the teams that have
Okay, there's some discussion going on in the Liquipedia public Discord that they might end up doing bans on Liquipedia the same way that League of Legends does them. So, as an example, hold on. Let's go to some random-ass League of Legends page. It looks like on Liquipedia, they might end up showing bans like this. Where you get, like, the operator, like, icons just kind of to the side of each individual map. Which is kind of interesting. I don't think it's super clear when operators are getting banned versus like the first set versus the second set, but as long as it's consistent, it should be fine.
But let's bring up our casters who were singing their hearts out only a few seconds ago. No worries, no worries. Gentlemen, I mean, you're singing out.
You're wondering what the points cutoff's going to be for playoffs? Yeah, I have no idea. I feel like it's going to end up being like around like 10 or so. Would be my guess, but I have no clue.
Cat's name is Max.
What you're saying is that you weren't working when you weren't working, because I was working watching it. I watched it, but you did watch it.
That's world champion work ethic.
My partner's grandmother could not take care of it any longer, so we inherited it. Oh, he's back.
What you guys were saying about obviously Palu departing from Liquid. You have a pretty stacked roster here. It's a curious one.
You still think group stages should be BO3s like in CS2 for competitive integrity? Steno, nothing about this competition has anything to do with competitive integrity. You're coming into this tournament with the wrong mindset, my friend.
I want to be optimistic about this Liquid roster. it remains to be seen. I think if Liquid can't take down this new look C9 team, though, it is a bit of a bad look.
Yeah, there was a little bit going on that, hey, Ask was the problem. That was kind of like a meme that was going on for a few years. We'll get to see if that was truth or not, because the way that he was playing on BD before definitely was not the case. We'll see how
I love these Liquid moves, man. I think Ask is such a good fucking player, and I like Diaz as well, even if he's a little bit of a baiter.
Proving either of these teams. I mean, whoever wins this, at the moment, both these teams, we have quite a bit of doubt over. If we've talked a bit about Liquid.
It replaced a major, therefore it should matter as much as a major. You can say should as much as you want. It's not the world we're living in, unfortunately. I think they should have. I mean, I think that if we're in the land of should, right? They should have just had a major. Personally, if I was designing things, I think they probably should have just had a major. But they wanted to mix it up. They wanted to do something a little bit more casual. And if you're committed to doing something a little bit more casual, I think BO1s are fine. It matters as much as a major as far as viewership for sponsors. I guess, yeah. If I was designing, would I also give it the locations as late? Usually the location is announced like as soon as they possibly can, right? Like a lot of the times, like the location is just not confirmed, you know? Or it's like it is, but they haven't booked the venue. Like maybe Ubisoft decided a location, but like a disaster could still happen where, or not even necessarily a disaster, but like the venue hasn't been signed yet, and so they could turn you down, and then you've got to change locations. And the worst possible thing would be like Ubisoft announces the tournament's in Rio, fans book hotels and flights to Rio, and then, you know, they made that announcement before they signed with the venue. The venue changes their mind, or something happens, or cancels, or reschedules, and all of a sudden, fans are out thousands for flights and tickets.
Well, maybe they should have thought about that, huh?
Okay.
I was letting the cat play with a little box.
Dude, Indy loves boxes. She's in a box like all the time.
It's a question that you can't emphatically say yes. No, you cannot. And I mean, we always gotta talk about
Sad we didn't get Philly. Of all the places I visited in America, and admittedly it's not a long list, but Philly is my least favorite place I visited in the USA.
I don't think that it's I'm sick. I think it's more that my voice is quite hoarse from all the talking I've been doing the last like 3 days.
I think there's a lot of pressure on the attacking side on somebody like Kobe to get things done and solve.
Oh, that's spicy.
For now, though, C9 there on the defensive side first. It's Liquid's time to problem solve and deal with these.
Made a soup. Made some sausages.
It's a bit of bandit tricking, mirror windows.
I think if Siege wants to do like a kind of show match type casual tournament, I think it would be really sick to basically copy the NHL 4 Nations and do like a tournament where it's like, it doesn't have to be nation based, but like, I don't know, mix up the teams a little bit, add like regional pride into it. I think it'd be dope if they wanted to do something fun and not according to competitive integrity.
It's a bit surprising to see on the top floor of Lair not a hard defensive pressure around that ops room.
Yeah, they've surrendered it completely, double reinforcing it. It almost feels like they're playing around the fact that they thought maybe Liquid only had one heartbeat.
Brazil would probably shit on everybody, but like, you know, at least the Brazil fans would be happy.
And of course the side walls itself, but downstairs, bit of action waiting for us. Resets with a very good idea of a flank is about to occur.
Packer's about to have his very first opening death of the game. Oh, he's not punished. Reset's a little slower than usual. But he goes all the way down. You know, he still could have an opening death here.
Meanwhile, there's a bit of pressure on the side here. Maya is getting
Maya's quite deep.
all the way up on this mezzanine. He almost managed to spot out Giddy on that retreat. Still a player deep inside.
Hesitated. Giddy lives because of it.
His position without much pressure. No breach from the balcony.
Can they get this wall open? They do have EMPs, and it's just mana battery, so they should be able to open it.
Despite giving up a lot of ground to Liquid.
Asks if this mirror
Liquid's
window.
gained a lot of map control here.
I love that mirror window that is being played, though, by Kobe Lax. I had on stream on a YouTube video. I talked with Hot and Cold about it.
Oh, you make YouTube videos?
I do. You can type ! video in my chat, and you can actually go watch my most recent video. Thanks for asking.
I'm good.
They're gonna have to brute force this one way or another. Very claustrophobic here for poor Liquid. Not able to breach.
They're committing to not opening the wall. They're walking in the door, which doesn't feel like a good strategy, but Maya is a gunner, so I guess it's okay.
The Murder Capital, who are a terrific band. Their first album is spectacular. Band is called The Murder Capital. I saw them in Toronto at the Horseshoe Tavern when they came to town. Their second album, Gigi's Recovery, is not very good. Unlucky time to reload. Liquid still wins, doesn't matter. They were going to fly a Palestinian flag on stage, as they usually do. They arrived in Berlin, and the government was like, no political statements. So they were like, okay, we'll just put up a banner that says Free Palestine. And they're like, that's not allowed either. So they canceled their concert and gave a free concert outside with acoustic instruments and said, we wish that live music, art, and theater could be free of political discussions and things of the like. But the world as it is, unfortunately, it just cannot be that way. Good for them.
Do you want to keep watching this when it happens, or do you want to move to SSG DarkZero?
SSG DarkZero is one I'd much rather want to watch. I mean, those are actually both good. Those are actually both good games.
I agree, but I would rather watch SSG DarkZero, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to do a prediction for Cloud9 Liquid then, chat.
Watch this for a bit.
When I had a Philly cheesesteak in Philly, it was one of the worst things I've ever eaten. It was straight up fucking microplastic cheese. It was not good. I don't know if it was actually Cheese Whiz, but it sure tasted like it. Well, you eat dump. I ate dump one time. Let's not talk like this is a regular activity that I'm doing, okay? Let's chill that in a little bit.
What's up, Meat Garage, who's one of my mods, who's currently in Jesse's chat again?
Yeah, he's been in my chat. I think he came in when you were gone.
Whatever, dude.
This guy loves eating dump. Okay.
Just follow me anyway. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, if it doesn't work, just blame the guy who caught the strat, you know? And he's like, yeah, I know it was a bad strat, but we did.
There are 0 redeeming factors to Philly. That's kind of where I'm at too, unfortunately. They have Gritty, I guess. I'll give them that.
Apparently, they have a new album that came out in February.
Gritty?
Kristen, and apparently it's quite good.
Didn't know he made music.
Murder Capital?
No, Gritty.
Itself, where one defender will be. But the real question is, how will it deal with the upstairs hold? There are 4 defenders upstairs holding the bomb.
Ask on the F2. If you ever see a pro player equip the F2, it's because they feel good. It's because they think they're him.
They don't have that. So surely you will have to think here, Liquid. You have to contest upstairs. You can't just walk inside this time.
Yes, the distraction Ash
surprised
player.
you didn't go to the Enough is Enough rally.
My goat. My fucking goat, Diaz Lucas BR. That happened. Is that the Alberta Separatist rally you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened about 60 seconds from my house. I live right next to the Alberta legislature. So I heard them chanting and bitching and doing all their shit.
These 2 defenders caught upstairs with no ability to deny and no ability to retake. Silence found his second, but again,
Dude, Diaz actually had genuinely perfect timing there. That was so nice.
2v2, Silent low HP, but he's about to be caught. Diaz is waiting.
Give him the 4K. Give him the 4. Why not?
All up to Giddy, who has to hunt for a refrag here.
Diaz Lucas BR has the most recent 1v5 ace clutch in professional Rainbow Six Siege.
Phenomenal, and Liquid have had
Because he 1v5'd against, I think it was against Scarz at SI on border.
Calvin Pickard's not starting tomorrow either.
Bro. It's fine. We can win with Skinner. I believe that.
Porque provavelmente, tipo, eles já estão com gap, algumas coisas assim, e eles vão tentar buscar intel.
They're just gonna fight through that fucking layer with Bandit. They know our Bandit was the one con there. They're just gonna fight through. So we need to start fighting more towards like meeting side. Maybe start bringing Goyo and stuff like that. Put a Valcam in there and just start fucking try to fight these guys. And hold top rocket 2 get way longer. You need to fight it out this time, okay?
I think we need to play more traps.
Yeah. When we go bunks, we'll play traps top 4, but for bunks. But when we go back up top 4, we need to actually fight the full map. We need to hold top rocket and stuff like that. Bitch, we can still go basement here. That's fine. If you want to run
Who's
the
T9's coach again?
Cade as well, if you want the hatches, you can though. Okay.
All right, let's go, guys.
Just be ready for the gas.
Mossy's partner, which is not what I should know his name as, but
Whose partner?
Mossy, Vivid. I was thinking Vivid. I didn't want to say. I thought it was wrong.
Who's Mossy?
Mossy's their analyst.
I'm also a huge fan of teams
What's up, Cohen?
tactical timeout when you have a slow start like a
I think
0-2.
Dream is probably the most like well-rounded and experienced player on Cloud9. I don't think he's mechanically the best, but I think he honestly played really well at SI, and I've been quite critical of Dream throughout his career. So.
So really good, I think, time for Cloud9 to turn this back around and have that tactical timeout.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I
Procast for the North American League, by the way. Okay, listen. I knew the analyst.
Basement or
talking about 5 different bomb sites at once, and then saying, wait. Sorry, you're talking about feedback from that bomb site, but aren't we playing this bomb site?
Yeah, but the general note was just find for map and play traps, right? That's like the general TLDR, but you're right, very chaotic. Now,
All right, Kimmix. All right.
they didn't talk about specifics, right? There's much more like, okay, you know what?
All right, Silent is letting his balls drag on the floor. He said, "Never pick F2 again, loser."
Run back towards the bomb site. But I tell you what, Goyo is so dead.
I'm glad Silent is off of friendship team.
Is just absolutely unreal. One of the best guns in the game.
I feel he can actually thrive on a roster like Cloud9, whereas like I think LG this year might just be struggling.
Choice of a shield on this roam game, and Kobe finds his kill. Credit to him. Oh, almost a second one. Dream steals it. And yeah,
is that round over?
Round pretty much done and dusted. Cloud9, 3 early picks.
It feels really bad that all 3 players on Liquid walked in before a single logic bomb had generated.
I guess we should talk about the fact that
I guess okay. I won't blame Ask for that. But Maya and Reset's completely solo walking in. I guess they did have a pinch on Armory, but not enough manpower there and not enough information as where players were at. Kixro is good. Kixro is still a good player too.
I'll never get over his name.
Yeah.
And what he learned was that
That's
Ness
valid.
and Maya are the 2 entries. Diaz is support, allegedly, which is not what we're seeing here. Not really. It's what they told Gabe.
To me, it's not even about the similarity of his name. It's like, why would you want to be so closely associated to somebody whose name is so similar?
Right.
Like, if that was my handle, I would change up.
Trousers. Make a leather jacket. I do not. I support animals.
Wait, you're just talking about skinning cats and you don't have a leather jacket?
That's different.
You literally just said.
All right, I just said Diaz Lucas BR is the last player to get a 1v5. He will not be the first player to get 2 back to back, kind of.
I don't even know how to break down that round.
I'm not gonna lie.
Liquid had nothing.
I'm not sure if Liquid, when they get spawned like that, it's like, okay, let's go.
Just call him Julian. I mean, if we call him Julian, then it's just bringing more attention to it, and it's like, it's also newer viewers gonna be very confused.
You have no map control. You have no execution operators anymore. You have no vert control either. Sometimes a round just gets decided that easily. Third operator events though. What do we? I don't really have much to. Okay, that Ash. Let's see it. Get the Ash out of here. But the mirror though.
Yeah, I like that mirror pick. I C9 already struggled a lot on that. Oh wow, that was a big run out.
Yeah, that was ultimate.
You think you should just perma-ban Kixro from all leagues? Yeah, dude, that's definitely a reasonable solution.
I think we should kill him.
No.
I think we should kill him. It's a joke.
In game.
In Minecraft. I think we should start a Minecraft server with him.
We already missed this event because you killed a member of production.
You're right, my fault. I think we should.
Now you want to kill an active player.
In Minecraft!
How do you feel about Shanka as a concept, as an operator?
I would like to Shanka to not take a million years to reload.
Send him to Scarz. That might be worse.
Negative. What about the positive? What do you like about it?
I love his gun. I love the. Yeah, I love that thing. It shreds. It is so much fun. Like, it's so much fun. It also does like 56 damage or something per bullet. So you can
pretty beefy. Yeah.
It's the only automatic weapon that gets 2-hit kill, if I'm not wrong. Is there any other
I gotta give credit to EWC though. They did really good player media for every single team that attended their event. And so when I made my video like previewing Reload, I had good fucking like headshot medias that I could pull for anybody that went to EWC like fucking Silent. Whereas I had like literally no player media for a guy like Packer, who has been to multiple international events on multiple top teams. But because Blast only does media for top 8, I just get no shots at Packer.
You have to hold the gadget out, you have to take 10 years to reload it.
That was my struggle when I was making my YouTube video.
You know, it's, I always thought when I was a player,
I think it's going to focus on him.
if I was a Jaeger main, I would have been like a phenomenal player.
He's still fascinated by the toy.
And then I realized that older I got, the only reason why
We need more pictures, everybody. Pictures and videos and just like hype shit. Like, we should have videos of players crossing their arms looking angry. Maybe a cliche, but I want it.
What's he doing?
Just mapping the wall.
No, my cat. He's dragging the box away.
Lucky to have survived there. So one change as well recently with Siege X, electricity no longer does damage to enemies, but it does destroy gadgets now. So you can't throw a C4 onto a
Wait. Did you hear that from Dev Marta? That's actually that's crazy. That's a huge Maverick buff. Electricity now no longer deals damage to players, and it destroys gadgets. That means like the days of C4ing a Maverick on Repel are like over, right?
That sucks. Why would they change that?
I mean, Maverick was like literally the most miserable op in the world to play. I'm kind of glad.
Yeah.
It's just going to speed things up for Maverick. It makes it less fucking horrible if you're Maverick. Like, you can't just auto-lose off one Nitro anymore.
That is shocking.
Great nade. Great nade. Liquid are looking good here, man.
Now Liquid encircling the bomb site. Now they have lost Nest as well, but they've got a good read here. Downstairs, Silent is silenced. 3 versus 2 on the bomb side now.
Okay, crazy. He's too litty. Gideon Packer, the Makers duo.
As the Tachanka's flames will try to deny this plan. He looks to try and peek, but a very slow fire rate on this weapon means he has to land some quick shots, and now he's all alone. Resets.
I don't know if they beat resets, bro. 4K from resets.
Resets. And Liquid are untouchable on this attacking side.
It does feel like for Liquid right now, every round a new player will step up. And I want to praise Nesk in that one because he got the opening with the Candelas, flew in, and while that happened...
Dude, imagine Reload is the only event that Liquid wins.
That would be very funny.
Could you imagine they just can't win any, like, quote-unquote real events, and then they win Reload, and that's it?
Holy shit. It would also be funny if they immediately won something as soon as Palu left. You heard that Diaz speaks English. I wouldn't believe everything you hear. He literally has
perfect English.
No,
dude.
Diaz literally has BR in his name. I don't think he speaks English.
I've made a mess. That's what that's face is saying. I don't blame him. 4K. Also, he's playing the instrumental operator.
It's like how R. Cully doesn't speak Japanese. Okay, it's you'd think they would, but they just can't, unfortunately. Is SSG DZ starting?
They didn't win EWC. It's only Falcons who win EWC.
SSG DZ just started.
All right, keen for this one.
Did it?
Yep. First round just started.
Snoozer. I'm down to go over to the other one.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of these matches today have been kind of boring.
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. Gamble your channel points, chat. Are you a NJR fan? Are you a Ashen fan? Let it be known.
8% win rate for defense.
Okay, done their homework. Of DarkZero. How is SSG going to formulate their plan of attack? They got J9 on the glass.
Bro, every single player is just posted up outside the building waiting for a spawn peek, and they still got fucking peeked. Ashen dies to the window, trying to open up the single wall. And then they lose their impact, or they lose their... Oh, no, he didn't put it up. Okay.
After the exothermic explodes. So small wins to begin for DarkZero in the opening round. SSG, a little bit sloppy to begin.
Triple primary hard breach, so they do have backup options.
There's a
now.
time when NJ was the best player in NA. Yeah, probably.
We'll seek map control now from Bathroom and the CEO half the map across, potentially. Look to maybe build some pressure from that perspective. But it is certainly going to hinder their pace. Elsewhere, Bendron.
When we scrimmed BDS, we asked to use this question and acted shocked when he spoke English. He got pissed. British. Why would he not speak English?
That's actually hilarious.
Why would you think you'd like Usus probably only speaks that language? Like why would you get mad at him for that? Why would he get mad at you?
He's French. No, he is French actually. I heard that.
SSG just have basically scraped their way into the building.
BDSO Le Baguette team. Okay, Parker. He must be French.
Still a Grismont mine as well.
Not with BDS anymore. He's with Falcons.
Oh, sorry. He's Arab.
Saw some great Twitch work in the previous match for W7 there. We'll look to see if that does continue in this
Is Solotov ethnically Arab?
I have no idea.
Not all Turks
I would
are,
guess
so I'm curious.
no. I feel like most Turks aren't. I could be talking to my ass, but
The Star of Islam is literally in the fucking flag, and you think that most Turks aren't Arabic?
being Islamic and being Arabic are two different things.
absolutely vital that they get.
Yes, that is true.
Have any chance, but I think time's going to be almost an even
But
bigger factor at this point.
Turkey basically borders the Middle East, so
Turkey's in the Middle East, but there are plenty of Middle Easterners who are not Arab.
okay. So half of Turkey is in Europe. The other half is in Asia.
A sliver of Turkey is in Europe. Probably like 5% of the landmass, and the other 95 is in the Middle East.
It's very much up for debate. Oh,
what?
It's very much up for debate.
I don't think it is. I think Europe pretty decisively ends at Istanbul.
Google it.
Was successful, and I'm
Google
not
it.
sure exactly what Spirits is doing there. J9O got himself a second kill here.
Ooh, timing.
What are you doing?
He's now to try and lurk for 15 seconds. Keep that mind on that fuse.
What is that, J9O?
Able to get a kill. Nafe taps it, but will fall off. Citizen needs
He's
to
dragging the
engage,
box
but Nafe
across the
goes
floor.
on his own, able to get it just in time. Can
Dude, Jack is so good, man.
Will Citizen unable
No time,
to
though.
cover, and SSG have plucked this round
No
from
time.
nowhere.
Great job, Jack. You fucking rocked it.
Istanbul is a transcontinental city which straddles both Asia and Europe.
Yes, I'm aware. But just
Boom.
because Turkey is in Asia does not mean all of it is in the Middle East.
What? What part of Turkey do you think is not in the Middle East, other than the European part?
I don't know. I haven't looked at a map.
Okay.
I think they were so confident positionally and strategically that the plant was never going to go down. That by the time it did, responding was a challenge. We saw the denial from the Nitro couldn't come into play because the coverage from SSG was clean. And then the
That Google map is rough. That's the front page of Liquipedia.
towards Spiral, which Spirits then eventually maybe didn't get a comm, or there was a miscomm or whatever, just ran straight into that same position down below and died.
Oh, you like that? You drool. He drools when you scratch like his face, and he likes it. He drools, and he just drooled on my arm.
DarkZero will be moderately frustrated.
Turks are very Arabic in many ways, but if you say that in Turkey, you're considered an insult.
And SSG after that kind of round, I thought we were going to get some kind of trash talk. There was actually a comment in the chat.
But it wasn't on the stream, so we won't mention what it was, but it was quality. Oh, there we go.
Istanbul was in Asia when the continent was Pangaea.
Well, then it wouldn't be in Asia, because there would be no Asia if it was Pangaea.
I was like, it was a super continent. There was no Asia. It was just Pangaea. It was literally called Pangaea. We should get Pangaea back together. What do you think the other continents are up to these days?
God, I don't know. I mean, we famously
Leave.
I haven't talked to them in forever.
Leave Australia out of it, but we can bring everybody else back together.
One's not exploiting for Benjo on the Flores.
New Zealand can come too.
He's stuck.
I agree with that definition, Timberwolf.
Blitz skylight drop here.
Obviously, no Warden in play. SSG
Is Egypt the only African country considered part of the Middle East? Because I don't necessarily know if I agree with that. I thought Libya would often argue that they were close enough.
The borders of the Middle East are certainly
Yeah.
murky. I mean, I would argue that most of Egypt even isn't in the Middle East. Culturally, it might be, but geographically, it's not.
I mean, most Egyptians are in the smallest part of Egypt humanly possible, so.
Fair.
Have you actually seen like the population density maps of Egypt?
Yeah, it's just the Nile.
It's it's like 95% of the people who live in Egypt live within like 10 kilometers of the Nile.
Yeah.
I wonder what makes up the rest of Egypt. I wonder why people can't live there. What do you think, Jesse?
I think it's honestly just they don't understand the value of real estate.
I don't. Yeah, it's like location, location, location. Think about all that sand that you could redevelop. All that desert that just stretches around you. You could turn that into. They could turn that into suburbs real nice.
Russia's like part European and part in like Northern Asia.
Russia straddles like 18 different like geographical zones. So
yeah. I mean, Asia's just kind of a European ridiculous concept, but we don't have to get into it.
Yeah, Asia is definitely a European ridiculous concept. Very well put.
I mean, Asia was defined by Europeans, the borders of it.
I feel like they really could use a Walmart. I think what would really set Egypt apart is all that land where nobody lives. Big, winding roads, Ford F-150s, swimming pools, green lawns, a couple Walmarts, maybe a McDonald's. Think about the prosperity that Egypt could have. I think it's really missing that.
But a great round. This is Kenny.
That's true. Egypt is building a new capital that's like out in the desert. It's going to be like a planned capital, similar to like what Brazil did.
Yeah, and Brasilia is famously a nightmare from an urban planning perspective. So I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why these countries try to do this.
Yeah, I'm not defending the idea, but you know, we'll see how it goes.
They did the same with Canberra in Australia, because Australia was like, Sydney and Melbourne can't get along. Let's build a new capital. Oh, you call it Canberra. 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 Melbourne. We say words that look like long words, but they're actually much shorter.
Norway.
No, what? No.
Nar. That doesn't sound like us.
Oh, no. A colonoscopy.
As anticipated. As mentioned prior, SSG banning out the Kaid, and so that does explain.
Planned capitals are remarkably silly, and I don't know why countries keep doing them.
And so the anticipation will be, especially with the castle in tow, that DarkZero will extend up above.
Very silly. Just let cities develop organically.
Well, 2 rounds, 2 opening kills for Nave, 5 and 2. Good start for him. Once again, Jane, I know.
South Africa.
It doesn't have to be an accent stream.
Look at you, South Africa.
It doesn't have to be an accent stream. Could just be a stream with where we talk in our own voices.
How do you know I'm not Australian? How do you know that I wasn't secretly born in Australia and swam all the way here?
Well, you did work in Banff, so that actually would check out.
I worked with too many Australians. More Australians than any person should ever have to work with. Oh, no.
They have a glass.
Older Australians are like startlingly comfortable with racism.
Bloodstone focused currently on side information, and so maybe suggesting that SSG.
Favorite Australian dinosaur is a Norosaurus.
Were there dinosaurs in Australia?
Probably.
Probably.
I mean, Australia is the capital of like just general animals and insects that have health bars. So I imagine that dinosaurs would be there too.
Fair.
You step off the airplane and you see a spider in the corner of the airport terminal and you get involved in a quick time event.
And it's actually onto Nave as well, so he's been involved in all 3 opening engagements now.
Well, the problem is, though, hard breach limited here.
Okay, they just aren't getting the wall open now. I guess it's open. Okay, they're fine. I didn't realize it was so open already. All right.
What are you doing?
This is like a silver rank strat coming out from SSG. I'm here for it. The glass on the main breach covering the only planter. What could go wrong? They actually have no nitros, so this should work.
I think his blue ball that he's looking for is somewhere in there. He's got these 3 foam balls. One's blue, one's yellow, one's green. He only cares about the blue one. Doesn't give a shit about the yellow or green balls.
Okay, now they're completely out of smokes and they didn't plant.
You're ignoring my cat's plight.
I am.
Volts, though, has been able to go deep. Over towards Cafeteria. Shorty in hand. Can Spirits find the vert now?
Spirits is the right idea, but he just doesn't have the weaponry
Jack
for
is
it.
just
Wow.
him.
Wow.
Dude,
I
you
wish
got
we had that.
fucking Himothy Chalamet in the server right now.
I hope we get a review from his POV. This is A streams. No, this is B stream. We won't get it.
Cats are like kind of colorblind.
Yeah, they see a different spectrum of colors than we do, right?
Yeah, the balls that he has are like a bright yellow, like a kind of like a lime green, and then like a dark blue, and he only cares about the dark blue ball. If you try to play with the other two, he'll play for a little bit and not really care, but the blue ball he carries around with him.
Not quite the same, but a little bit funny in this.
Box Incognito with a show cat.
SSG.
Unfortunately, I don't think the cat is here, which means that you've wasted your channel points and you've been scammed. I'm so sorry, Vox.
Probably not the amount of trash talking as I was anticipating, but that's okay. Maybe we might get it.
If my cat comes around again and you come over to my stream, you can. I'll show my cat.
There you go.
Wouldn't surprise me if this ends up being somewhat similar to the FaZe W7M game where we get some really.
I will give you a hydrate though. I can't scam that.
I have a family member that frequently travels to Australia for business, and he literally told me that if an area is dark and damp, some sort of highly dangerous insect or animal will spawn in like a mob in Minecraft. I mean, they've got super venomous snakes. They've got poisonous frogs. They've got tremendously venomous spiders. They've got like jellyfish and other shit that will like fuck your day up if you step on one at the beach. It's like, I watched a video where it's like, look at how beautiful this pristine sand is, and look at how gorgeous the water is, and it's only like this, it's only like 28 degrees, and the water is blah, blah, blah. Why is nobody swimming? Oh, because there's a million jellyfish that will kill you if you look at them. And I'm like, why does this place exist?
Maybe even can take a leap above at least the majority of EU at this point.
That's a nice drone in. Benja being droned in by J9. They get garage space super fast.
No kills for Benja, 1 kill for Fault. It's 4 for Newis, 6 for J90.
Why did I decide not to work this event? I don't like money. Yeah, what happened was Ubisoft was like, Jesse, please come to Rio. We'll give you $10 million. And I was like, fuck. I would, but like, I really want to stream at home with Parker. And so I turned down their $10 million. I said I'd do it for $30 million, and they said no. So, I mean, it's just what it goes sometimes. That's just how negotiations work.
I do have drops enabled. What are you talking about? I literally do have drops enabled.
Contact at the moment in this 4th round.
Just looking to gradually take this space.
Yeah, so if you want to get drops, make sure you're watching twitch.tv/JesseJChick to get all your drops. This is kind of a cool push. Very direct, not super complicated, and it just absolutely got torn apart because there's a guy on the Visa stairs.
I'm a part of the like Rainbow Six content thing, so like it should be.
Yeah, it really should be. I mean, people are saying it was on yesterday.
This must be around with the DarkZero. They cannot allow SSG to get another 2v4 post plant.
An old boss of mine said, Australia is what happens when you take a bunch of criminals, put them on a rock in the middle of the ocean, and watch them evolve for a generation.
This is kind of weird decision-making from Ashen. Like, he just completely abandoned Benja Master. And it might work, because he has a vert angle and diffuser.
What does that have to do with Australia?
Okay, he has to actually see the guy. There we go. He, like, actually fucking juked them there, dude. And he's gonna get a second freebie. You see him? Oh.
He could have, if he, yeah, he was having some trouble with the floor. He could have easily
broke
killed
weird.
Citizen.
Yeah.
That was very close.
Tough.
Chat, I genuinely should have drops enabled. Can you, how do you tell if I do or don't? Like, I'm a part of the Ubisoft content creator, like, creator program, blah, blah, blah. Like, I should have drops. No?
Actually, Ubisoft did tell me they were going to disable it for you specifically. They said it's just better.
If they're not enabled. Because I'm a part of the whole thing, so.
I would imagine that's the aim.
It definitely wasn't Ashen.
I have no different powers than you.
So, round 5 then, as we prepare to propel ourselves towards.
Really? They're not going up on my channel?
Even game thus far. DarkZero finds success on the split.
That's weird if that's the case. No, because 3 of you have said that drops aren't enabled.
Yeah, that's very odd.
Full suite of picks here from the
It might be because you like accepted it a little bit later. I don't. That doesn't make any sense. But like maybe.
Instead, Ashen reverts back to Blitz, but Benja given the Nook license for.
Yeah, that's very odd.
Just the one kill for him so far in this match, so a little bit quiet, especially by his standard. Maybe SSG just sensing that they want a little bit more lurk threat around the map.
Well, you can keep it in your title, and then people will just get lied to. It's fine.
Detract from the main push. Pretty remarkable that DarkZero is so competitive in this match when you look at Pamba and NJR both on 0 kills. Typically, when you see those kind of scorelines, it does indicate some.
Oh.
Pamba had a rough day as well.
It says here that I might only have them enabled for phase 2 because I only accepted it yesterday.
Oh.
Nafe though responding today, 7-3 after a great start. Pampa's
I'll message them tomorrow.
But it's a team game. Yeah, right now it's 2-2, and that's all really that matters.
Yeah, I'll take it on my title for the time being.
No, keep it in the title. Just scam your viewers. It's fine.
Not gonna do that.
And then if somebody asks, you can just ignore
to
them.
me does not influence your ability to get drops.
Citizen close left in towards Lounge. Benja creeping over. Although Citizen very much ready, but he couldn't get the kill. A little too trigger happy, and Benja able to escape with just a flesh wound. Citizen expecting that maybe a
If you use your Prime sub on me, you will get bonus drops. There are special bonus drops that you can only get from using your Prime sub on twitch.tv/JessieJChick. It doesn't actually work on any other channels.
Meanwhile, the rest of the team can continue to chip away at the vert control themselves. Yeah,
Did you include? Are you following any of their disclosure mandatory terms? By the way, I don't think you are.
No.
At the beginning of the stream, say the following sentence. Thank you to Ubisoft for this opportunity. Add the following sentence to your stream or video description. I have partnered with Ubisoft to produce this content. Clearly follow hashtags on your stream, video, or social post by adding a hashtag Ubisoft partner and hashtag ad. In content that you produce for this campaign, you may not advertise any entities that may be deemed harmful. Okay, well, I mean, that one's pretty.
I'm not doing that. I don't think anybody follows those, to be fair. If somebody yells at me, I will.
I was gonna say I don't think I've seen any of that shit in anybody's thing. I don't think they care much.
Detroit Gaming, thank you for the Prime sub. You will now get the exclusive drop of being able to get a special role in my Discord and get invited to the sub-only chats in my Discord. I hope you enjoy. Plus, you get dropped ad-free viewing of all Rainbow Six Reload events. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Newers. Oh no, Newers. That was unfortunate. The Discord is a scam. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's a scam. I would say it's a valuable investment.
And that changed the round. Well, for me, the monumental moment even just prior to that was NJR backing himself into the corner there.
Consulate is fine. It is fine. It is fine. I mean, honestly, 2 attacks. What's 2 attacks, right? 3-2? 2 attacks is a good spot to be in for Consulate.
A little easier. It could have played out quite differently. Spirits as well showing great adaptability.
Discord is not available in your country. That sucks. I have no...
How is that even but what country?
I have no solution to that problem.
His ability to anchor in the late round there was...
Is Citizen their IGL? No, Nafe is still the IGL.
Clean work there from DarkZero.
Discord is very much available in Alberta. What?
Is Citizen ever IGL'd?
I don't think so.
I was going to say, I don't think he's ever been an IGL.
Looks like they'll continue to commit with... I was going to say continue to commit with Blitz, but...
How many more games are there today?
Blitz played in 3.
I believe there's one more on A, and then we're on the last B stream game.
So looking to implement it into this game plan.
Day's almost done.
Yeah.
Execute here, likely a set play with the Rayora into
He IGL'd on G2 and Sonics for a single stage.
Very impactful with holding it off the board. Smokes from Newers as well on the cap.
Well done.
Be quite helpful.
I don't think he did M80, because Cameraman IGL'd M80, right?
Perhaps more direct CEO. Options are plenty here for...
He could have G2'd. That sounds fine. DS quad quilt kill to win the map. God, yes, Lucas BR. What a fucking gamer. Dude, Kevin BXA on the fucking NHL Sportsnet broadcast keeps calling people gamers. He's like, yeah, this guy's a gamer. He always plays hard for the puck. And I'm like, wait, what? So I'm going to start saying this on broadcast now.
Benja holding over towards Breach. Cross was successful. Trying to go through. So far, a lot
SSG on the Aurora again, dude. I wonder if they're going to have some more cool tech. I really want to see some cool fucking Aurora tech because I want to make a video about it, but I haven't seen
Can you
anything.
start saying the operator's name correctly?
I'm literally saying it. Aurora.
That's a massive drone, by the way, feeding a ton of info, meeting through to split.
Or are you the way you choose to be?
Will be really impactful in the late round in terms of what they want to go
This
for.
vending position is going to be difficult to clear with the ADSs there.
ADS charges now catching.
Checking to see when I signed up for this.
Much harder to clear.
Yeah, you can't lose Benja, and he hits just
May 10th.
Citizen Y.
Literally yesterday.
Oh,
yeah, so I probably
no.
would have dropped to the first stage.
Going to lose his life for it. You've pretty much just given them one back for free.
That was a bold move by Citizen and Nafe. I can respect the hustle to be pushing out of the single wall by that. Did it work? Absolutely not, but I still respect it. Okay, interesting Aurora gate. So they close off the door to sight. Now they can play in the hall a little bit better. Isolate a fight against spirits.
Interesting fat clip. I want to see this clip.
He's like talking about the up bans.
Maybe give that one up. There's only a minute left anyway. Deployable shield's still up. ADSs as well.
Oh. Come on, Nunu.
It's an interesting shield placement. Usually it goes right tucked up next to the vending machine, but that one's like quite forward. So you can play a little bit closer into Spiral.
Does OXG as a team even still exist anymore? They don't, right?
Dude, they literally have an NAL spot.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I thought the org was winding down. I'm not talking about Rainbow Six. I was told that OXG as an org would be winding down.
No, that was like one news article that was like way overblown, apparently.
Really?
Yeah, it was all just like fake rumors.
Cadellas will go out from Faults. One over the table, good. Read from Faults, but the numbers are there for DZ. They can answer any push into sight, and there's only
This is
7
so
seconds
awkward.
remaining in the round.
They're not happy. They're sad boys on Spacestation Gaming. 4-2, not bad. Feels even.
Close out the first half. They take a 4-2 lead, and arguably, you go back to that opening round, it really should have been 5-1.
I think that's what Kangaroo was saying, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure he was literally just shouting out 5-1. I could have been mistaken, but yeah. He knows that.
DZ play a lot of Tachanka.
Ultimately, it's not. And so
I mean, Tachanka's always been popular console at top floor. But yeah, there was some interesting Tachanka usage earlier on Lair top floor that we were watching too. Not from DZ. I think it was C9.
Really nice. Forced the rotation from SSG. Then DZ.
I don't know, man. Tachanka feels really bad still.
Real late.
Huh?
Love Guz's accent sometimes.
Could I beat Parker at chess? I am bad at chess.
I'm quite bad at chess.
I know the rules, but I don't know any strategy.
The first half, followed by the Blackbeard and the Ying. Last time out, it was the dog be taken out.
The new ban system basically means at round 1, you'll ban 2 operators each of the other half. Then after round 3, you get an extra ban, again, only against the other half. And then after 6 rounds, it resets.
They also took out the Ying. Again, I guess that's another thing to note with the new ban phase. It's now simultaneous. It's
How does it work in overtime again? Is it basically just like...
You're talking to the wrong guy, dude.
I think overtime starts, you just get 2 bans, right?
And there's always that thought process too.
Talking to the wrong guy, dude.
As to what are they also going to ban later in the half?
Did you call your mom to wish her a happy Mother's Day?
I texted her.
A combination of bans, or will it be? And that's kind of what I really like about this ban system is you can kind of use.
Still 1 attacker, 1 defender? No, 2 attackers, 2 defenders, and then a 3rd attacker, a 3rd defender. And it's like if you're on the attack, you ban 3 defenders, and then it resets.
Well, strategically, we're going to ban this, and then we're going to.
You didn't call? I literally went out to Mother's Day dinner with my mother the other day. So I did talk to her. I did see her. I did wish her a happy Mother's Day in person. Just not on the day. They just carry over what side you're on? Okay, antagonistic. Thank you. That sounds confusing, but I mean, I guess it makes sense.
So we could say something similar here. NJR picking the Glaz here for their opening attack.
L Sun. We might be too far into the brain rot here, chat. We might have devolved farther than we meant to. We might need to rein things in a little bit here.
It's like they're almost like humans, but like a little bit behind, almost as if they were like some kind of like primate. Like
My chatters are not apes, Parker. They're degenerates.
We have quite a lot of it's funny because we actually have a fair bit of overlap with our chatters, and when they're in your stream, they are just mouth-breathing morons. When they are in my stream, they are sophisticated people.
A little bit more direct in the face of that, but easier said than done with the vert hold, the line of sights, etc. Very tough on this objective.
No, we are apes. There's no doubt. All right. All right.
Play the blitz and be even more aggressive and completely just change it up. And then another round, you can put him on a gun and get him to entry in. It's a super versatile player that just adds a huge layer.
Pools, thank you for the 3 years.
Sheesh.
Welcome back. Welcome back, Pools.
Nearly risk-free info.
Speaking of the Montang, speaking he shall come, and Panther catches J90, who was a little bit distracted by
I mean,
Monty on the other side of the wall.
didn't I, like, idiots? We created an acronym for idiots. Something like Interro, like something, like, I can't remember what it was, but we made idiots an acronym for, like, my viewers. Because some of you are so profoundly stupid, and you love it. You revel in the idiocy that you bring.
The MVP yesterday in Newers is going to need to...
Okay, this is now all of a sudden a very worrying game. Because I thought it was just attacker consulate, but now Benja, Ashen have a combined 4 kills in 7 rounds. And now their defense con's losing. Okay, I say losing. We're just not planting on the hard floor. Just for funsies.
If you are here for me, by the way, apparently I don't have drops enabled at the moment, so if drops are your thing, please go to Jesse's channel and go watch him, because he has drops enabled. I don't have drops enabled until the second phase, which starts like next week. So, if you want drops, you cannot get them through my channel. But because Jesse and I are sharing a chat, if you go over and talk in Jesse's chat, I will still see you.
Did your stream just like glitch?
No, it's nothing.
Jump forward. Okay.
You've been having tech issues with your streams. I don't know what kind of internet you use, but
it's not internet. It's like, I don't know.
If internet's not providing this stream to your computer, what is, Jesse?
I get it carried in by carrier pigeons, actually.
The carrier pigeons are just constantly bringing bits in.
Exactly. They're all holding like USBs, and they plug it in, they unplug, they plug it in, they unplug, etc., etc., etc.
They have had total control of as we've continued on in this match.
They're very fast swapping the minute out.
Attack, which was let's initially go direct, play off the Monty, and that completely
I am not on one of the major telecom companies. I am on one that only exists in the 3 big cities, and it is infinitely better than any other alternative. So
I'm on Telus. I don't really have any problems.
I am not on Telus, Rogers, Bell, Shaw, any of that stuff.
This is why they reloaded 2 bullets for this match.
I remember having a fuck ton of problems with Telus back when I lived in like rural Alberta. But now I'm on Telus in the city, and it's like I've never, well, on rare occasions it's gone out, but basically never.
Have you ever listened to the band The Rural Alberta Advantage?
Is that a real band?
Yes, and they are terrific.
I've never heard of them before in my life.
Listen to the song Terrified by the Rural Alberta Advantage, and you will enjoy it.
I probably won't do that.
You like garbage AI slot music. So
that is not true. You can't just keep telling people I listen to AI music, because I don't do that.
To royalty-free AI-generated slot.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
The start of my stream gets muted every single stream because it's not copyright-free.
So then why would you not change the music then?
Because I like the music. Because I think it fits the vibe.
Yeah, but nobody can enjoy it if it gets muted, you fucking idiot.
The people who are there live enjoy it.
All 6 people who watch the first 10 minutes of your stream probably love it.
Damn right they do. That's a vibe setter.
I know Polyphia. I don't really like their music that much. I identify that it is incredibly well composed and it is very well written and structured, but it is not my cup of tea. Van Cats or Stephen Harper's band? No, Stephen Harper is a fascist ghoul, and the world would be better if he was no longer in it.
Pieces of this lineup make sense. You have the Glaz
I'm not saying anything should happen. I'm just saying if he were to take an extended vacation and never come back.
Not the nade we needed. Not the nade I was looking
about
for.
Sleep Token, and I confused Sleep Token with Spirit Box and incredibly embarrassed myself.
Yeah, I think it kind of started to posture towards
Spirit Box is the like metal group from Canada with the female singer who's extremely talented. I don't really like their music either, but
dude, we have 70 seconds and we are completely out of
Stephen
stall.
Harper is the former
They just have nitros left.
Former Prime Minister of Canada, who now runs the
Okay,
IMU.
well the nitro will get the job done, I guess. The nitro will get the job done.
What's going on?
Of all people, the Montaigne falls. That's a big part of the puzzle.
Dude, these nitro cells have been so goofy.
Still time.
45 seconds, they're out of every single throwable, other than Kiva's. But like, when you're pushing yellow with the fuse kit, you just don't have a good plan. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Where the fuck even is Benja when that happens?
There he is.
Just saying to DZ.
Lost Pam, but never mind.
We're not done yet. We're still gonna
Of course, I've heard of Queens of the Stone Age. I've actually seen them live. Terrific band.
Which can be okay if Monty is standing, but once the nitro landed...
push.
Do you know who Slipknot is, Jesse?
I have heard the name. I think it's like crazy heavy metal, right?
I wouldn't say it's crazy heavy metal. I would say it's as heavy as mainstream metal is going to get.
Just one of those rounds for DarkZero. Nothing to get too upset over for SSG. An opportunity to just focus up a little bit. I think they'll be pretty happy with how they broke down the wing cons there for the attack.
I firmly believe that you just like, you live like a decade behind. Like
no,
in Edmonton,
I don't.
Kurt Cobain still alive?
I live in the fucking present. All literally.
Is Kurt Cobain still alive?
I listen to music that is like actually relevant today and not relevant like 90 years ago in your fringe like niche indie rock metal subreddits.
Kurt Cobain, does the internet show that he's still alive?
I just am not going to pose this as like I am somehow into less relevant music than you are, okay? I'm just not going to let the conversation get there because that is insane.
Is Michael Jackson still alive?
And the fact that Shad is trying to insinuate that listening to Sabrina Carpenter and Chappell Roan is a bad thing is insane to me. Because Parker loves Pink Pony Club, just like I do.
I'm going to keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club, dude. Let me be honest with you.
That's the one music opinion we can agree on.
My favorite Chappell Roan song, though, is Hot Dogs, H-O-T-D-O-G-S. It's such a good song. I don't know why she loves them, but she loves hot dogs, dude. H-O-T-D-O-G-S.
It's a banger.
Yeah.
A little bit more confident in my
This is indie.
We shall wait and see. Mirror on the exterior.
Depends.
Yes, I know Chris Cornell.
Feel like they can either deal with it,
Or are you asking if Chris Cornell is still alive?
They've beaten the glass, right?
How did that do 0 damage from the
Yeah, that's a little kind of... I think that was a combination of hitting the gear and hitting the window pane.
Yeah, it must have been.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if it's maybe even a grim ban for SSG.
I'm very annoyed that I don't have drops enabled.
The Ying, the Blackbeard.
I'm telling you, lie. Just keep it in your title and don't mention it.
So posturing towards main breach.
Impact trick.
I've already taken it out because I'm not... Unlike you, I don't lack integrity. Chris Cornell is still alive in Edmonton. Okay, got it. Chad, if you have a chance, if you live in Edmonton, you have a chance to see Soundgarden, go do that. God eating fresh caught tuna and redfish sushi while Jesse talks Siege and Interro talks music. What could be better? Oh. You just have not yet discovered punctuation.
Oh, the Scopos has actually been found and dealt with, though, courtesy of Citizen.
Yeah, Newers must have hit another bad timing above.
The Pink Pony Club is literally a song about a strip club.
Maybe sensing an opportunity to pounce.
Like, that's the whole purpose of the point of the song is that she's going to dance at a strip club. Audio Slave is better than Soundgarden. I will agree with you on that.
It's just a gay club, isn't it? I don't think it's necessarily a strip club.
I mean, in the video, she's a stripper. Like, she's dancing. I mean, obviously, the video is not, like, necessarily canon, but...
Sure.
Midwest Princess herself. I was not aware of how vulgar that album is. Like, I went to put it on one day, and after like the third song, I was like, dude, she's just talking about getting her fucking pussy eat out. Like,
he was given a slight reprieve, but this may end up being
wow, a flawless attack on Consulate Basement, dude. I wish we got to see that from the Glass POV. Because 2K coming in from the Glass, it's both teams having good Glass pushes on the basement.
Yeah. Jesse, I saw a great tweet where it was like, I think it was like Tate McRae, I don't know, some like conventionally very attractive celebrity.
Yep.
Sitting next to like Chapel Roan when she's in like the craziest outfit like humanly possible with like just like garish makeup and like very theatrical.
Uh-huh.
And it's like seeing my create a character walk into a cutscene.
I love that.
As I audibly laughed out loud at it.
Not too sure.
No, it's an old photo. It's not from the Met Gala.
I don't think so. But it is Consulate.
No, I said mute. To try and maybe break apart the mute Mozzie combo a little bit. We saw Valk back in round number 8.
Are we getting a timeout here?
And essentially,
I'll call timeout.
Coaches get to talk during the.
Do we get to listen? Oh, it's B stream, so we don't get to listen in. Fuck.
Attack as well, so it's almost like a slightly extended tactical timeout here for SSG, and really the best time to call it as well, considering you're 6-3 down now. I mean, if DarkZero were able to close this out 7-3, it's a pretty resounding win against.
I feel like Tate McRae's most recent album was not as good as her pop-off album.
The good news though for SSG is they only
There's a lot of like pop singers that are trying to cash in on immediate TikTok fame. Benson Boone is another where it's like you do one song, it goes super crazy viral on social media. The rest of your songs nobody really cares about. But you can't live off of that one song forever, so you need to immediately pump out a second album, which Benson Boone is doing. But it's like, the problem is that you're not on your own schedule. It's not like you're a band where you like organically got famous and like people like your music and blah, blah. It's like the moment that like that Benson Boone song goes away, like he's done.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
There was a, like the Last Dinner Party, whether they may or may not be, for people who don't know, the Last Dinner Party is like this British all-female band that honestly their album is quite good, but they only have like the 10 or 12 songs or whatever, and they were headlining a concert here in Toronto. Like they were the headliner, and I'm like, you have like 40 minutes worth of fucking music. How are you the headliner? And that's only if you play every single song off the album, which you probably won't, because like there's gonna be like 2, 3, 4 songs on the album that are like stinkers that you've just thrown in as filler. So it's like if you remove those, you've got like 30 minutes worth of music that people want to listen to, and you're the headliner. Like, why are you not the opener? But that's just like, that's TikTok, right? Like you'll look at some of these bands and they have like, realistically, they have 2 hits, and then they've got 50 million like monthly Spotify listeners. And you're like, oh, okay.
A lot of the songs that go viral on TikTok too aren't even good songs. They just have a really good like 60-second bit or 30-second bit.
Not even 60 seconds, dude. It's like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like 20 seconds and that's it. And people are like, the magic number for TikTok is like 2 minutes and like 30 seconds. Like, hey, do not do a song longer than 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and make sure you repeat the catchy part at least 3 times. Pop has always been, oh no. Pop has always been like really derivative and quite formulaic, more so than most genres, but like it's gotten significantly worse because now everything is designed for shorter attention spans. The reason why people write so many short songs, by the way, is that shorter songs are listened to more on Spotify, which in turn generates more money. Like, why do a chorus 4 times when you could do the chorus twice and everybody has to listen to the song twice? Now you have made double the money.
Is that how it works? Surely it should be based on just listen time.
No,
there's no way it's based on number of plays.
There's a couple things that go into it, but I was reading an article where it's like the reason why so many songs are around 2 minutes now is to pressure people to like listen to them again on Spotify, which like drives up like all your metrics and money made. And it's not just Spotify, by the way. It's every music platform.
Dude, this clinical, DZ are looking really nice. I like a lot of their
Amount
pushes.
of plays minimum 2 minutes. Yeah, so it's like 2 minute and 20-second long song. Perfect.
Interesting.
It's not going to happen this time. SSG unable
Yellow asked if we can both recommend an album. Wait, I had one.
after 2 days of action. And this new look, DarkZero, is looking very, very strong.
DZ playing some very smart.
I think Anxiety and Circumstance by Akintoye is the greatest album released in the last, like, 10 years. Toronto rapper, by the way. Anxiety and Circumstance.
By who?
Akintoye.
Toronto's rap scene is super deep.
It is. Great rap scene.
Alligator Bites Never Heal by Doechii is actually a great record. So, I mean, I would recommend that.
Congrats to the DZ
any
believers.
album. If I was to recommend any album start to finish, I would recommend
NJR goated.
Understanding.
Although he wasn't really the star of that game, but whatever.
And then I'm in Your Mind Fuzz by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard.
Okay, is this the last game then? Yes, M80 PSG Talon. Fabian versus his old team is the last match of the day. It is A stream, B stream is done.
Thank God I am. And when is it? How long until it goes on?
2 minutes. Yeah, not bad.
God is great, dude.
There will be a pregame and everything too, but
Doechii has a lot of haters. It's because she's an outspoken black woman from the South who was literally a nobody like 4 years ago and made her entire career herself. And there's nothing or nobody that people hate more than a successful black woman who owes her success to nobody but herself. And yeah, she's also queer. So it's like all of those. It's like the perfect storm of like, if you were to write a checklist for like insecure bigots of things they'd hate, she checks every box.
Jess was on the Doechii train really early. I feel like I've been listening to Doechii for years, and she only got popular like a couple years ago.
It was like a year and a half ago when she was it the Grammys? Alligator Bites Never Heal is literally a fantastic album. Like, it is exceptional.
Yeah.
Steel Eclipse 6, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. This is the
Did he mute himself so he doesn't advertise to my viewers? That's crazy. Do you guys want a free show?
The Interro charm. It's available in game.
Free showcat on twitch.tv/JessieJChick.
That's the Interro charm. It's available in game. Thank you so much for your subscription. You are a new sub. This will show up in your inventory. Jessie doesn't have one. That's all.
Don't bite. Don't bite.
You hate that color of skin and sexual orientation has such an impact on modern society? Yeah, I mean, we are hardwired to be skeptical of things that are different from us. And it is easier to give into that fear than to address why we have that fear. You know?
I'll be right back.
Let people exist. Let people love who they want. Let people pray to who they want. Let people identify the way they want. And I beg you to care about things that matter. The way that somebody chooses to be should not bother you. I mean, obviously there are exceptions to that. Like if somebody says like that they love animals or like in that way, that's not cool. But adults, consenting adults, choosing to love other consenting adults, care about something that matters. Care about something that matters. Gwen posting. You're scared of why I look like I work at a skateboard shop? Hey, my shirt says I am wearing a shirt. I am wearing a shirt that says protect trans kids. So, I just grabbed a shirt today. I did not look at it. This is just the one that I grabbed.
Yeah, it's the music
So there you
really
go.
gets to us in a situation.
Also,
like
hello
this. I don't know
everybody.
why Jack
Gwen,
is not really
how was your
getting
stream?
into it, but I'm not part of this. We'll be playing some jiu-jitsu after this.
I'm over here.
How was your stream?
Anyways,
let's be professional.
Let's
I hope you had a good time.
Let's be professional.
I hope that the people were nice to you. I hope the people treated you well. Chat, if you are somebody who follows myself or Jessie J Chick, you should follow Gwen's content. Gwen has been making content for many years. recently transitioned. So you might not be familiar with the name, but I am reasonably certain you'd be familiar with the face. And dare I say it, wonderful voice. You should follow Gwen and her content.
And we can see obviously DarkZero getting it done as well.
So if you are somebody who is not familiarized with Gwen, please take some time out of your day. Many of you here ask me for recommendations on food, travel, politics, podcasts, music, movies, etc. If my recommendation carries any weight, which sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but if my recommendation carries any weight, I recommend Gwen.
No, I'm not saying they're bad in any way. I think they're actually improved a lot.
Gwen is on the Mount Rushmore of Siege YouTubers. That is a hell of a thing to say. Not that I necessarily disagree with it, but you've only got 4 people who can go on that mountain.
With only 5 bullets is also a big surprise. That's actually, we're at G2.
I'm gonna let all of you fight over it. But I will say, I have spent many days at events with Gwen. That's always been great. I was. What SI was it that we sat in the media room? You remember? Remember what SI it was? Was it 2023? Yeah. I came in because I was being like hounded. It was the first SI after Michael had passed that had an audience, so I was being like, I don't want to say hounded, but like a lot of people were. I'm gonna do this for 1 sec. A lot of people were coming up to me wanting to talk about Michael and stuff like that, and it was just it was emotionally exhausting. And I was just like, I was kind of out of social battery, so I just dove into like the press room, and Gwen was just sitting there at a table, and we just sat and talked for like, I don't know, an hour. We just chatted, hung out. So it was great. It was wonderful. Talked about the cold, wanted about West Virginia.
He was supporting you and you're shitting on me. What's going on?
Or not being in West Virginia anymore.
I'm just messing with you.
Gentlemen, what we need here is
so,
hi, I'm back. Shout out to Gwen. And Epi, we literally talked about this like an hour ago. You're late.
What? Gwen just rated me, so.
Yeah, the changes to electricity.
I thought about retiring before Manchester, honestly.
What?
I remember telling
The changes to Bandit and electricity.
Old analysts from SSG
Oh.
Luke and then Forrest from old SSG.
Who do I have on my Rainbow Six Mount Rushmore? What does that entail? Is that casters? Is that streamers? Is that players?
Canadian analysts, I think, is what they're worried about. Canadian analysts turned color casters.
I wasn't too surprised.
There is exactly one of those. Isn't that convenient?
I was just more so a little bit surprised that would be the
I bet
team that I'd win something with. I mean, just
I bet you. Listen, I mean, you can just say I'm the goat.
A lot of quote-unquote super teams, and that.
I mean, I
Foxe
could say
could
that,
do
but
it
I have
too.
yet to. Isn't that curious?
Foxe has been an analyst and has been a color commentator. He has
But not in that direction. It's the other way.
Going from just a player on a team to like
He has.
Flynn is the best. Saying that Flynn is the best Canadian should get you packed into a cannon and fired into outer space. Like that's not allowed. You are not allowed to have that opinion.
It was, 5 players that got dropped basically, or 4 players and then a
Right?
rookie. And I was
Yeah, no, that shouldn't be allowed.
I kind of needed to take responsibility for for more of the team, and I kind of just transitioned into that. I would say it was more fun just because.
Jesse to me is famous for being useful at events and making hour-long videos hating on Osa.
Damn right. Damn right, and that's the reputation I'll take to my fucking grave.
Why do you, out of curiosity, why do you hate Osa? What?
I think she's horrible.
Trait?
I think her
What
gadget is.
particular trait does Osa have that makes you single her out, Jesse?
I think her gadget is absolutely broken. I think it doesn't do what it's intended to do. I think people over rely on it and end up playing
No,
really
but you didn't say
boring
you
bad
hated on
styles
Osa's
of.
gadget. You said you were hating on Osa. So
Yeah.
why is that?
I hate her for bringing her gadget to Rainbow Six Siege.
You hate Osa. Is it because of who she chooses to be?
It's because of the gadget she chooses to bring to Rainbow Six Siege.
So
That is it, Parker.
yesterday you were both sexist and racist, and now today you're being transphobic.
It is not transphobic to hate a shit operator rather than a shit gadget.
You're racist, sexist, and transphobic. You just got the triple crown of bigotry. How does it feel?
This is the woke liberals. Cancel culture in action, folks. I have not said any of these things, and yet here we are, the woke libs canceling me once again, completely unjustifiably.
Liberals are not woke. Liberals are pro-liberty, free market centrists.
The
They are,
only
by
way to
definition, not woke.
counter the woke liberals is to come to twitch.tv/JessieJChick and use your Prime Gaming subs. Otherwise, the cancel culture will win.
If you come to my stream, you get access to the Interro charm, which you can then run on all of your guns. Isn't that really nice? Jesse doesn't have a charm in game.
Season 1, which is season 4 of the entire game in its entire history.
And I'll hydrate.
2017, I got to cast that game. That was the first game I ever got to cast in official Pro League, and it brings me back. Seeing this man who I've gotten to watch over the years, still thriving and finding new passion in a new role, that's something that's so inspiring. For me,
I literally scoop hot macaroni with my hands and then cheeses the floor. This, okay, you're not incorrect, but like I don't think that makes me a bad person. I don't think it makes me a bad person at all. Oh, look at the worst Canadian who just got back. Welcome, Flynncasts.
Every single time it's a redemption story. He joined this coast, and I think he was ready to quit. We had
SSG got pretty owned. Yeah.
I may give up on Siege right now. I may retire. And the fact that he got the IGL role, that he needed to step up, be the mature, be the leader player, that...
Jesse, how many trans mods do you have in chat?
And it's just,
I don't know. I don't know which my mods are trans.
I have a number of mods who are trans. How many do you have?
I don't know, Parker.
Why don't you know? Do you not care about the people who help do free labor for you? Are you a class trader?
Yes. I will happily take anybody who wants to give me their free labor.
You have people in your chat doing free work to keep your proverbial e-streets clean.
Yes.
And you don't even have the common courtesy.
Yep.
That photo of Gavin is one of the worst things I have ever seen. I have no clue why the person who took the photo was not like, let's do this again.
That's tough.
That is just, that's not great, Gavin.
I know he has
Gavin, you
braces.
are a nice guy.
That's tough.
That is a hilarious photo.
He does look happy. That's true. Let him be happy.
I ask about my mods. Yeah, Jesse just mods everybody who stops into his channel to make them feel like there's some kind of obligation
There's
to come
too
back.
many exactly. There's too many people to know.
Yeah, you're not doing any labor because you're rebelling against him.
It felt like all they've done is try to find the best possible players, not the best possible team. So I really like this team because now what they've done.
You're racist, you're sexist, and you're transphobic. That's incredible, dude.
I'll get right on the DEI mods.
You're Mr. Worldwide.
Kino's joined into this core. They've added in Fabian, and I really like what they've got going.
Somebody called you a bourgeoisie pig.
Bro, I am not the Toronto elitist that lives in the penthouse above the fucking Lake Ontario, who sits in his silver palace enjoying his fucking Prime Gaming subs that he gets from his Rainbow Six Interro charm. Okay, I'm the hard-working Albertan, just trying to get by. Just trying to get by.
Penthouse, by the
Sure
way.
you do.
I'm in a normal condo. Like
brag about your
thousands
balcony
of other
again,
people.
bitch.
What?
Brag about your balcony again.
Yeah, my balcony is tremendously large.
And wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if you too, chat, could live high above the common folk on a tremendously large balcony? But no.
I don't live on the balcony, you nitwit.
Well, sorry, I don't know. Some of us common folk
I
think that
live
maybe you
in
would
the
if you had such a big
condo.
one.
The balcony is attached to it.
Some people have to sleep outside, Parker. Some people have to sleep on the streets.
And what you're seeing here, you see a bulletproof camera, spotting bolts, and you also see here dots rappelling from master window. And what he's doing effectively right now.
Jesse is not allowed to cook in.
I would love to do a cooking stream. I would love to do a cooking stream.
Kitchen.
I'll make you dump. I'll make you dump.
You dumped your food all over the fucking floor. I watched the video.
I would not dump, okay? Dump needs to be treasured and cherished. I'll make you dump.
Every single caster gets paid the exact same, by the way. So there you go. You want the salary disparity? We are all paid identical.
We are
There is no
gasping
salary
at the
disparity.
straws as Interro soaks up the entire budget with his diabetic monetary options, as he is stealing all the wealth away from Ubisoft so that nobody else
Jesse
can get
needs
paid.
to cook with your praised basil. Jesse's not getting near the plants either. I feel like Jesse would destroy the plants and my kitchen.
Oh, back on the basil. Here we go again.
Somebody in chat mentioned the basil. I'm very proud of the basil. Imagine being able to make basil pesto sauce whenever you want. Imagine being able to make
My grocery
nice
store
caprese
grows
salad
basil
whenever you
on the
want.
shelves in little packaged containers.
Imagine being able to get fresh basil in your pasta whenever you want. I'm making ravioli later today, and I'm going to use some olive oil. I'm going to put some pine nuts on it. I'm going to put some basil on it. I'm going to put a little bit of chili flakes on it, and it's going to be fucking wonderful.
I can walk 2 minutes and get basil from the grocery store. Why would I grow it myself? That makes no
I can walk
sense.
10 seconds and have basil for the rest of my life.
I don't need 10-second basil. I'll be okay.
Throughout the first half of 2024.
I'll put it on the Instagram. It's the ravioli I'm making is already pre-made. I'm not making ravioli from scratch. I don't have that kind of time.
We don't have Loblaws in Alberta 2 zeros, okay? This just shows that you don't know what you're on about.
You absolutely do have Loblaws.
Not that they're not called Loblaws. They might be grocery stores owned by Loblaws, but I don't walk into a Loblaws.
You for a fact have real Canadian superstores because I've been in one in Calgary.
Absolutely, but it's not called a Loblaws.
Bigger Loblaws. That's
it
all
doesn't.
it is.
I've never in my life seen a sign that says Loblaws. I've never been in a Loblaws. I've been in Loblaw-owned buildings.
Loblaws logo on every single one of them because it is owned by Loblaw.
No, I don't think that's true.
They've lost them. They're now full bullets.
Oh, there is real Loblaws.
I'm going to fucking Google Maps to see if there's a Loblaws in Edmonton.
Apparently, there are multiple Loblaws in Edmonton, but I've never been in one. Okay.
You are so stupid. There's one in the Brewery District and there's one in the Ice District.
They were never able to replicate that. The big
I actually have been in the one in the Brewery District. I'm looking at this now.
I hate you so much. You have no idea the hate that I hold in my heart for you.
I've been in the Winners right next to it, at least. I think I've been in this. No, I have been in the City Market.
Sakes, dude. Yeah, you can't change his car battery too. That's why you got fucking stranded in Banff for an extra day. Because I was like, yeah, your car battery's dead. There's a Ford dealership like 10 minutes down the road. Just go take like a cab there and get a car battery. And you were like, no. And then you did everything but that.
So we might actually see them do well.
I'm sorry we can't all have grown up with fathers that teach us how to change car batteries, okay? Some of us have to struggle in life.
Changing a car battery is like legit the easiest thing possible. You snap it out, you pull it out.
Yeah, I'm sure it is when you grow up with a loving, supportive family in the suburbs of Toronto in your rich upper class lifestyle.
Why? Because your dad cosplayed as Flynn's dad?
Yeah, exactly.
I still think you guys have the same father.
It's possible.
You're Jesse J. Flynn.
Play GeoGuessr for Alberta? I actually will absolutely do that. That sounds so fun.
I've tried playing Canadian GeoGuessr, and the problem is that 4 of the 5 times it just drops you in the field in the prairies, and you're like, okay, guess I'll die.
It's honestly not that bad, because license plates are different, stop signs are different, and yeah, that's mostly it. So you often can differentiate the prairies. Not always, but often.
Is indeed, and now we're going to head in to PSG Talon. My friend, it's been a while, but who will you play against tomorrow?
I think we pick Fabian and M80.
Oh my god. He's thrown in the towel. He wants the master.
All right, I'm playing an Alberta game real quick here.
Just 3 months ago.
I mean, I don't really care.
Here we go, chat.
They're gonna get beat though.
Oh yeah. This is a field. Absolutely. Let's look west. Do we see any mountains? Absolutely not.
What can I say? I stand by that.
I can't say I've been on this road before. I go like southeast. I go like east.
Chat, I would like to remind you all again that I do not have drops enabled until stage 2. So if you are one of my viewers here watching me, I cannot help you get drops. If you go to Jesse's stream, you can still type in this chat. You just have to watch Jesse's content, but you can qualify for drops.
Okay, horizontally, fucking nailed that. Vertically, a little off. Not that bad. That's not a bad guess.
Anyways, that doesn't happen.
I signed up for the drops too late. I signed up for them yesterday after the stream had already started, so apparently that disqualifies you from phase 1. I'm going to message Ubisoft tomorrow to see if there's a way to fix it, but I very much doubt that there will be.
Alright, that was
You
a
only need to
horrible
watch
guess.
6 hours to get every single drop? We streamed yesterday for over 6 hours. No, because when I said drops, all it said was drops. It didn't specify when or where. Alright, I'm going to run a 1-minute ad, and I'm going to go reheat my coffee and wash off my dishes, and then I'll come right back.
I'm looking for Highway 672 in Alberta. All right, I don't know if I'm gonna find it.
672.
Not bad. It was by Grand Prairie. This is
Grand Prairie in the north.
Yeah, it's right by BC. It's northwest. Pretty good. You know, I'm not gonna act like this is a good game of GeoGuessr, but as far as Alberta GeoGuessr goes, where it's literally all fields all the fucking time, this could have been a lot worse.
There, I gotta say. Everyone knows that this is a crazy ballsy pick from PSG Talon.
Dude, look at that! Tell me I don't know the vibe of Central Alberta, bro.
On paper, PSG chose a hard
Very nice.
what BDS did. They've chosen a challenging opponent.
Other than this one, pretty fucking good. Okay, let's lock in. Game is starting. Here we go.
In that chamber. Now, M80, they have full confidence. They've maxed out. They've reloaded 2 bullets. And having only 4 left after their loss yesterday does...
What's up, Hi Bear? Good to see you. Don't say, is this something to be proud of, the vibe of Central Alberta? Yes, it is, okay? Yes, it fucking is.
And, yeah, of course, both of them now quite bloody. This is a big win, very essential for, especially M80 to win this one.
Hi Bear, I saw your video in my recommendation feed. I won't lie, I didn't watch it. But I did see this morning your video for, was it a replay show with like Happyaka? That's dope. I hope it goes well for you. I do kind of want a gold star, Flynn. When my backyard literally looks the exact same as the rest of the province, I do. Match overviews and stuff, that's dope. Caliber Jacob and I used to do similar things. We do a post show, and I know Ollie and X used to do similar things as well.
Of course, I mean, Fabian has a huge advantage in that he has coached this team. So
Short death 7 for match, people caught up. Yeah, exactly. Always a pleasure to have you in chat, Flynn. Always a pleasure.
So yeah, it is a huge advantage here for M80. Of course, as well, this is a championship-worthy roster.
How many rounds for PSG Talon? Attacking Nighthaven Labs against M80.
You're on the PSG, Mike, so
I'll give him 3. I'll give him 3 here. Without knowing any of the stats for Labs, in terms of like these two teams, because like obviously PSG Talon have been a team. They're the exact same roster since like mid last year. M80 are a new roster, but it's 4/5 the same as like Beast Coast. So we'll see. I think they could get 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. If they win, I'll be shocked. Not that they played bad yesterday or anything, but like Fabian left this team for a fucking reason, right? There's caster beef, yes. I wish Interro ills, and he is a rich bourgeoisie who hates the working class. That's the bulk of the beef. Why did I say G2 is underrated yesterday? I fucking did. I can't defend G2. I can't defend G2, man. That team looks horrible. I don't know what to tell you. I think they were underrated because people just looked at their placement at SI, saw that they lost every playoff game, and then didn't think about it beyond that, even though I thought they played really well in groups. But, I mean, so far through Reload, they've played horrible, so I don't know what to tell you. They could still get top 8. Honestly, the format's kind of interesting because, like, you could gamble tomorrow. You could gamble all of your bullets, lose, and then win a 1v1 7-0, and then you end up with 7 bullets, which is, like, kind of ridiculous. No. All right, I could be misunderstanding the rules. Did G2 play poorly, or is FearX starting a dynasty? The FearX dynasty, where they lose to every single international opponent with the one exception of G2. Is the 101 BO5? Is it BO5? I have no idea. You only win round diff if you didn't initiate. Yeah, so if you lose, you're not the... Wait. No, if you lose, you are the one initiating? Then what does your bullets go to if you win and you didn't initiate?
possible. Never mind. Hot and Cold's taking out Gotti. It's all up to Yas.
Is my pick rate still good? I don't know. I haven't been doing like official predictions. I think my pick rate would probably be pretty average.
Easy for Gavin, easy for M80.
Yeah, you see right there off the rip, the double hybrid to bend into playing an extremely passive.
There's no way your bullet count stays at 0, because if your bullet count is 0, you're out of the game, and you couldn't gamble any.
Bomb side though, basement a little bit different. You can't brute force it as easily. Same with tertiary bomb side. So maybe they are going to show us depth in their strat pool. And this is
R6 Esports. Let me go see if I can find the explainer.
They've only played one game so far. Yesterday, it was I believe what
R6 Esports news reload format explainer.
Their maximum limits, adaptations, counterplay, reading their opponent, controlling the pace. And I do feel like I play like Hot and Cold. Matthew Stevens.
If a team is facing elimination, specifically only on day 3, they can invoke the card to initiate a 1v1 duel. If the team that invoked the duel wins, their bullet reserve is reset to 0. They gain 1 bullet for every in-game round they win beyond their opponent. I feel like this applies to both teams. Like it resets to 0 and then they get extra bullets based on a round diff. That's how I read it. Nobody knows! It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And then he had to go and build up a team from nothing. It was just him, the veteran.
Why is it only day 3? You're asking some great questions, but I won't claim to have answers. The 1v1 duels can only happen tomorrow and only if a team gets eliminated.
There was a bit of a fallout with that as well. The team slowly slipped away.
You can bet more bullets than you have so the eliminated team can go into debt. What?
And then, of course, now on M80, big org to support him. He's really developed those leadership skills, and as you said, he's got Fabian to support that as well.
I guess like a small shout.
The team that gets challenged does not get their bullet count reset to 0. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Okay, yeah. No, I see what Hyber is saying. So, like, you say I have 2 bullets. I gamble 2 bullets. Wait. Okay, say I have 2 bullets. I gamble 4 bullets. I lose. I'm at -2 bullets. I duel. I win the duel. I go to 0 bullets. And then say I won the duel like 4-1. I get 3 extra bullets. Yeah? You can bet up to your opponent's max bullets. Holy shit. Oh, it makes no sense. Okay, I get it. My math degree is getting a fucking workout today. Let's just put it that way.
Interesting. So just need to be careful not to overextend though. I like that air jab. But as we've mentioned before, double hard reach ban is going to make this very challenging.
Dude, I'm actually shocked that they changed Maverick. So far, the balance changes that we know, chat, in CJX are number 1, Jaeger counters Capitao now. Holy shit, Diffuser. This is why we roam clear, chat. So we know that Jaeger's been buffed, so he counters Capitao. And we know that electricity has been nerfed, so that attackers don't take damage, and so that electricity now destroys C4s and other gadgets, which is a huge Maverick buff, right? Okay, they might not even get 3 rounds at this pace. That was a horrible round. They just didn't have any idea the guy was up above.
Test their fundamentals. Don't give them anything for free. That is the name of the game right now. If they don't take top floor, we'll punish you from all the way up towards the bomb site itself. Diffuser with that easy 2K early on.
What are bullets? Are they like 1-ups in Mario? Kind of. 1-ups are basically your points. 1-ups are your score, and you've got to gamble your score to get more score.
But if you ban that Maverick, there's just like literally nothing that you can do.
Yeah, I think you have 3 options, which is Blackbeard, Monty, Maverick. I think that's the approach right
Yeah,
now.
electricity does 0 damage now.
It hasn't really done a whole lot for them, so they probably don't see it as a threat.
Yeah, I wonder if electricity affects drones. I would imagine electricity destroys drones, but I'm not confident on that.
Now you have to problem solve the Kaida the Bandit.
How do you take one?
The playoff bracket is completely normal. It is just an 8-team single elim BO3 bracket with a BO5 finals. So once we get to like Friday, everything goes back to normal. Okay, see you Friday. I'm over this. Yeah. The one thing I will say, like, obviously the format is very confusing. The saving grace is that, like, if you're a casual fan and you don't understand the format, that's kind of fine. Like, at the end of the day, winning games is good, losing games is bad. Like, if you're super casually watching, that has not changed. You still want to win as many games as you can. Winning certain games is going to be more helpful than winning other games, which is a little confusing, but, like, end of the day, if you don't want to learn about the bullets, you don't have to, and you can still enjoy the tournament.
This just feels bad. It's hard work. Yeah, it's hard work, man. Gotta earn that paycheck.
Tomorrow, I think, will be the most interesting day.
We'll have a bit of an edge. It could be here on control room. Yes, for sure. Tertiary is always arguably statistically the weakest. We got the blitz this time. A bit more aggressive, kind of operator.
Oh, that's tragic. That is actually tragic. Yas, are you joking? And he gets the nitro anyways. Oh, no. Kino is running circles around the Koreans. Oh, Kino. Oh, no. Okay, so they did buff Maverick, but if you just don't use electricity, then you can still nitro the Maverick. Let's not forget about that. Jesus Christ, Gavin. They're just jumping in on him now. Also, the M80 logo is still wrong, dude. It's still the old logo beside the player names.
What'd I miss?
PSG Talon are getting their shit kicked in. I think that was back-to-back flawless rounds, right? I'm pretty sure. Also, they're still using the old M80 logo on the player names.
Actually, PSG timeout. They just took a timeout straight away. I would love to know what Joker's going to say here.
Just keep doing. You have the game plan. You know exactly what we need to do. I don't need to tell you anything. Really good that you calm down your comms. It's night and day difference.
Angles, not be super fast, but try have push power with drone and pressure. Use some utility and use drone for each other. If we have shield, shield is like drone. We follow shield. We don't need 4 drone and shield. So, be a little bit faster, more angles, better droning. And we got this. It's only attack phase.
이거 방패 앞에 들어오지 말고 그냥 고티가 상대한테 들어오게 해주고 해야 될 것 같아.
We'll see, bro.
It's so challenging for these poor Korean players, right? They have to switch their brain into English to listen to that tactical timeout, and then switch back to Korean to play the match.
Often what will happen there is, for example, Misa talking is that Joker will sit in English, and then a player, Gauthier Misa, who speaks English the best, will then translate to Korean, so we ensure everyone else understands the same message.
Dude, that's such a bad system, I feel. It's like your coach gives you a tac timeout in English, and then the one player that can understand English translates the tac timeout to the rest of the team. Like, I don't know, bro. Surely you could just have like like if you want Joker's brain on this team, which I think is fine. Like Joker's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Maybe you have him with a Korean coach, so Joker and the coach can work together. Maybe Joker like helps teach the coach like his philosophy or his vision of the game. But I think having a coach that can't communicate with the players, I mean, like, I don't know, man. I struggle to believe that that is the best way for PSG Talon to go. They can't afford a Korean coach. Brother, they are paying, well, they were paying Pengu and Fabian. They could afford any coach in the game. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Still paying Pengu, by the way.
Yeah, they are.
Pengu is still, like, affiliated with them.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised.
Web pause is here.
I'm a little bit surprised that there's no rules or issues about Pengu casting PSG Talon. Not that I think it would matter, but like sometimes people care about shit like that.
They might actually just say, what the hell, when it comes to hybrids. Like they might just focus on brute forcing areas, and that actually could be a little bit more successful as it is a more basic strategy.
Officially, Pengu's a content creator, but I believe he is like also somewhat involved with like helping them improve as a team. Most people don't know he's signed with PSG. I mean, I feel like if you consume any Pengu content, it's pretty obvious. And if you're watching M80 versus PSG Talon, you're probably aware.
That's the small steps that we kind of got to figure out. PSG Talon very much like before, they're locked out of achieving the first step of the round. They can't get the breach open just yet.
Doesn't Jess Goat work
Are
with them
so
too?
wet.
Jess Goat's been signed with PSG or with Talon for like a long time now. Yeah.
She told me at the Mexico Major when we were sitting in the green room that she would be announcing her signing with Talon shortly.
I think I heard that at that event too. Yeah.
And that was August 2021? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been with Talon forever.
But I don't know how
There's a PSG store on Queen Street in Toronto that sells all the PSG merch, and I've never gone in. But I've always been like, man, they should sell like some PSG Talon jerseys.
Dude, you should absolutely go in and ask for a Yas jersey. Please, it would make my week.
No, dude, I want a Soldy Reload jersey.
That works too.
I want a Ride Reload jersey.
You think if you went in and you asked that, the person working at the store would have any clue what you're talking about?
Do you have a Soldy Reload jersey? What? You think they do it for me?
If they do custom jerseys, I'm sure they would. They probably wouldn't have any idea who that is.
You think the cat is chubby? Cat is not chubby.
Wow, that was a really good timing from Soldier.
It's Soldy.
Soldy.
Soldy Reload.
Hot and cold is the GOAT, though, so it just doesn't matter. This will be 7-0.
Diffuser did most of that damage there.
Jess is with Jess. I guess Jess has experience as a coach. She definitely could coach this team, I guess. I don't know that she wants to be back into Siege coaching, though.
I don't think Jess wants to be anywhere near that sort of thing. I think she is quite happy being a freelancer who streams and generates outrage on Twitter. Nick also generates outrage on Twitter, so this is a very good relationship.
I feel like PSG Talon are cultivating a certain type.
Are the PSG Talon, or sorry, are the M80 logos still the old ones?
Yes.
Why have they not fixed that? Like,
I think it's cool. It's a little throwback, you know?
No, it's bad. If I was M80, I'd be annoyed.
No, if I was M80, I'd be pissed.
Where's Marco? Get Marco on the phone, dude.
What I really ideally would have liked to see from Talon out of this round is go heavy into the roam clear and pick the operators to support that. Just fight them.
Nick, like we have learned with a number of Danish people, Nick does not exactly think through the way that he says things and how they will be perceived by other people.
Okay, this is like an ego round from M80. Gavin is spawn peeking. Diffuser went for a run out.
Still spawn peeking.
Like, they think these guys are dog shit, clearly.
Dude, we are 4 rounds in, and 3 players on M80 have yet to die.
They have 4 kills total. They do not have enough kills to have won a single round.
I thought the old M80 logo was actually really cool. The new one is, the new one's fine. I don't actually hate it either, but like the old one was really cool.
I agree.
When you strategically lose, like when all the good operators
You can win with objectives. You get my. You understand what I'm saying, though, don't you?
What was Julio's response?
I don't know.
Nick basically said that Shaiko has really poor game IQ and that his understanding of the game is very, very low. And then Nick speculated that it's either because Shaiko's mechanical ability allows him to have bad IQ, or his IQ is just bad, but his mechanical skill bails him out. To me, they're very similar arguments. You know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I don't really care either way, but like Shaiko's decision making is not anything great. He just is able to succeed because of his mechanical ability. That's basically what Nick's argument was.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm honestly, I'm not against that argument. Like,
I think.
What's up, High Bear?
I think the thing is, like, when all you get is 35 game IQ, It sounds way worse than Nick just saying, compared to the rest of Pro League, he's a slightly below average game intelligence.
I mean, this again goes back to the fact that Nick doesn't think through the way that the things he says will be perceived. You know,
Sure.
Danish people are notoriously blunt. They just say things and don't really care about the consequences. Because a lot of other Danish people don't think too deep into it, right? Like, the very first meeting we had with Blast.
Gotti!
Oh!
Dude, I'm so sad. Gotti, what are we doing?
The first meeting we had with Blast, they literally go, we're Danish, we're really blunt, we just say things, we don't mean to offend, but you can be equally blunt in return. Now, I learned very quickly that was not the case.
So that was a fucking
They do
lie.
very much care. They do very much care about the things you say in return. But when we lived in Copenhagen, it's actually quite striking. And I've heard that like Hap and other Dutch like coworkers have said that the Dutch are basically the same. They're just very blunt, very straight to the point. They just say things. They don't really care about the way it's going to be perceived, and they're not here to offend you. That's just the way they are.
That is massive. But again, I mean, we saw the same thing from BDS Furia match earlier. You know, that was spoiler alert. The 7-1 victory for Furia. BDS got that one round that they needed. It was not pretty. This is a very similar story. It's not pretty, but PSG need to just deny the
I would love to know how many rounds has APAC won against non-APAC teams? Because I mean, obviously FearX demolished G2 today.
Yep.
But like,
I'll calculate this for you.
exclude Elevate because they're not
Okay.
actually from APAC.
So PSG got 5, Scarz makes it 1, so 6. And then those two played each other. And then today, CAG got 7-4 win over
PSG
Elevate.
played Scarz?
No.
You just said those two played each other.
CAG and FearX. Sorry.
I said so exclude
No,
APAC versus APAC.
I know.
matchup.
I literally am, which is why I didn't count those. Okay, I'm doing the correct thing. So we got 6. 6 plus 7 is 13. 13 plus 0 is 0. 13 plus 7. There was 2 APAC wins today over non-APAC. So 13 plus 7 is then 20. And then whatever PSG get. So 20 plus whatever PSG get here.
Wait, what was the other APAC win?
FearX beat G2, and then CAG beat Elevate.
I guess CAG Elevate technically for this instance, yeah.
But, like, some of the APAC losses have been really bad. Scarz 7-0, Scarz 7-1. This game from PSG. So it's not great.
Like, the elephant in the room for APAC on this is, like, they're not even playing the best global teams. They're just playing the other R6 share teams. Gunner should not be able to pull that off on any team at any event ever.
Yeah.
But it's like, PSG Talon are playing teams that I don't necessarily think all of these teams would qualify for the next major.
For sure.
So it's like you're technically playing weaker opponents and still getting absolutely bodied.
Yeah, I mean, PSG Talon are getting bodied by M80 and lost to Cloud9. I don't think Cloud9 are a top 4 team in North America. I don't think that's controversial.
I don't think so either.
And then Scarz got decimated by Wildcard and Fnatic, dude. Like, be real for a minute, please.
Sorry, why do you besmirch the good name of these teams?
Yeah. There are good players on both Wildcard and Fnatic, but like they're not fucking the top of the regions for sure.
PSG Talon chose M80 because of the Fabian connection. That's literally the only reason why they did it.
I think they also just didn't have many options left too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you're, no offense to PSG Talon, but I mean, like, it doesn't really matter who you fucking pick. It's gonna be an uphill battle no matter what.
Okay, I'm lying. They actually had 4th overall pick on who they wanted to play, so.
Well, I mean, that doesn't, like, that's, you're arguing that there weren't many left. My argument is that there aren't better options. Like
they're gonna lose to anybody, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
I mean, I've heard from a couple teams that are present that they're not taking this particularly seriously. That they're here to, like, get in game day reps, maybe make some money, have some fun, but, like, there are a number of teams who are not handling this the same way as if it was a real major.
That's fair.
Like, you could tell when you went to, like, DreamHacks or even, like, Esports World Cup, when teams get eliminated, they would just immediately start go partying. They wouldn't be sad, nothing.
Right.
because it's just like they're like, oh well, you know, like we didn't get more money. Oh well, that's it, and then you move on.
I will tell you, nobody goes in parties after they get eliminated from Esports World Cup.
Why is there no partying?
There's no partying.
What does PSG do?
Well, you know what I meant.
I say ban double Harbies and figure out how that actually to attack it. You know?
I would think it would have been fascinating to just exactly replicate the 80s bans and to see how they respond to it.
Yeah.
Instead it's a double shield ban. And on the flip side of that, M80 bans double hard breach denial. So like a
different
literal
games.
opposite.
Yeah. And completely. I don't know.
We had 2 incredibly long tech pauses, and yet we are gonna finish faster than we did yesterday.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Dude, we just had so many 7-0, 7-1 today. Like the games today were dog shit.
This today is and this is gonna be recency bias in full effect. Today is one of the worst displays of skill I have seen at a top level of Rainbow Six in years.
Yeah.
Like the caliber of the matches today have just been so poor.
I think like W7M versus FaZe was a high level game, but it was also a slow and not particularly exciting game.
It was tremendously boring, but you could tell it was a well-structured game. It's just it wasn't anything exciting. A lot of the games we watched today, like the FearX G2 game was exciting because of the result, but everything else about it was a snooze fest.
The only other game that was close scoreline wise was Loud Secret, which you and I didn't watch. So maybe that was a high level game. I don't know. And then CAG Elevate was a 7-4. I watched a little bit of that. I don't think it was a very high level game personally.
Dude, I just find it so challenging to muster up any concern for either of those teams. Like, after the team's secret CEO seemed to go in and dunk on Virtue, like, that guy can fuck himself with a rusty old rake. I do not give a fuck about him or his stupid team. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care. Like, I think the Team Secret logo is cool. I think the branding and some of the kit they have is great, but it's like, I don't really give a shit about it. Like, if you're gonna go after your own player,
Yeah, I don't know if this game's gonna last much longer. Parker, we might be ending some streams here quickly. 7-0. So this is gonna be really good for M80 if they do 7-0, because they end up with how many points here? They wagered 2, so they'll go up to 6. Plus, they'll get 2 more. They go up to 8. So despite losing yesterday and being 1-1, M80 could be higher than M80 are gonna be higher than Secret, who are 2-0.
if you exclude Yas, the other 4 players on the team have a combined 3 kills. In 6 rounds.
And like, yeah.
This is one of the worst performances of a team at an international event in like half a decade. Like some of the teams that, you know how like they have to fight their way in at Copenhagen because we had like the prelims basically.
Yeah.
Those teams did better. Donuts Varel did better. Team Cruelty did better. Like,
yeah, literally.
They're gonna flawlessly end this game.
Yep.
It's Yas looking for kill number 5. He sees the kills. He traded. Technically, it wasn't a flawless round.
Jesus, bro. Well, hopefully tomorrow is better. Tomorrow at least might have some exciting 1v1s. But yeah, that was a bad game. That was a bad day.
Yeah, these games were very low quality.
They get 2 kills in total? No, they got like 7 kills or something total.
Yas finished with 5 kills. The rest of the team combined for 3, so they finished with 8 kills across 7 rounds.
Yeah.
8 kills in 7 rounds.
That's horrible.
They got to defend on Nighthaven Labs 1 time. That is kind of unlucky on the side, though.
For sure, but it's like, I mean, that's still not an excuse. Like, you should not have been getting wrecked this often.
Nighthaven, Misa and Yas, and even Soldier to a certain extent, like, they can shoot. Like, there's no reason why. And it's a best of 1, so it's like you should be choosing a map that you're comfortable on. It's not like they got beat in the map ban phase. It's not like this is a best of 3. And M80 picked Nighthaven, and you're like, we don't play this map, and we just got smoked 7-0.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is a best of 1. Like, this is a map that you should know.
Yeah, you got to ban 4 maps, and you still ended up here where you're getting 7-0'd. Yeah, Beetle, you're thinking of the guy that Fabian replaced, not Fabian. All right, well, Parker, I'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
You ever notice that the drone's wheels don't actually touch the ground? There's like a millimeter of space between them, and it looks like it's floating. Once you notice it, it will ruin drones for basically the rest of the time you play this game. You're welcome.
Thank you for that, Parker. I will see you tomorrow for day 3 of the Rainbow Six Reload kickoff event.
Okay. I had a blast. Thanks for keeping me company. And again, if you want to hang out in Discord, come by. We'll be playing some games tonight and watching the Leaf game.
Alrighty. Have a good night.
All right, dude. Take care. Bye.
And chat, that will end things out for us as well. Hold on, I need my drops. Come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow where we'll be live all day for day number 3. And as I've said a couple times now, I do think tomorrow will be the most exciting day of groups because tomorrow is the one and only day where the 1v1s might actually happen. So tomorrow we might get 1v1s. We'll have drops as we always do. Fun talking with Parker as always. It makes the stream go by a lot faster. I won't lie to you. Not that I want it to go by really fast, but definitely it makes it more fun to be yapping with Parker. So always a pleasure. Go watch a random Siege streamer. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come back tomorrow instead. Pisces, I will give you a hydrate. Do I have any water in here? I do. I've got like one more sip. Good night, Interro. Don't forget to wish your mom Happy Mother's Day if you haven't already done that. No, I meant today. Yeah, don't get all your drops today. Come back tomorrow. That's what I'm saying. Come back. Don't fill up all your drops. You got to come back tomorrow. Also, Pisces redeemed a show cat, but wait, the cat actually is here. Pisces, I'm not going to scam you. And Spawny's here. Hold on. Oh, it's day specific? Oh, well then come back anyways. Bye, chat. Thank you for coming by. We'll see you tomorrow. Look at that tummy. Okay, goodbye, chat.
It must be true. Stars in your eyes, they a beautiful view. You my rocket girl. Every time I see your face, got me feeling confused. Man on the moon, I told her, baby, I'm coming down soon. I float through Saturn and Mars. Make my return to the stars. But boy, you know I come down soon. Just to touch down Earth and see you. I know galaxies and universe of jealousies. You know I don't play and you don't have to play with me. We can get away to outer space or interdimensions. Honey, I swear you are so worth a mention. I talk to aliens at night. They don't want us to waste our time. So boy, take my hand.